Hey everyone. Welcome back for the 8th part of What If Naruto Had Soul Powers? As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 9, Sasuke's Ambition, the Immortal Duo. Sakura, Sasuke yelled as he ran in the door. Kin, who had just sat down, shot to her feet. Sasuke-kun. What's wrong? She asked. He acknowledged her before activating his Sharingan and looking around the house. I need to find Naruto and Sakura, we have an urgent mission, he said before cursing as he noticed Sakura's chakra signature wasn't in the house. Kin frowned in worry. She said she was going to see Ayame for lunch since Ayame had some sort of gossip. I was invited but I'm far too tired. Kin explained. Sasuke nodded and went to move out the door before hesitating. He walked over to Kin and pulled her into a kiss. She melted into the kiss with a smile, but he suddenly stepped away, causing her to blink in confusion as he held her face, staring into her eyes seriously as his Sharingan revolved. I love you, Kin-chan. No matter what happens to me, remember that, he said as he faded from existence, his warm hands being the last thing to leave her. She blinked in confusion before worry overtook her. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke appeared at Uchiraku Ramen and was about to burst in when Sakura stepped out with a smile on her face. Oh. You're back, she said before hugging him. She was shocked when he almost pushed her off of him. Sakura-chan, I need you to listen to me, he said. Sakura nodded in confusion while he talked. Naruto is out training somewhere. I felt his chakra when Uro-sensei and I came back. I need you to find him and meet me at the gate for a battle mission. We're going after Itachi, Sasuke said. Sakura's eyes widened before her expression turned hard. Hi Sasuke-kun, she said before her earrings and lower legs began glowing rainbow as Sasuke closed his eyes. He opened them as a breeze moved past him. She'll find him in 10 seconds, explained in 20, meet at the gate in another 20. He thought as he turned back to his and the girl's house and moved there near instantly with his mirage sunshine. He appeared in his room and reached under the bed, pulling out the scrolls on the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He stood tall as he held the scrolls to his left thigh, letting them fall into the storage seal he had there. His eyes flashed open, his Sharingan blazing as he vowed, Brother. I am coming for you, he said as he felt a chakra pulse and glanced to his left. Flash. Naruto and Sakura stood slightly behind Sasuke to his left, Naruto's hand on the seal Sasuke had on his right shoulder blade. Where to Aniki? Naruto asked seriously. Sasuke smirked darkly. Land of Earth, we will have to traverse the rest of the way on foot. He is at my father's secret Uchiha hideout, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded, so the fastest way would be the multi-village train system, right? It moves slightly faster than the average ninja's speed and it'll travel continuously throughout the 3 nights travel, he said. Sasuke nodded, then the next train it is, he said. Flash. Jiraiya said it was 2 men from the Akatsuki known as the Immortal Duo. And one of the 2 is someone you have a past with, Tsunade said as she held out the scroll. Asuma took the scroll, not me, he said before looking to his right with a serious smile. Shikamaru. Tsunade looked over the reunited Team 10, the 2nd Ino Shikacho unit. You are to catch up with the 2 Chunin in the area, Izumo and Kotetsu, and assist them in catching the Akatsuki. We only really want them alive, it is not priority, she said seriously. Asuma nodded, as did his disciples. Hi Hokage-sama. They announced. Move out. 3 to the Hidden Stone Village, Sasuke said to the teller at the Konaha travel station. One of the only 6 trains that leaves the village in a wide circle that starts at Konaha, travels up to Iwa then around through Suna then the Land of Waves before coming back to Konaha. The teller nodded. Business or personal? He asked seeing their headbands. Sasuke was unsure of what the man meant, so Naruto spoke up. Business, are we able to jump the train when we cross into the Land of Earth? Naruto asked. The man printed the 3 tickets and nodded. You can I guess, but you should probably tell someone. And you can only pay for the full trip, he said as he held the tickets out to the 3 of them. Well, I guess you get half price anyway since it's for a mission. He thought out loud with a shrug. Sasuke took the tickets, thanks, and walked up onto the platform. He scowled as he looked around, noticing that there was no train. He turned to ask Naruto why the train wasn't there when Sakura read from the timetable out loud. The next one come in 10 minutes and is a chakra force train. Apparently they travel faster, she said before turning to Sasuke. Sasuke quickly did the mental math before sighing and walking over to Naruto and sitting on the bench next to him. It'll be about 8 hours faster than running and we'll be rested up if we go this way. But damn, it's infuriating just sitting here. Sasuke growled. Sakura sat on his lap and hugged him. It's okay Sasuke, try to think practically. Do you remember or know any other details about his whereabouts? Maybe we should start strategizing, she said with a smile. Sasuke took a deep breath to calm himself and nodded. He looked up when he heard a metallic noise. Ha, the train's early I guess, Naruto said as he stood. The other two got up with him and a few minutes later, the chakra-powered train began moving. Sasuke looked out the window as Sakura and Naruto talked strategy. Soon Itachi. I will avenge our clan. He thought darkly as he began to drown in the thirst for vengeance. Damn that Kakuzu, why does he gotta take so long with this shit? Hidan of the Akatsuki said angrily from his place lying across the top stair. He looked back at the outpost before sighing, fuck this. He grumbled before getting to his feet and walking down the stairs, out towards the clearing in front of the building. He stretched, holding his scythe up in the air before he heard some movement. He looked left, not seeing anything. He looked right, then behind him only for the same result. Weird. He thought before turning back towards the outpost. Schlink. Ah damn it, that hurts, Hidan yelled in pain and shock. Izumo and Kotetsu stood on either side of Hidan, holding a sword each that they had stabbed straight through the immortal man's torso. Kotetsu looked up in shock. What the hell? How is he still alive? He asked. Hidan yelled out in frustration and used the close quarters to punch them both off of him. You damn heathens. What the fuck was that about? Hidan yelled as he pulled the swords from his body one at a time. He turned to throw one of the swords at Izumo when he suddenly stopped in his movements. Shadow Bind Jutsu. What the fuck? Hidan yelled in annoyance as he looked out of the corner of his eye to see Shikamaru standing in the shadow of the building. He looked forward as Asuma appeared mid-swing. Wind style, absolute slash, he yelled as his wind chakra appeared around his blade. Schling. Thump. Asuma looked down at the back of Hidan's head with a smirk. Good work. That's one down, now set up the trap for. What the fuck is this you cunts? Who the fuck are you? Why the hell did you cut off my head? Everyone, including Ino and Choji who had stepped out from hiding, stared in shock as Hidan's head continued to yell and glare at them. The door slammed open and Shikamaru looked to his right. Guys, he yelled. Everyone turned to take a defensive position, but the man they were looking at just sighed. Another battle? I have meetings to attend and places to be. I don't have time for this, Kakuzu said as he stepped into the light before raising a brow at Hidan's decapitation. What did I say about letting your guard down, Hidan? He asked rhetorically. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he saw the profile of Kakuzu. It's him. The one who helped us at the ninja market. Shikamaru thought in shock. Kakuzu's experience let him feel someone's resolve to catch him falter, so he looked to his left to take advantage of that weakness, only to see Shikamaru. Shika? So he is okay. He thought with a hidden smirk, I can't blow my cover. Jiraiya-san won't pay me if I bail out early, looks like we'll have to drive them off for a moment so that we can leave. He thought, not wanting to kill Shikamaru. Kakuzu turned back to look over the crowd, just in time to see Ino finish her hand seals, mind destruction jutsu, she yelled as she pushed her chakra forward. Kakuzu leapt forward, moving at high speed but ducking only as necessary to dodge the jutsu as he approached Hidan and Asuma. Asuma swung a punch forward at Kakuzu, who caught the man's wrist with seemingly no trouble before kicking Asuma hard, launching him towards Izumo and Kotetsu. About damn time, you heathen. Get me my body, Hidan demanded. Kakuzu sighed as he and Hidan's two body pieces were surrounded. He glanced around before calmly kneeling down and picking up Hidan's head by his hair. What the fuck, Kakuzu? Bring my body to me, you inconsiderate asshole, Hidan yelled as Kakuzu took the few necessary steps towards Hidan's body. With a sigh, he calmly kneeled and used a small tendril that appeared from the inside of his sleeve to sew Hidan's head back onto his body, just at the moment Asuma had realized their plan. No. Stop him now, Asuma yelled as he formed hand seals while Izumo and Kotetsu did the same on either side of him. Kakuzu suddenly froze as Shikamaru's shadow latched onto him and Hidan, causing Kakuzu to chuckle. So what if I can't move? He asked rhetorically as his skin and clothing took on a darker hue. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Izumo and Kotetsu yelled as they launched their jutsus in front of Asuma on a slight angle. Asuma's cheeks bulged, wind style, vacuum wave. Asuma's wind jutsu sucked in the fireballs and the three techniques exploded towards Kakuzu and Hidan. Boom! Asuma smirked, they didn't dodge, and they had no time to form any techniques. We got them, he yelled in victory. The bearded man waved to his left, Choji. Capture them. He ordered. Choji nodded and his arms expanded, reaching into the smoke. Everyone relaxed as Choji moved to capture the two Akatsuki members, but Choji gasped, they're not there, he yelled. From the ground in front of Asuma, Hidan burst forth, mid-swing with his scythe and wicked grin on his face. Asuma barely leant back to avoid the strike, but earned himself a kick to the chest as a reward. Everyone moved to attack Hidan when Kakuzu burst forth in front of Izumo and threw him into Kotetsu, knocking them both towards Shikamaru, who barely caught them in time. Asuma stood nervously, with Hidan on one side and Kakuzu on the other. Shit. How the hell am I gonna get out of? Partial expansion jutsu. All three ninjas looked to the side to see Choji's huge fist slam into Kakuzu and launch him way out of the clearing. The moment of shock allowed Asuma a chance to attack Hidan. He leapt back and spat forth his signature fire jutsu, fire style, burning ASH. Hidan reacted and threw his scythe forward. Time seemed to slow down for Asuma as his mind went into calculations. By the angle he threw the scythe, it will stab into my stomach. The three blades would almost definitely kill me, but Ino's medical jutsu will keep me stable until we can return to the village where I can get some true help. But if my jutsu hits, he'll be burned to a crisp. Even if he's immortal, his nerves would be fried and he would no longer be able to move. Asuma's eyes flashed as he made his decision. I can't stop my jutsu. This is the chance to rid the world of one of the Akatsuki. Asuma thought as he risked his life and channeled extra chakra into his lungs before he spewed forth the black ash cloud that moved over the scythe. The ash surrounded Hidan and the last thing Asuma saw of him was a smirk. Asuma moved to click his blades and ignite the ash, when Hidan pulled upwards on the unseen metal cable connected to his scythe. The scythe moved from its course and tore upwards through the air, bypassing Asuma's blades and cutting off his right hand from the knuckle upwards, thus making sure the two blades don't clash and make the ignition spark. Shikamaru looked up with wide eyes as Asuma's plan was ruined and Hidan began to charge Asuma, pulling his scythe back through the air. Thanks to the hidden metal cable, even while he was covered in more of the ash, the shadow user quickly took action, shadow port. Within a second, Shikamaru had stood from Hidan's shadow and wedged his tanto into the immortal man's lower spine. Ah fuck, Hidan yelled in pain as he fell onto his face, his lower body paralyzed from the blow. Shikamaru stepped off of Hidan's back, taking his blade with him, and jumped at Asuma, pulling the man from the area as he threw down an explosive tag. Hidan smirked as he grasped his scythe, watching the blood on it flow. His smirk dropped as Shikamaru's explosive note landed. Oh shit, he said before using his upper body strength to push himself a meter or so into the air. Boom! The explosion ignited the ash, destroying the area in a huge burst of flames. Hidan landed on his broken feet next to Kakuzu, who had barely managed to pull the zombie to safety with his elongated arm. Within a few seconds, Kakuzu's tendrils had entered Hidan's body and fixed his spine rather forcefully, causing Hidan to twitch in pain with each movement. Izumo, Kotetsu, Choji and the newly reawakened Ino stood guard in front of Asuma and Shikamaru. Hidan turned to Kakuzu. So, plan? The gray-haired man asked. Kakuzu raised a brow. You have Asuma Sarutobi's blood. Hidan looked down at his scythe and grinned. So, plan? Choji asked Shikamaru, trying not to freak out at his sensei losing most of one of his hands. Shikamaru raised a brow. Ino, you're a medic. Choji, take backup. Izumo, Kotetsu, with me for the attack, Shikamaru said as he stood to his feet. A moment later found Shikamaru frowning as he watched the Immortal Duo. Kotetsu raised a brow as well. What the hell happened to that guy? He asked. Hidan had just finished drawing something in the dirt with his feet. He grinned as he licked the blood from his scythe and his skin changed to hold the image of a skeleton. Shikamaru formed hand seals, dark style, shadow ball, he yelled as from his hands shot a ball of shadow energy. Kakuzu stepped forwards and held his arm forward, fire style, intelligent hard work, he yelled. From Kakuzu's sleeve shot forth the flaming jutsu, it collided with the shadow ball and caused an explosion. Behind Kakuzu, Hidan had pulled out a small retractable spear, which he held in front of his chest while laughing maniacally. Curse technique, death controlling possessed blood. Gah! Asuma let out as he coughed up blood. Everyone except Kakuzu looked at Asuma in shock as he coughed up more blood. He fell to his knees and held his chest in pain while Hidan's psychotic laughter echoed around the clearing, spear still stabbed right through his left lung. Asuma, Shikamaru yelled as he ran back to defend his sensei. Kotetsu yelled out as his partner spat a fire jutsu at the Immortal Duo, intent on holding them off. Shikamaru. We must retreat so that Ino can focus all of her efforts on healing him. We have to go now, Kotetsu shouted as Izumo's jutsu supposedly caught the duo in flames, though that was hardly believable since Hidan's laughter still echoed. Shikamaru sat shaking as he watched Asuma suddenly be covered in burns and cough up more blood, until Ino slapped him. Shika, she yelled. He snapped out of his daze and held out his arms, allowing everyone to grab a hold of him as he held Asuma's shoulder. Shadow warp, distance, Shikamaru yelled as the 6 Konaha ninjas disappeared. Hidan stopped his laughing as Kakuzu looked up. Leader-sama? Kakuzu asked before the two were called away to seal off the 4 tails. 2 days later. Have you been up all night, Aniki? Naruto asked before yawning as the sun rose through their window. Sakura slept against Sasuke's side, using his body to block the light. Sasuke turned to Naruto with his tired Sharingan eyes. Yes. Naruto frowned. Don't go all, I won't speak more than one word on me. Tell me what's on your mind, Naruto said. Sasuke frowned slightly and looked down at his lap. Sorry, it's just that, this is it, Sasuke said before swallowing with intense emotion. Naruto nodded. This is what you wanted, right? That's good, imagine what you get to do after this, Sasuke, he said with a smile. Sasuke nodded and closed his eyes. My clan can really begin to start anew, but what if I lose? He thought. No way we'll lose. Sasuke looked up at Naruto, seeing the guy's eyes become slitted. I won't let you lose, Aniki. No matter what he does, I will heal you right back to full strength and toss you back in there with another of your weapons, he said seriously. Sasuke smirked. You know, I hope you'll do more than just heal me and throw me away, he said, letting the serious atmosphere dissipate a little. Naruto smiled. What, you want me and Sakura-chan to actually fight with you? He asked rhetorically. Yes. If I need it, Sasuke said. Naruto blinked in shock. Huh? For real? He asked. Sasuke looked out the window again. I want to show Itachi that no matter how strong a single person is, he said before turning back to Naruto with a grin. A family is always stronger when together, he said. The two boys looked down at Sakura, who was giggling quietly. Naruto poked her forehead. What's so funny, Sakura-ne? She looked up at Naruto before turning to Sasuke and grinning. That was so damn corny, I swear it's like you're a soap opera actress sometimes, she said before laughing openly. Naruto laughed along with her while Sasuke smirked with a chuckle. Suddenly, the booth's inner speakerphone came on. Room 7, this is your notice. We will be entering the land Earth in 2 hours. We have organized for you to use the emergency exit on the staff carriage at that time. Please reply. The conductor's voice said through the cone-shaped speakerphone. Sasuke hit the green button next to the phone as he and Sakura stood. Thank you very much. We will be there, Sasuke said into the telecom-like system of sound funnels. Confirmed. We wish you luck on your mission, Uchiha-san. Be safe, all of you. The voice said once again before it was gone. Naruto stood and did a few stretches before reaching behind his back and readjusting Seimata Bocho's sheath. So, which strategy have we decided on? Naruto asked. Sakura looked to Sasuke, who smirked as his Sharingan activated. Naruto, you will double-check that Itachi is actually there. Then I will go in first by myself. If I need it, you will be my supporters. That means defense attacks and distractions only. I must be the one to finish him, Sasuke said with a nod. Sakura smiled. Guess it's time to do this then, she said before opening their door. Sasuke and Naruto followed out behind her before the three of them walked to the next carriage for some quick breakfast before they had to head off to fulfill Sasuke's ambition. I'm going, Dad. Shikaku merely looked up from his breakfast and nodded. One moment, Shikamaru, he said as he stood. He walked around the table and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. As you know, the Nara clan hold the mind in high regard, and as such we follow our thoughts and plans down to the last point, he said seriously. Shikamaru nodded and glanced over his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't lose my cool. I have many plans at my disposal, Shikamaru said dangerously as he went to step away. Shikaku's grip tightened, forcing Shikamaru to hold still. That is why I am worried, son. Shikamaru turned in confusion towards his father and caught his punch. What the hell, Dad? He asked in shock as the man pulled back his fist. Shikaku smirked. Did you ever calculate that I would attack you? He asked, only to receive a confused look in return. Then how did you catch my punch? He asked. Shikamaru frowned. I just acted. Instinct, he said in confusion before his eyes lit up in realization as Shikaku's words sunk in. Shikaku once again placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Lead with your mind, but trust in your gut as well. If an instinct is telling you one thing, trust it, especially if your life depends on it, Shikaku said seriously before taking his hand away. Shikamaru nodded, absorbing the odd piece of information into his mind as he walked out the front of his house and turned right, meeting up with Ino and Choji before continuing to the gate. Shikamaru glanced to his left. Ino? He asked. From the information I gathered, they are on their way here. They are searching for Naruto, so logically this is the first place they would go, she said seriously. Shikamaru nodded. Where they coming from? And why does that matter to you three? The three stopped in their walk and looked up at Tsunade. I cannot and will not allow three mere chunin to go out after Akatsuki without a leader. Especially since you are all blinded by rage over your sensei's death, she said seriously, making all three ninjas twitch as she said death. Choji's teeth ground together. Then what are we supposed to do? He yelled in anger. Tsunade frowned. Go home, go train. Whatever you need to do to keep yourselves busy. I have chosen Kakashi to select an elite team and go after the supposed Immortal Duo. He will succeed, she said seriously. Ohio Hokage-sama, Kakashi said with a wave as he, Sai and Paikon approached the group. Team 10 turned to Kakashi but Tsunade spoke first. Get going, Kakashi, you still need to complete your team, correct? She asked. Kakashi smiled and walked up to Team 10. I have all 6 of them right here. I am sure will be more than enough to safely handle them, he said while placing a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. Tsunade frowned as Team 10 grinned in victory. Are you sure, Kakashi? She asked. Kakashi smiled again. You told me to look for those who would have the highest chance of taking down these 2 zombies. And these 3 have the best reason to put their all into it, so of course I was going to pick them, he said, giving her a solid unarguable reason behind his choice. Tsunade sighed, but relented. Fine. Be safe all of you, she said seriously. Kakashi nodded before disappearing in a sunshine, followed by his team who followed in the same way. Tsunade turned to look towards the gate, where she caught a glimpse of them rushing off to the forest of dead trees. Please, be careful, she thought before walking back to her office. The 2 Akatsuki members walked into a clearing in the forest of dead trees as Hidan continued yelling, this Akatsuki shit goes completely against my religion. Jashin-sama would be furious except that I am one of Jashin-sama's best followers. Kakuzu merely kept walking, as he had been for the past 2 hours. I think this is the first time I have ever agreed with him. I am growing tired of being one of the Akatsuki. Kakuzu thought before something to his left caught his eye. He quickly leapt high into the air as a large amount of kunai stabbed into the area around where he last stood. The explosive tags on them exploded, burning Hidan severely and causing him great pain which he didn't hesitate to complain about. What the fuck, Kakuzu? Where was the warning? Which heathens attacked me, Hayua? The silver-haired man screamed as he rolled around on the floor to put out the flames on his cloak. Kakuzu formed a hand seal, fire style, intelligent hard work. Water style, water dragon jutsu, Kakashi yelled as he threw forth his jutsu. The 2 techniques collided, creating a steam cloud that dispersed to show Kakashi, Paikon, Sai and Ino facing down Hidan and Kakuzu. Hidan stood to his feet as his cloak stopped burning, leaving the right side of his torso bare. Who the fuck are you? He screamed in rage. The 4 ninjas just took battle positions, but Kakuzu's keen eye for a bounty flashed in recognition and he answered Hidan's question. Kakashi the copy ninja and Paikon the elemental swordsman, he said with a smile that even crinkled his mask. Hidan grinned. So. A strong sacrifice for Jashin-sama, he yelled before recklessly charging the group head-on. Kakashi stepped forward, pulling out his chakra saber and clashing with Hidan's scythe. The 2 stood in a struggle for power as Kakashi yelled out orders. Sai. Do it now. Ino, Paikon, hold off the heart stealer, Kakashi yelled before he channeled his white chakra into his blade. Hidan stumbled as the small Tanto cleanly cut through his scythe, leaving him with only 2 blades, but he didn't have time to complain as Kakashi used a substitution jutsu to switch with an ink clone of Sai that grabbed Hidan tightly. "Get the fuck off, you damn heathen!" Hidan screamed as he used his one free arm to swing his scythe around to stab through the clone and into his own chest. The clone leapt into the air the moment before it was stabbed, causing it to drop into papers in front of the mid-air Hidan, who grinned before realizing the papers left over were in fact paper bombs. Sai held the Tora hand seal, Katsu. Boom! The explosion launched the screaming in pain Hidan off to the left of the group. Partial expansion jutsu. Crack! Kakuzu raised a brow in curiosity as a huge arm reached up from behind a nearby tree trunk and slammed Hidan down to the ground painfully, cracking a rock with his back that luckily still had his scythe sticking through it, thus taking the hit of impact for him. Kakuzu frowned as he saw the 4 paper lions charging him, with an opponent on each one. Well, this will be interesting to say the least. Kakuzu thought as he turned his focus away from Hidan. Earth style, mud shot, Paikon yelled as he leant sideways on his lion and stabbed the ground with his main blade. Kakuzu flexed and a slightly gray sheen grew over him, letting the attack hit him harmlessly while Ino launched her jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough, she yelled, creating a solid wall of wind that blew towards Kakuzu as they cleared the final portion of the distance. Kakuzu's skin returned to normal as he waved one arm while forming 4 seals with the other. Wind style, wind slash, he yelled, creating a long blade of wind that cut a horizontal slit in Ino's area technique. Kakuzu easily dove through the small gap his slash made, letting Ino's jutsu rip his cloak off completely while his jutsu cut through the 4 lines of ink, forcing the ninjas to leap off as he rolled to his feet and held his arms wide. Combination, mask blast flames, he yelled as 2 masks appeared on his palms. Kakashi leapt forward as his hands crackled, attacking the flame ball head-on as he thrust his hands forward together holding a purple Rasengan, he yelled. To Kakuzu's shock, Kakashi's attack dispersed the flame ball before releasing a bolt of lightning towards Kakuzu. The attack hit him directly in the shoulder, cutting off his arm in one move. But his charge didn't falter as he kicked the charging Sai away and threw his remaining arm upwards as it turned gray again to block Paikon's attack. Paikon went to slash with his other blade when Ino tackled him out of the way of a fireball that spewed forth from Kakuzu's disembodied arm. Kakuzu leapt back as his arm reattached with him momentarily, before he leant forward. "I don't really want to kill any of you, but I guess you don't really leave me any choice," he said before tendrils burst forth from his back and formed 4 masked beings behind him. Kakashi frowned as he regrouped with Paikon, Ino, and Sai. "I was definitely not expecting this," he said quietly. Hash. Crack. "For fuck's sake stop it," Hidan yelled as he pulled himself to his feet, seemingly unharmed as his skull somehow moved back into place. Ninja art, shadow possession jutsu. From behind Hidan, Shikamaru stepped out of the shadows as his own shadow connected with Hidan's. The silver-haired immortal glared over his shoulder. "You're that fucker who made me lose my head a few days ago. I'll kill you," Hidan yelled as his body shook, trying to make it move according to his will. Shikamaru smirked darkly as Choji landed next to him. "You got him, Shika?" Choji asked. Shikamaru nodded. "Go help the others." "I've got this one," Shikamaru said before turning and walking away, forcing Hidan to follow after him as they moved towards the living forest merely 500 or so meters away. Hidan scowled. "What exactly is your damn plan then, huh? Got some people who are gonna take turns killing me? Cause that won't stop me from performing Jashin-sama's will," Hidan said. Shikamaru nodded. "Don't worry. I'm just taking us to a place where we will have some privacy," he said, not even glancing back towards Hidan. Hidan raised a brow. "Privacy?" he asked. This time, Shikamaru did glance over his shoulder. "You killed my sensei. I will have my revenge," he said before turning to face away once more. Hidan grinned and began laughing. "Ha ha ha. Fantastic. Jashin-sama. Watch me show this heathen the beauty of suffering." Hidan screamed in laughter as he and Shikamaru disappeared amongst the trees. Hash. Clang. "Good luck you 3. One of the train workers yelled from the hatch on the train's roof. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto stood on the roof using their chakra as they were buffeted by the strong winds. Sasuke nodded to the worker who grinned before re-entering and closing the hatch behind him. "Whoa. I didn't realizing we were moving so fast," Sakura yelled with a smile as she welcomed the 150 km/h winds. Sasuke nodded before activating his Sharingan as Naruto yelled out, "Where to Aniki?" Sasuke pointed off to the train's left, prompting his teammates to turn in that direction. Sakura activated her scouter sight. "I can see a couple of threat levels over that way, but nothing too major." "Are you sure, Sasuke-kun?" she yelled. Sasuke frowned. "As I recall, we are approximately 3 hours from the hideout. We should be able to see it from here," Sasuke yelled in return. Naruto closed his right eye and channeled his chakra to his sight enhancement seal which surrounded his left, which Sasuke had multiplied immensely over the years. "Aniki. Is it a building in the side of a small mountain? Pretty much entirely gray?" Naruto yelled out. Sasuke turned to him and nodded, prompting Naruto to smirk and turn to Sakura. "My 11 o'clock. About the distance of most of the Konaha forest away," he yelled. Sakura's glasses began to glow slightly pink, leaving a line through the air following her movements. "I can see a large threat level there. It must be him," she yelled. Sasuke nodded. "We take our high-speed reverse arrowhead formation. Naruto in lead while Sakura ensures we have no interruptions," he yelled as he leapt high into the air while disappearing in a poof of smoke. Sakura leapt forward as well while her legs began to glow rainbow. Naruto merely jumped much farther than the two, his simple maneuver seeming extremely understated in comparison to the massive output of strength needed to make the huge leap. Within moments, Sakura was sprinting across the ground in a blur while scanning their path to ensure that they ran across no one, while Naruto flew a small distance behind her, pulling along Sasuke by his chain while he was hovering on his board. Within seconds, the three blurred towards the hideout at speeds almost no one could catch them at. Combination. Mask blast flames, Kakuzu yelled as his two masks shot their elemental blasts towards the group of 4 ninjas. They dodged to the sides, just as Kakuzu wanted. "Go," he yelled, sending his masks after each ninja. His wind mask shot blasts at Ino continuously, pushing her further away from the group as she was forced to focus on dodging. The fire mask focused on Sai, burning through all of his paper attacks with seemingly no effort at all. His water mask moved at Paikon at high speeds, creating small sharp bursts of water that forced Paikon to use his own blades to destroy the attacks or else be cut. Kakashi was using his Sharingan to get a read on the lightning bolts raining down at him from above, doing his best not to be hit by them. Kakuzu sighed as he calmly pulled out a normal kunai. "I will deliver swift deaths to them. After all, my employer has told me to do whatever is needed to keep my cover. I guess he didn't take this possibility into account." Kakuzu muttered as he calmly approached Kakashi. "This is it," Shikamaru said as he walked into a small clearing. Hidan smirked. "So, your final battle eye? Don't worry, I'll make sure your soul is given directly to a higher power," Hidan said with a chuckle. Shikamaru smirked. "You mean this Jashin, don't you? I've read about that thing. Bloody stupid if you ask me," Shikamaru said as he retracted his shadow. Hidan's eyes burned with rage as he lifted his now two-bladed scythe and swung at Shikamaru. "Die fucker," he yelled. Shikamaru became serious as Hidan swung the two-bladed scythe. "Time to see if my training was truly worth it," Shikamaru thought as he molded his chakra to take the form of the dark element. Shikamaru lifted his arm up, his shadow curling into a physical line that Hidan's scythe clashed against. Shikamaru then dropped and performed a sweep kick that Hidan leapt over, directly into a wall of darkness that sprouted from Shikamaru's back. Shika flung out his arms, expanding the darkness and throwing Hidan away before he placed his hands together. "Dark style, pursuit," he yelled as he punched into his own shadow. Shikamaru's fist came out of Hidan's shadow and grabbed the handle of the Immortal Man's scythe and brought his momentum to a sudden stop, dislocating Hidan's shoulder with a shout of pain as shadows gathered on Shikamaru's opposite hand. Shadow punch. Bam! Hidan was slammed into a tree, shouting a shock and pain at Shikamaru's attack. "What the fuck? How is this kid doing this?" Hidan thought as he forced his arm back into place and looked up at Shikamaru. Hidan raised a brow as he watched the Chunin take sharp, haggard breaths with his eyes closed. Hidan stood to his feet. "Do you see now? Whatever you do is useless. I won't die from any damage you deal to me," Hidan yelled with a grin of insanity. "That's what I'm counting on." Hidan stopped his laughter and raised a brow. "Counting on? What the fuck are you talking about?" Shikamaru opened his eyes, showing the tears that poured down his face and the rage burning deeply within him. "You killed my sensei. You caused our whole team and his whole family so much pain," he yelled as he took a grip of his shadow and pulled it off of him. "I will have to return the favor," Shikamaru said before lashing out with his shadow at Hidan. Hidan rose his scythe and blocked the hit, finding it surprisingly weak. That's all the rage he can muster? How pathetic. Schlick. Hidan gasped as a spear of shadow tore cleanly through his stomach, making him realize the danger as he began to focus all his efforts on dodging and blocking the shadow weapons that were appearing around him. Shikamaru kneeled with his hands buried in darkness, which reached out to the shadow of every one of the surrounding trees. The shadow of each branch became solid and morphed into many weapons that Shikamaru used his chakra to launch and slash at the immortal man. Know our pain. More than anything you've witnessed. Feel it all, Shikamaru yelled as he focused his shadow into forming barbed wire which wrapped around Hidan's heels. Hidan fell onto his back, grunting in pain that he could easily relish in. He thinks his pain amounts to so much? Ha! I've died infinitely in my life. No pain actually harms me. Hidan thought with a smile as he was stabbed through the palms, pinning him to the ground. Shikamaru clenched his fist and watched as the barbed wire slowly dug into Hidan's Achilles tendon and wedged under his toenails. Ino's pain. Shikamaru thought as he began pulling his arms apart. Hidan began to actually breathe heavily while he tried to block out the pain of his toenails being forcefully cracked and torn from his toes. This is nothing, Hidan yelled out loud as he ripped his hands free from the ground in a bloody display and pulled out his retractable spear from inside what remained of his cloak. He went to throw his spear at Shikamaru but hesitated as the barbed wire of shadows wrapped above and below his kneecap. Choji's pain. Shikamaru thought as he grunted in exertion. The shadow stabbed into Hidan's tendons and muscles and slowly ripped them open, causing Hidan to shout in pain as his bone was scratched and shown to the open air in a way he had never felt before. Hidan felt tears in his eyes for the first time in years as he tried to focus his aim. He threw his mini spear forward at Shikamaru, causing him to drop his technique and dodge. Hidan quickly went to move and instinctively tried to flex his muscles in his legs to get to his feet, causing him to scream in pain as the flaps of cut-off flesh rubbed against his nerves and the ground. Hidan bit back the scream and reached for his scythe. Kakuzu will fix me up afterwards. Jashin-sama will keep me alive. I will not give in. Hidan screamed to himself as Shikamaru snuck up to him. Shikamaru's rage was obvious as he channeled his chakra. My pain. Dark style, crunch, Shikamaru yelled as his shadow rose off of his body and surrounded his head. Hidan turned around to come face to face with the head of a large animal made of darkness that bit into his calf and knee, ripping the remaining flesh from and scarring the bone in a horrific display that caused Hidan to give a blood-curdling scream. Hidan naturally lashed out with his scythe, slashing into the shadow that was covering Shikamaru's head and knocking the shadow ninja back into a tree. Hidan stopped his yelling and writhing as he looked at his blade in success, seeing blood on it. He looked over at Shikamaru, who was holding the side of his head in pain that was covered in blood. Hidan rolled onto his front and used the handle of his scythe to draw a circle with a triangle in it before he felt Shikamaru stomp his bare bone, cracking it cleanly in half. Ah! Hidan yelled in pain before glaring over his shoulder at Shikamaru. Shikamaru leapt up into the air and began forming hand seals, letting Hidan quickly pull himself into the pattern and roll onto his back. Hidan smirked as Shikamaru finished his seals. Dark style, night slash. Hidan had raised the scythe to his mouth and was mere millimeters from licking the blood from the blade before Shikamaru's small blades of darkness cut off his tongue and cut up his entire torso with little paper cuts. Hidan cursed as he rolled to the side and spat out his mouth full of blood, but unfortunately for him, he had already ingested some of it. Shikamaru smirked as he fell towards Hidan, watching the man's body take the appearance of his cursed jutsu, Kurenai's pain. Shikamaru yelled as he fell at Hidan. Flashback. Knock knock. A few moments later, a very pregnant Kurenai opened the door. Oh. Hello Shikamaru, how have you been? She asked with a kind smile. Shikamaru didn't know what to say, his expression shattered and he fell to his knees as tears poured from his eyes. In a second, Kurenai was in front of him, holding him softly as he cried, Shikamaru. What's wrong? Are you okay? Kurenai asked. Shikamaru lifted his head and made eye contact. Asuma-sensei, he. Shikamaru barely managed to say before trying not to cry again. He saw the realization hit her, he saw the light in her eyes die, he watched as she clenched at her chest as if her heart was in pain. Kurenai closed her eyes as a single tear fell. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. I. Shikamaru ranted while the tears poured. Kurenai just leant forward and hugged Shikamaru. It's okay, she said softly before kissing his forehead and standing up. Shikamaru looked up in shock as Kurenai walked back into her house calmly. He was frozen in shock at her simple acceptance of her husband's death. He stood to his own shaky feet and left the property, tears pouring all the way. Asumaya. Shikamaru felt his sobs build as Kurenai's pain-filled scream echoed throughout the whole street. Shikamaru wiped some tears from his eyes and looked up with determination. I will not let him die in vain. Don't worry, Kurenai, your husband died a hero. And I will make sure that's known to everyone. Shikamaru thought before leaping towards his clan house. Flashback end. Hidan turned up at Shikamaru in shock as he felt his body come under his own Jashinist technique. No. He thought as Shikamaru pulled something out from his pocket. Slash. Blood flew into Shikamaru's face as he plunged one of Asuma's blades into Hidan's heart, all while remembering the woman's pain-filled eyes as she clenched at her heart. Shikamaru moved back from Hidan's body and went to continue fighting, only to realize that Hidan was no longer moving. Shikamaru watched as the black and white skeleton coloring on Hidan's skin became inverted and then disappeared as Hidan let out one last breath. Shikamaru stood beside Hidan's corpse and knelt, sealing the corpse and the scythe away before he stood and turned back towards Kakuzu's fight, the fire in his eyes done burning as he let the last of his tears fall. Hash. Boom. Paikon stood with a smirk before falling to his knee, one down. He announced tiredly before yanking his blade free from the heart of the water mask. He span and lifted his swords into his now signature move as he faced the nearly worn-down Kakashi and his two opponents, the Lightning Mask and Kakuzu himself. Kakashi stood panting, his right arm dripping with blood as he held a stare-off with Kakuzu, whose Wind Mask stood behind him building up chakra. Damn it. I may be good, but an S-ranked nin like him is too much for me when he fights with that mask. Kakashi thought as he analyzed everything in the area with his Sharingan. He grinned as he saw Paikon's low stance behind Kakuzu. Yes. Kakashi thought as he formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Kakuzu frowned as he recognized Kakashi's technique, but I am not attacking him, so that means. Earth style, Earth Shore return, Kakashi yelled as a slab of earth flipped up to protect him. Sword art, 108-pound cannon. His instincts told him to kick it into high gear, so Kakuzu dove to his left as fast as he could and still felt the pressure of the fast attack pass by his body. Kakuzu rolled to his feet and grunted as he felt another heart die. This swordsman is much more than I anticipated. Kakuzu thought with a frown. The lightning mask fell to the ground in pieces as Paikon landed next to Kakashi. Are you okay, Kakashi-senpai? Paikon asked, glancing at Kakashi's bloody arm. Kakashi nodded. He snuck up on me with a kunai, I almost didn't notice. He could have killed me straight away. Kakashi thought out loud. Paikon frowned. You mean he hesitated? Paikon asked. Realization struck Kakashi. He did hesitate, but why? Kakashi thought. Ah. The three men looked over towards the Wind Mask, which was pulling away from Choji, whose back was just sliced up by a group of wind blades as he protected Ino. Choji spun around and using his enlarged fist, backhanded the Wind Mask straight at Kakuzu. Choji fell forward into Ino's grasp and she began healing him as the bulk of tendrils slammed into Kakuzu and knocked him back. Kakuzu flipped onto his feet and let his mask get assimilated back into his body before standing tall. Come, he yelled. His fire mask pulled away from Sai after spitting one last fireball at the ninja, who used a substitution to dodge. It assimilated back alongside the Wind Mask and Kakuzu began shaking. Sai, Kakashi and Paikon leapt over to Choji and Ino, who was done being healed. Paikon and I are the most skilled out of all of us, so we'll take ninjutsu defenses and attacks. Sai, barrage him with as many paper animals as you can and we'll hope to take him off guard. Choji, we need you on physical attack and defense. Kakashi ordered. Everyone nodded except Ino. What about me? She asked. Kakashi turned to her. Isn't it obvious? We're giving you the opportunity to get inside his head, Kakashi said. Mask blast flames. The group turned back to Kakuzu as Kakashi formed hand seals and Paikon swung his swords. Wind style, vacuum slash. Water style, tearing torrent. KSSHHHH. The resulting explosion of steam separated forced everyone to move from the battlefield or risk being steam boiled. As the field cleared, the Konaha ninjas were shocked to see the transformed Kakuzu with a huge amount of tendrils growing from his body in multiple directions while his masks were visible on top of either of his shoulders. Everyone stood in combat positions as Sai spoke the obvious. We may be in trouble, he said with a weird smile. Kakuzu spun and launched a large group of tendril spikes towards the Konaha ninjas. Paikon stepped forward and slashed with his 3 blades, elemental swords, TRI attack. He thought as from his blades shot a burst of water, lightning and fire. The attack didn't move far, but it managed to destroy or render useless most of the spikes. The others were deflected by Kakashi and his chakra saber before turning to his team, now Sai. Kakuzu was about to launch another attack when he was forced to fight off a barrage of paper birds made with explosive tags. After a few moments of defending, he just launched a large burst of wind which drove off the birds and forced them to explode in mid-air. Kakashi smirked under his mask as he picked up Kakuzu, covering his eyes from the explosion. Go Choji. Using the smoke cloud as cover, Choji leapt into it as he held a hand seal, spiked human boulder jutsu. He yelled as he became a large ball of spiky destruction. Kakuzu was caught off guard by the straight-on approach, but he reacted quickly. Fire style, multi-burst flames, Kakuzu yelled as he launched a cluster of 6 flame bullets at Choji to stop him. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Kakashi's water dragon rose up and swallowed Choji, giving him cover from the fireballs which evaporated its face, before its body caught up and pushed the spiky ball at higher speeds towards Kakuzu. The usually logical and practical man began to panic as he used his threads to push him further backwards in hopes of avoiding Choji. Kakashi was unsure of what to do, but luckily the other Jonin had an idea. Paikon yelled, Sai. The trap. Earth style, devastation. Paikon's jutsu tore the 2 trees Kakuzu was using as support and many of his thicker tendrils, causing Kakuzu to lose control of where he was going and fall to the ground. Sai pulsed his chakra and brought to life the paper snakes he had hidden underground when they first arrived at the battlefield. Ninja art, paper python prison. The snakes came up over Kakuzu's limbs and bit their own tails, tying down Kakuzu as Choji bore down on him. Varuum, Choji yelled as he slammed into Kakuzu, digging him into the ground continuously for almost a solid minute. Choji's chakra diminished and he pushed off of Kakuzu, only to be hit in the face by the man's gray-tinged hand. Choji landed with a grunt on Sai's bird as Kakuzu got to his feet. Sai? That didn't work. He seems fine, Choji yelled in disbelief as Sai dropped him off with the rest of the team. Not exactly Choji, Kakashi said as he pointed. I think we've got him. Choji looked over to see a heavily panting Kakuzu kneeling as his fire heart shattered on the ground from Choji's onslaught. And Choji's eyes widened further as he finally noticed that Ino was also up in the air on Sai's bird, the 2 of them now nose-diving towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu quickly looked upwards. Wind style, vacuum sphere, Kakuzu yelled as he launched the technique at Sai's bird. Ino dove head first at the attack, making everyone gasp as Sai pulled away. She clapped her hands in front of her just before the attack hit. Wind style, motion sickness. He chakra clap made a small vacuum of wind right at her fingertips, thus causing a gap in Kakuzu's jutsu that she dove through harmlessly before she flipped around. Kakuzu had assumed his jutsu would gain him a few seconds to prepare, so he was caught completely off guard when Ino's feet slammed into his stomach, knocking him onto his back once more as she fell on top of him. She placed a hand on Kakuzu's forehead as she used one of her newer techniques, ninja art, shouting secrets. She yelled as her chakra entered his mind. Kakuzu's eyes widened as he felt what was happening. Ino was delving deep into his mind and broadcasting his deepest thoughts and fears to everyone in the battlefield. Ino's technique is used to find the person's weak spot and exploit it, but to her and everyone else's shock, they found things much more interesting. After a minute of everyone hearing Kakuzu's thoughts, Ino leapt back and was caught by Sai, who carried her back to the group on his bird. Kakuzu rolled to his feet, scowling as he took his final mask back into his body. He glared across the clearing as Kakashi walked forward. So, Jiraiya-sama's informant and the mysterious man that tracked all of Shikamaru's actions over the past 3 years, I think your cover is blown, Kakashi said with an eye smile. He's in the throne room, Naruto said as he landed next to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke nodded and stood. Please, stay outside. Sakura can watch my vitals with her scouter sight and signal you to do something about it if something goes wrong, okay Naruto? Sasuke said before swallowing deeply. Naruto nodded and passed one of his kunai to Sasuke. If you need me. Was all Naruto said. Sakura grabbed Sasuke's hand and turned him to her. They shared a long kiss before she hugged him. Remember, you said you'll give us the signal for when we can help, okay? She reminded him. Sasuke nodded. I know. Do you still have the scrolls? He asked. Sakura nodded. I have them. By the end of this everything will be in place for you. she said with a soft smile. Sasuke returned the smile, for us. He corrected before kissing her one more time. Naruto grasped both of their shoulders, as his would style. Sage mode fell. He's awake now, Naruto said with a frown. Sasuke nodded. Good. I want him to feel my punishment before I'm done, Sasuke said as he glanced at Naruto once more. Do you feel a storm brewing? He asked before taking a few steps towards the door. He glanced over his shoulder to see a worried Sakura and a cheery Naruto giving him a thumbs up as the blonde flew up into the air. Sasuke smirked his classic smirk. I'll be back soon, he said before he faded into his mirage sunshine. Chapter 10, Kakuzu and Itachi. Well, this is fucking shit, Kakuzu said with a sigh. Kakashi got into a battle stance. Everyone be on guard. Kakashi ordered to the confused group. Why, sensei? Kakuzu-san is obviously on our side, Choji said. Kakashi was about to explain when Kakuzu yelled out, how can I make sure that the leader of Akatsuki never knows of this? The most reasonable way for you to maintain your cover is to kill every last one of us and hope that he doesn't find out, Shikamaru said as he rose from Ino's shadow. Kakuzu nodded. You are just as smart as I thought, Kakuzu said while summoning a huge amount of chakra. Instantly everyone got ready for more battle, except for Ino who was smiling. That would be true, but I projected those thoughts to everyone I could feel within about 5 miles, and guess who just happens to be in the area? She asked rhetorically. A huge shadow covered the battlefield and everyone looked up in shock. Boom. Kakuzu. Time's up, Jiraiya said with a grin from atop his toad. Kakuzu looked up at Jiraiya, and what exactly am I supposed to do now? I am a missing ninja from one of your allied villages, I can't just join you and everything be happy, Kakuzu said as his tendrils flared up to attack. Sand coffin. Kakuzu was shocked when he was wrapped in a large amount of sand and lifted into the air as Gaara stepped out from the nearby bushes. Jiraiya smirked as he glanced over his shoulder. In case any of you were wondering, Gaara and I were on a capture mission. I do believe Anko is keeping our prisoner entertained while she waits for us? Jiraiya asked towards Gaara. Gaara nodded and calmly walked up to Kakuzu. Jiraiya-sama and his main apprentice have found somewhere for you to go, Kakuzu-san. It is safe and they truly need someone with your skills and leadership, Gaara said. Jiraiya leapt from his toad's back and landed next to Gaara. As Kakuzu began talking, it does not matter where I go, the leader will still find me, Kakuzu said angrily. Jiraiya smirked. You and I both know his plan is coming to a close. The place we are sending you to has absolutely no importance in his supposed grand plan, so he won't care, Jiraiya said with a grin. When have I ever done you wrong, Kakuzu? Trust me just one more time, Jiraiya said. Kakuzu could feel the threatening undertone of Jiraiya's words. So if I refuse you will kill me right here then? He asked, already knowing the answer but earning a nod anyway. Fine. I'd prefer to live than die. Where is this supposed sanctuary? Jiraiya smirked and nodded to Gaara before turning to Sai. Sai, I have a submission for you. Can you give Gaara, Kakuzu and I a lift somewhere? Jiraiya asked. Sai blinked before turning to Kakashi, who nodded. I will explain to Godime-sama. Go ahead, Sai, Kakashi said, pulling his headband back down over his Sharingan eye. Sai frowned but nodded as he used the ink from his pre-made bird and made a larger one. They know I will be forced to tell Danzo-sama about this. I wonder what their plan is exactly. Sai thought as his bird became 3-dimensional and usable. Sai flew over the group and Jiraiya and Gaara leapt up onto the bird, dragging Kakuzu through the air behind them with Gaara's sand. The remaining members of Kakashi's team watched them leave until Ino spoke. So, now what? She asked. Paikon hummed. Yeah, is this a success? A failure? What do we do? He asked Kakashi. Kakashi I smiled. Well, I guess we go find Anko-chan and head back to the village. Let me explain what happened to Hokage-sama, Kakashi said with a smile. Choji sighed. So basically this was a waste of time? And what happened to that other guy? He asked to the group. Everyone turned to Shikamaru, who just nodded. I took care of him. He had some of his own blood and stabbed himself in the heart. I guess that if he's cursed himself he can actually die. Shikamaru reported, not fully understanding how exactly Hidan's immortality suddenly ended. Kakashi nodded. Well then, let's get going, he said before leaping off, using his nose to find Anko's scent as the others followed behind him. Sasuke walked down the dark hallway, breathing deeply to keep himself calm. His footsteps echoed as did his deep breathing. He turned the corner, seeing light from an adjacent archway. 10 steps later and Sasuke turned and calmly walked into the throne room of the Uchiha complex. Crimson eyes opened and watched him approach silently. There was silence as Sasuke came to a stop in the center of the room. Sasuke took a shaky breath, suppressing his rage. Itachi. The Akatsuki member lifted his head, glancing towards Sasuke. "You've grown, Itoto," he said softly. Sasuke glared as his Sharingan melted into activation, making eye contact with Itachi. "This will be it, Itachi. You know it as well, don't you?" he asked as his breathing increased. Itachi smiled softly. "Then let us begin." In a split second, the blade of Sasuke's Kusarigama stabbed into the throne Itachi had been sitting in as the older Uchiha disappeared in a flock of birds. The birds came back together in midair as Itachi threw forward a shuriken and held a single-hand sign that Sasuke's Sharingan barely recognized as more than a blur. "Shuriken shadow clones," Itachi said quietly as the single shuriken became thousands flying at Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan span as he pulled his Kusarigama close. For nearly a minute straight, Itachi's storm of shuriken was battered away from Sasuke's spinning and swirling chain and blade. Just as Sasuke smashed the last shuriken with his weight, Itachi appeared to his right, thrusting at Sasuke with a kunai. Sasuke let go of the blade of his weapon and fell back, letting Itachi's swipe move past him while he placed his empty hand on the ground. Sasuke used his arm as a pivot and swung his feet around, moving to kick Itachi's legs from under him. Itachi jumped and flipped, kicking down at Sasuke. A seal on Sasuke's weapon glowed, lightning style, lightning shield. Sasuke yelled as Itachi's kick was deflected by the electrical sphere, shocking him for a split second. In that second, Sasuke pulled with his other hand, pulling the weight of his weapon into Itachi's chest in a move that could shatter bone. But as it impacted, Itachi burst into another flock of crows, reappearing a few steps from the front of the throne. Itachi looked at Sasuke with a blank face. "Sasuke, you have definitely improved," he said as his Sharingan flashed. Sasuke smirked as he remembered Itachi saying that to him many times in the past. "Let me show you what else I've improved in," Sasuke yelled, reminiscent of his younger self. The two Uchihas leaned back as their chests and cheeks bulged. Uchiha Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The two fireballs careened into each other and both of the Uchiha brothers forced their chakra to push harder as they continued powering their attacks. Sasuke's attack seemed to be stronger than Itachi's and began to break through, until Itachi's eyes flashed. Amaterasu. Sasuke's eyes widened as he leapt back, his jutsu overrun by the black flames conjured by Itachi. Sasuke quickly swung his Kusarigama past his leftmost capsule, swapping it for the weapon inside. Poof. Wind style, vacuum wave. The wind jutsu from Sasuke's umbrella blew the flames back towards Itachi, who leapt high into the air and landed upside down on the roof as Sasuke stabbed his umbrella into the ground. The two Uchihas made eye contact as Sasuke's hand moved over his umbrella and Itachi pulled out a shuriken from seemingly nowhere. Sasuke began summoning and launching thousands of senbon up at Itachi, who began doing the same with shuriken. They clashed for 2 minutes straight, picking off every single weapon that neared them until Sasuke decided something risky would need to be done. Sasuke risked ignoring 2 shuriken to use a simple but hard-to-pull technique. He launched a 6-layered Shadow Senbon barrage and moved to the side, taking the 2 shuriken to the right bicep, only being slashed by one as the other merely cut his shirt. Itachi realized Sasuke's plan and threw a barrage of shuriken towards the senbon stream. To his surprise, the senbon knocked the shuriken enough off course that the final senbon moved through the hole in the center of the 2 shuriken that were in its way before flying at Itachi's eye. Itachi moved, earning himself a cut on the cheek and his ponytail being cut apart by the senbon instead of losing an eye as he fell towards the ground. Sasuke and Itachi had to jump further away from each other as the Amaterasu flames burned across the ground of the throne room. Sasuke quickly sealed his umbrella as Itachi quickly formed another jutsu. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation, Itachi yelled as he spat a wave of fire at Sasuke, which picked up some of the Amaterasu flames and began melting the cement as it approached the younger Uchiha. Sasuke jumped up as he unsealed something from his rightmost capsule while throwing something from his pocket below him. Sealing Art, Gravity Push. The burst of energy from the seal that hit the ground pushed outwards, spreading Itachi's flames throughout the whole building while pushing Sasuke upwards through the air as he swung with his earth club at the ceiling. Earth Style, Loose Rock Collapse. As his club hit the roof, the stone and cement that made it became smaller rocks. They fell downwards in an avalanche, hopefully crushing Itachi while giving Sasuke a clear path up into the air. Itachi's Sharingan span, Inferno style, flame control. The remaining black flames of Amaterasu shot above Itachi in no exact shape, burning through the rocks that would have crushed him as he formed more hand seals. Sasuke looked up and smirked as he felt the rain falling, his Sharingan focused to his left to see a blonde dot high in the air as the storm clouds brewed. From destruction Sasuke made, Amaterasu flames and that of Itachi's jutsu burst out, forcing Sasuke to leap high into the air, looking down through a hole to see Itachi looking up at him. Sasuke's club was replaced with his board as he floated 20 meters or so above the building, eyes locked with Itachi's only open eye as he raised his arm into the air. Itachi finished his deliberately slow seals, ninja art, multi-shadow clone jutsu, destruction. 50 shadow clones came into existence and began leaping up at Sasuke, using each other as springboards to get closer. Sasuke's curse mark took on its first stage as he unsealed his Ocean Naginata, water style, Riptide Slash, he yelled as he span. Sasuke and the multiple clones entered a distance taijutsu fight. Sasuke would swipe his weapon, launching small blades of water at each and every clone who would use small chakra hops to move out of the way. From below Sasuke, the real Itachi formed hand seals, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Sasuke had just gotten some room when a small fireball hit his hand, knocking the Naginata from his grasp and knocking him from his board. Sasuke quickly span through the air, barely managing to dodge the other 5 fireballs before he landed on his feet. Sasuke quickly stood in a defensive stance as he was surrounded by the remaining 39 shadow clones and the original Itachi. Sasuke took a deep breath and his level 1 curse mark covered his whole body in the flames as he reached into his seal pockets. Itachi waved his arm and 2 shadow clones ran forward from Sasuke's sides while another 2 threw ninja tools from his front and back. Sasuke pulsed chakra into the levitation seals on the soles of his feet and leapt into a one-armed handstand as he spun, upside down splits while his free hand held another seal. Sealing art, magnetic field. Suddenly, all of the thrown weapons shot towards Sasuke even faster, and as the Uchiha spun around, he made a sphere around him for a split second before he deactivated the magnet and pushed his levitation seals harder. The ninja tools were launched out in a ring, thanks to Sasuke's maneuver, causing the 2 approaching shadow clones to be destroyed before they exploded violently. Boom! A few seconds later, Sasuke ran from the massive cloud of smoke as he unsealed a shield. He quickly grabbed his discarded board and jumped on it, spinning to the approaching Itachi clones. The shield cracked with lightning style, shockwave. The weak wave shot out in an arc, making the shadow clones explode violently once more, launching Sasuke back up high into the air and giving him a breather as the remaining 10 clones surrounded the original Itachi. Itachi seemed to relax his muscles as Sasuke spoke quietly, knowing his brother's Sharingan would read his lips, "This is it, brother, be gone." Sasuke's Sharingan flashed as a large surge of electrical churka channeled from his arm up into the clouds. With the thunderclap. At Sasuke's yell, a large hound made entirely of lightning appeared from the clouds, causing Itachi to gasp in shock. Sasuke swung his arm, Kirin. Sasuke's attack dove straight at Itachi, exploding into a ridiculous amount of electrical energy that obliterated the clones, Uchiha hideout remains and the mountain it was built into. After a few moments of silence, Sasuke lowered to the ground while picking up his Naginata, slightly scared as he looked up at the large behemoth in front of him. "You have gotten stronger, Sasuke," Itachi said, guarded by the huge orange soldier around him. Sasuke swallowed deeply as he lifted slightly into the air, resealing his Naginata. "Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Sasuke asked. Itachi smirked slightly, almost unnoticeably, a mere fraction of it, the Susanoo. Itachi proclaimed as he raised his arm, "Bring out your curse seal, Sasuke." "Show me your full power," Itachi yelled. Sasuke grinned and fluxed his chakra. "Very well, this is completely mine now. I will not lose on this day," Sasuke yelled as the curse mark covered his body completely and he turned into the level 2 form, though minus the wings. Itachi's eyes flashed in confusion as he saw that the outermost portion of Sasuke's eyes had stayed white. "Orochimaru's soul is gone completely, how did he do this?" Itachi thought as Sasuke was covered in smoke. Itachi's eyes widened at Sasuke's appearance. 2 huge wing-like hands had grown from his back and on their fingers were rings that held weapons. The enlarged right hand had 3 huge rings, on the thumb of which were Sasuke's club, his middle finger held the umbrella and his Naginata was on his pinky. His enlarged left hand had 3 more rings, which each held a large battle fan, Sasuke's kusarigama and a spiked shield. Sasuke smirked as he hopped onto his board and pulled out a new cloaked hoodie, causing Itachi's eyes to widen as lightning struck the ground behind Sasuke. Sasuke, you're the Reaper? Itachi thought in shock as he saw the silhouette of the Reaper's full-armored form. Sasuke nose-dived at the ground before shooting towards Itachi in a barrel roll as his blurred weapons lit up, elemental slash. Sasuke suddenly stopped as S-drill of 5 elements approached Itachi and his Susanoo, shield. Itachi yelled as his large chakra soldier brought his round its shield to defend against Sasuke. Sasuke pulsed and pulled up with his chakra, causing the elemental drill to take the appearance of a huge scythe blade of the elements. The attack slammed into Itachi's shield, and to the older brother's shock, he saw it starting to crack. Impossible. Itachi thought in fear before reacting to the attack. The Susanoo slashed with its own blade, reducing the chakra that held the technique together to nothing as it was absorbed. The elements exploded in a burst of energy that Sasuke barreled through on his board as his naginata, kusarigama, umbrella, club and shield formed a circular formation around his outstretched arm. This is it. 5-element storm, penetrate, Sasuke yelled as he pulled his arm back as 5 different covered chakras glowed across his body before focusing on his arm. Itachi's eyes pulsed. Amaterasu, he yelled as the shield of his Susanoo was enveloped in the black flames. Time seemed to slow down as Sasuke's Sharingan span at incredible levels, burst elements. Sasuke thought as he threw his fist forward, even though he was still about 20 meters away, as he subtly sent slithers of his cursed chakra around his weapons. Wind. The wind from Sasuke's fan blew and separated a small gap in the black flames, but Sasuke couldn't see the crack he was aiming for, so he moved more cursed chakra to activate a seal on his naginata. Water. From the blade of Sasuke's weapon shot a small pellet of water just in front of his hand, which exploded outwards as it hit the shield directly, turning the fire from unstoppable black to a blue, red and white while pushing it back, giving Sasuke line of sight to the crack. Earth. Hundreds of stones began ripping themselves from the ground and wrapping around Sasuke's arm as he sent more of his chakra to his kusarigama. Fire. Sasuke's cursed chakra gave his fire an extra boost, turning it from red to blue and making it hot enough that as it crashed into the shield in front of him, it enlarged the crack to a point where Sasuke saw a piece of the shield actually fall off. Lightning. As Sasuke finally threw his fist forward at the Susanoo, lightning cracked from his shield in a huge bolt, shattering a hole in the shield and giving Sasuke straight passage to the chest of Susanoo with his earthen fist. Itachi and Sasuke's Sharingans locked as Sasuke pushed off his board and fell the last few meters at Itachi, de. Sasuke screamed as he slammed his earth fist into the gigantic soldier of chakra. Tsukiyomi. Sasuke gasped as he was suddenly strapped to an upright cross. He looked to his right hand in shock as his earthen fist collapsed. What? How? Sasuke yelled in shock as he realized he could no longer feel his chakra, be it curse, elemental or normal. Foolish little brother. Sasuke looked in front of him with hatred burning in his eyes, seeing Itachi once again dressed in his cloak in the crimson-colored world he was now stuck in. What is this? Sasuke yelled. Itachi merely blinked calmly. This is my world. The world of the Tsukiyomi. Sasuke's mouth snapped shut, the ultimate genjutsu of the Mangekyo. I read about this, there is only one way to get out of it, and I don't have an external chakra source. Damn it. I should have tried Sage Mode sooner. Sasuke thought in fear, not quite knowing what to expect. Shlink 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 shlink. Ah, Sasuke yelled in pain as a katana stabbed through both of his elbows and knees, pinning him to the cross. He felt Itachi grab his face and his eyes were forced open to meet Itachi's slowly revolving Sharingan. Pay attention, Itachi demanded. Sasuke glared at Itachi as the man took a step back. When you used the curse seal, Orochimaru's influence was absent completely. Explain, Itachi demanded. Sasuke spat at Itachi's face, only for it to fade from existence before it could get close. Itachi locked eye with Sasuke and the two had a glare off as Itachi considered his options. Tell me. Now. Itachi ordered. Sasuke smirked. Okay. After you tell me 2 things, Sasuke said as his Sharingan span to read Itachi for lies. Itachi smirked from behind his Akatsuki collar, and he's grown smarter. Itachi thought, what do you want to know, Sasuke? Itachi asked, keeping up his dark persona. Sasuke watched Itachi for any reactions. Who helped you eradicate the clan? Sasuke said. To anyone, all they would have noticed Itachi's brow raise in slight confusion, but Sasuke smirked as his Sharingan caught the slight tremor through Itachi's body. You would not believe me even if I told you, Sasuke. So it does not matter, his name is Madara Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes widened and he began shaking, causing Itachi to visibly frown. Sasu. The same Madara that fought the first Hokage? The one that killed Aunt Kushina? Sasuke asked, clearly trying to hold back his rage. Itachi's frown stuck. Aunt Kushina? Who does he mean? I know of no Kushina from our clan. Itachi thought before his body tensed as he felt a tremor in his lungs. No time to waste. He thought as he took a shaky breath. Give me my answer, Sasuke. Where is Orochimaru's soul portion? Itachi demanded. Sasuke smirked. Why? So you can take it for yourself? No chance, Itachi. Naruto took it before you got the chance, Sasuke said with a chuckle. Itachi did not seem to acknowledge Sasuke's response, but inside he felt more crushed. Naruto, so you got to my brother without my help. Itachi thought, feeling a little useless. Sasuke was about to speak, but the cross suddenly collapsed and the world flashed. Itachi looked around in shock. What? My Tsukiyomi? He asked, not understanding how it was being broken. He looked to Sasuke to see the younger Uchiha panting in pain. Thanks, Naruto, Sasuke yelled with a pained grin. The world shook once more. Blam! Itachi's Susanoo was pushed back from Sasuke's punch, connecting with it, and Itachi let it collapse as his main defense was shattered. He looked up in shock to see a lightning-covered, Snake Sage mode Naruto pulling his hand away from Sasuke, obviously having used his higher-level nature chakra to disrupt the Tsukiyomi. Naruto smirked as the Sage chakra became healing chakra and it seeped into Sasuke's system, refilling his chakra reserves and partially healing him physically. As Naruto spoke, "You need help, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. Sasuke shook his head in the negative as he stood on his feet, his earthen gauntlet actually falling now. Thanks, Naruto, but not yet, I still have a fair few tricks, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded and disappeared in a flash of yellow, causing Itachi's eyes to widen. The Hirashin? So he's the final flash? So their final teammate could very well be the Phoenix user, Burning Speed. I would stand no chance against the three of them. Itachi thought as he rose to an attacking position and unsealed an Anbu standard sword. Sasuke smirked and his wings collapsed, almost all of his weapons resealing themselves as Sasuke now stood in his level 1 curse seal holding his Kusarigama. Up and close then, Sasuke said as he surged his chakra through his weapon, making it take the solid form of a scythe. Itachi slipped into the Uchiha standard sword style and dashed forward, clashing with Sasuke in a display of sparks and weaponry as Sasuke flexed his chakra to a seal hidden under his cloak. I will take him down, even if I have to die to do it. He thought as he earned a slash across his forearm so that he could land a slice to Itachi's shoulder and ripping down his bicep. Both brothers stepped back as blood seeped down their opposite arms, their blades resting in the palms of their other hand. Itachi looked down at his carved flesh with a frown. He truly is a jack of all trades. He switches styles of fighting so easily, it's amazing to have so many focuses. Itachi thought before looking up at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded before flashing forward at Itachi and the two entered a power struggle as Sasuke tried overpowering Itachi and rendering him headless. It was tense before Sasuke spoke. You truly are strong, Itachi. You're using only the single style of the Uchiha and managing to hold off everything I throw at you, Sasuke said with a smirk, not realizing his thoughts were similar to his brother's. Itachi merely nodded. A master with a spoon is better than a novice with a sword, or in your case an armory, Itachi said before slipping into Sasuke's guard and landing a headbutt. Sasuke fell back with a bloody nose and used his scythe to once again catch Itachi's blade as he slapped a seal from the inside of his sleeve onto Itachi's blade. I'm no combat master, but a seal master. Disintegration. Itachi's eyes widened in shock as the blade of his sword turned to ash, forcing him to drop into a matrix dodge to avoid having his chest cleaved in half. Itachi was put on the defensive as he spent the next minute dodging Sasuke's swipes as fast as he could, barely managing to stay ahead. Itachi began to sweat as Sasuke's curse seal began to cover more of his body, making him move just slightly faster. Every 10th slash or swipe began to cut Itachi's cloak. 5 minutes later and Sasuke drew blood on Itachi's thigh. Only for Itachi to burst into a flock of crows that flew around Sasuke in a dizzying blur. The younger Uchiha got flustered and slashed wildly while stepping backwards. Damn it. Why can't I see through this genjutsu? Sasuke thought in confusion. Sasuke spun and sent chakra into the seal on his blade. Weapon art, flame spin, Sasuke yelled. The crows around him were either burnt from existence or pushed away. One of them expanded and from it came Itachi, mid-hand seal, fire style, flame lance, Itachi said as fire formed a smaller version of the Totsuka blade of his Susanoo. Sasuke smirked as his blade released its scythe form and became loose as a kusarigama. Sasuke threw the blade forward as his chakra activated one of his most used seals, weapon style, cutting edge. Sasuke's blade sliced a clear hole in Itachi's attack, causing Itachi's eyes to widen as the kusarigama blade stabbed into his shoulder joint, wedging between the ball and socket and causing Itachi's jutsu to drop as the older Uchiha held back his pain. Sasuke slammed a seal onto his chain, lightning style, Chidori current. Itachi's wound was seared by the live current and he fell to his knees as his body was shocked, while his cheeks bulged in one of the jutsus he took from Kisame, water style, water gun. Itachi wheezed out as the electricity barely let him move enough to launch the jutsu at Sasuke. It hit Sasuke right on the chest. The small stream connected Sasuke and Itachi and the two were both electrocuted at high levels, the two trying to outlast the other's pain threshold as they glared into each other's Sharingan eyes. Sasuke's concentration fluttered and Itachi tore the blade from his shoulder and stood shakily. Sasuke's balance shifted and he stepped forward, pulling back his fist to slam it into Itachi's face. Itachi made a shadow clone behind him effortlessly and fell forward under Sasuke's punch. The clone grabbed Sasuke's stretched forward hand and pulled him over Itachi's hunched form, making Sasuke fall and earn himself a crunching elbow to the face. It took a moment for Sasuke to get his bearings from flat on his back, but when he finally looked up he saw the two Itachis staring down at him, both of them with their left eyes closed as their right eyes took the form of the Mangekyo. Dragon Fist. Sasuke smirked as a fission clone appeared and burst through the two shadow clones in a single strike. The moment the copy moved out of Sasuke's view, his eyes widened as he saw Itachi falling at him through the air, thrusting downward a second flame lance. Sasuke pulled his chakra from the hidden seal on his chest, instantly fusing him and his fission clone together again and moving the golden flames into his grasp as he thrust his arm up to meet Itachi's. Totsuka Flame. Dragon Fist. The two techniques clashed in a burst of flames and Sasuke braced himself against the earth underneath him as his attack forced Itachi to stay airborne. Itachi and Sasuke stared at each other as they poured the last of their chakra into the attack. Itachi smirked lightly as the light seemed to turn down just for a moment. Sasuke's eyes widened as Itachi smiled softly. "Sorry, Sasuke," Itachi said quietly before his jutsu collapsed and he fell into Sasuke's fist. Boo. Hash. Wait, your Uchiha went to find Itachi now? Kakuzu asked in shock as he was floating through the air, thanks to Gaara's sand. Gaara nodded as Jiraiya picked up on the disapproval in Kakuzu's tone. Why is that such a problem? He can handle it, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Kakuzu sighed. Sorry about this, he said before he ripped himself free with brute force, landing next to Jiraiya on Sai's bird and scaring everyone even as he continued. Look, tell me about the one person who the Akatsuki would want to get a strike at? Collectively. He specified. Jiraiya didn't seem fazed as he thought about the possibilities. The Jinchuriki, your targets, or Orochimaru, the one who betrayed you? He asked. Kakuzu nodded. The snake. And what is the one thing he'd do anything to get his hands on? Kakuzu asked as he chucked Jiraiya a scroll from his pocket. Jiraiya frowned as he caught the scroll and opened it. His eyes widened. No. Hash. Whoa. He did it without our help, Sakura said as she deactivated her scouter sight after seeing Itachi's corpse hit the ground next to the unconscious Sasuke. Naruto smirked as he took in nature chakra. I can't feel Itachi's chakra anymore. Sasuke won, Naruto said as he opened his eyes, revealing his snake sage mode was collapsing as he turned to Sakura. It's over, Sakura. He won. Naruto cheered. Sakura smiled before looking over Naruto's shoulder, her eyes widening in fear. Naruto turned around, his eyes widened as he saw what Sakura must have seen earlier. Art is an explosion. Katsu, Deidara yelled as from his place on a large bird while snakes appeared around the two fallen Uchihas. Boom! Naruto and Sakura stared in disbelief as the area holding their teammate was obliterated completely. Sakura was suddenly covered in her Wheels Unlimited form and Naruto was covered in lightning armor as the two moved across the battlefield in less than a second. Blam! Even though Naruto and Sakura were moving at Mach speeds, they ran headfirst into someone's forearms as he clotheslined them painfully. Sakura used a chakra hop to flip around entirely and land back on her feet as she turned back to the person, while Naruto fell across the ground painfully ripping up stones as he came to a stop. Sakura was pissed off. The love of her life finally achieved his ambition. Now the only thing left of his goals was to recreate the clan, something she wanted to get started right away. But then out of nowhere these two Akatsuki members appear and attack them? Not a smart idea according to her. "Who the fuck are you?" she yelled angrily as her helmet opened to show her face. The Akatsuki member turned around, revealing his orange masked face as he stood hunched over. Sakura suddenly felt something dark. What is this feeling?" she thought as she tried to see the only visible eye of the opponent. "Hiya. I'm Toby," the Akatsuki member said with a friendly wave. Sakura faltered at the Akatsuki member's attitude, but he just continued talking. "Sorry I hit you guys, but Datara-senpai said that Leader Sama said that he had to take out those two Uchiha guys cause that way or Chimeri-san can't get no Sharingan eyeballs," Toby said with a thumbs up after his explanation. Sakura merely twitched in annoyance before disappearing in a blur, aiming a kick at Toby's head from behind. Shocking burst bullet. Toby didn't even move, but Sakura's foot went straight through him and destroyed the ground in front of him. Sakura landed in front of Toby and spun, ready to deliver a punch to his chest. She gasped as he calmly placed a hand on her head. "Bye Sakura-san," Toby said as suddenly, Sakura was gone. Naruto had gotten to his feet and looked back to see Sakura disappear in a swirl of chakra. He began shaking with anger as Toby waved to him. "What?" Naruto thought in shock and anger before hearing a shout from behind him. "Die snake!" Naruto turned with wide eyes to see a smirking Orochimaru standing over Itachi and Sasuke's semi-conscious, hopefully, bodies, apparently having protected them from Datara attack. Orochimaru chuckled. "Oh come now Datara, do you really think I had no knowledge of the leader's plan?" he asked with a snake grin before he turned serious with a glare. "I will not let you claim my prize." Naruto smirked. "So, Orochimaru will keep Datara from killing Sasuke, even if it is for his own sake. I guess I can let him handle it," he thought before turning forward to face Toby. "Looks like I might have my hands full with this guy. I have no idea what his powers are," Naruto thought as he stood straight. Toby jogged over to Naruto and stopped about 10 meters in front of him. "Hi Naruto-san. You're the Kyuubi holder, right? Can you please come with me and Datara-senpai?" Toby asked while resting his hands behind his neck comfortably. Naruto kept a serious look on his face. "I will have to find out what he did with Sakura-ne-chan ASAP," Naruto thought as he reached behind his back and lifted his blade free. Toby tilted his head. "Hey! That was Kisame-senpai's." "You stole it," Toby said, pointing at Naruto accusingly. Naruto flexed his muscles. "Lightning armor," he yelled. Toby's eye widened. This boy not only has a legendary sword under his control, but is capable of using the ultimate technique taught to the Raikages? Toby thought seriously while maintaining the outlook of a simpleton. Naruto threw Seimata Bocho at Toby and disappeared in a streak of lightning. Toby dove under the blade as it flew over him and cried out in shock and covered his face as Naruto punched through his chest and into the ground. Toby chuckled. "Ha ha," he said before rolling away and to his feet, Naruto watching in shock. "What the hell? Is he a genjutsu?" Naruto thought as he took a deep breath, letting the nature chakra in his system partially unleash his snake style, Sage Mode. Naruto's snake eyes took in Toby. "It's no illusion, so how did I pass through him?" Naruto thought in confusion. Toby reached into his cloak and pulled out an oversized explosive ball. "Ta-da!" Toby yelled as he threw the balls forward at Naruto. Naruto lifted his hands up. "Bone bullet," he yelled. The electric-charged finger bones broke through the explosive balls and made them explode in midair as Naruto used the cover of smoke to charge Toby, hoping to catch him off guard before he could become intangible. Pulling out a kunai, Naruto slashed straight through Toby's stomach. Turning as he came out the other side, he came face to face with Toby's palm. Naruto was caught off guard as Toby grabbed his face. "Bye-bye," Toby said cheerfully as chakra began to swirl. Flash. Bam. Naruto had flashed behind Toby with the kunai he had used earlier, holding it in a reverse grip as he slammed a super-powered punch into Toby's back and launching him to the other side of the clearing. Naruto smirked as he watched Toby slam into the ground in between Orochimaru and Datara, the two of which were in the middle of an explosive taijutsu battle, literally. Datara looked down in shock. "Toby? He hit you?" Datara asked in shock. Toby rubbed his head sheepishly, while glaring hatefully at Naruto. "That boy. He knows the Hirashin?" he thought. Naruto smirked. "So, to hit me he has to become 100% solid again. I can use that," Naruto thought as he span his kunai and pulled out another. Deidara was staring at Toby in shock and Toby was glaring at Naruto. Oh, has everyone forgotten about little old me? Orochimaru thought with a snake-like grin as his throat bulged. Schlink. Deidara gasped and looked down, seeing Orochimaru's kusanagi plunged into his stomach. He looked up at Orochimaru and coughed blood as he tried to think of a way he'd survive the poison. Senpai, Toby shouted as he jumped up and kicked at Orochimaru, forcing the snake to retreat as he caught Deidara's stunned form. Orochimaru landed in front of the Uchiha brothers and smirked. It seems like I win Akatsuki. Now leave, Orochimaru demanded with a cackle. Toby looked at Orochimaru, then over to Naruto. I cannot win here unless I reveal myself. He thought before looking back at Orochimaru and noticing something behind him. Then again, maybe I don't need to. Don't worry, senpai. I'll take you to leader right away, Toby said before a swirl of chakra began to envelope him. Naruto had seen Toby's focus swap to something behind Orochimaru. I'll only have one shot at this, Naruto thought as he threw two tri-pronged kunai. Orochimaru swung his blade, knocking one of the kunai high into the air while the other disappeared alongside Toby and Deidara in the swirl of chakra. Flash! Orochimaru looked up at the kunai as it fell harmlessly to the ground. What? Where did he go? Orochimaru thought as turned his sight to where he thought the other kunai would have landed, only to see it gone. Orochimaru smirked. Kukukaku, looks like the Sharingan is finally mine. Orochimaru thought as he turned to the two fallen Uchiha brothers. Cough. Cough. Not today. Orochimaru, Itachi said as he slowly stood, his left arm blown off entirely. Orochimaru smirked and lowered his gaze to Itachi's chest. No matter if we're stronger than me at full power, I could beat you without breaking a sweat in the condition you are in. Itachi coughed up a glob of blood and fell to his knees, causing Orochimaru to chuckle as he walked calmly towards Itachi. Susanoo! Itachi screamed. Orochimaru leapt back and watched with wide eyes as Itachi's Susanoo came into existence. What? But you have no chakra. How are you doing this? Orochimaru yelled in shock as he readied his hands to form a jutsu. Itachi smirked. Do you know what true power is? Itachi asked as he stood guard in front of the unconscious Sasuke. It's the ability to protect. What is precious to you? Itachi yelled out as his chakra solidified and Susanoo swung its Totsuka blade. Orochimaru slammed his hands to the ground, summoning Rashomon, he yelled. A Rashomon gate shot up to protect him, but Itachi's sword melded through the gate and struck at Orochimaru, who barely leapt out of the way in time. Itachi panted heavily. I have to keep going. Just until Naruto comes back to get Sasuke. Itachi thought before coughing more blood. Orochimaru rolled to his feet. If some kid Chunin can break that armor I sure can, he yelled as he formed hand seals. Snake style, ultimate fang, Orochimaru yelled as his arm took the form of a large snake fang with poison dripping from it. Orochimaru leapt at Susanoo, who raised its shield. The blow struck and it did manage to crack the shield, but Itachi swept the shield aside, knocking Orochimaru back before he could do any more damage. Flash! Itachi looked over his shoulder as Naruto appeared, holding Sakura and landing next to his kunai behind Sasuke. Naruto and Itachi locked eyes for a moment and Itachi smiled softly and nodded. I'll hold him for a few seconds. Itachi promised as he turned back to Orochimaru. Naruto knelt next to Sasuke while Sakura stood defensively over them. Don't trust him, Naruto. He's Itachi Uchiha, Sakura yelled in slight fear of the massive orange soldier. Sakura! Come here now. It's hard enough taking two people but not while you're all yelling, Naruto demanded, glaring at Sakura with his red-slitted eyes. Sakura was shaking with adrenaline and confusion before she stepped next to Naruto, just as Itachi jumped forward and deflected a stab from Orochimaru. Orochimaru glared at Itachi. Fine. I'll just take your body then, Orochimaru yelled as he turned his attention to Itachi. Itachi turned and used Susanoo's large hand to pick up Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. He threw them into the air as his chakra built. This is the end, live Sasuke. Itachi thought as his Mangekyo Sharingan fluxed and Susanoo's hands moved together. Yasaka Magatama, Itachi yelled, launching the overly powerful attack at Orochimaru as he felt a chakra pulse from above. Flash! Naruto, Sakura, but most importantly, Sasuke was now safe. Orochimaru blurred through hand seals. Shit. That attack is unstoppable. So I must dodge it. Orochimaru thought as he summoned. Summoning Jutsu. Bu-o-o-o-um. The chakra disc slammed into Manda and killed him instantly while blowing Orochimaru far from the area, relatively unharmed but low on chakra. Itachi wheezed as blood poured from his lips and the stump of his arm. He fell to his knees and Susanoo shattered. I did it, I did my duty as a shinobi and a brother, I'm done. Itachi's vision began fading to black, but he couldn't help but find himself smiling as he felt his heart stop pumping and he fell to his side. So. Flash. Jostled by the chakra leap, Sasuke's eyes snapped open. Flashback. Flash. Sasuke's eyes opened at the bright light, seeing Orochimaru's back as the snake man looked side to side for some reason. Sasuke began to panic. No. I can't die here. Poke. Sasuke stared in shock at the bloody hand that was poking his forehead. His eyes followed the arm and saw Itachi's tired but smiling face looking at him. Itachi smiled. Hold on, Sasuke. I'll protect you, Itachi said as he groggily got to his feet, facing Orochimaru as the snake man turned to face him. Sasuke fell into darkness for a few moments, coming to once more for a split second. Do you know what true power is? Itachi asked Orochimaru as he stood guard in front of Sasuke. It's the ability to protect. What is precious to you? Itachi yelled out with a passion that Sasuke had never heard in his brother's voice before. Itachi, Sasuke yelled as he sat up. Naruto held Sasuke's shoulders still. Whoa Sasuke. It's okay, we're back in Konaha, Naruto said. Sasuke looked at Naruto with wide eyes before looking around him frantically. Sasuke's eyes snapped towards Naruto once more and grabbed his arms. Naruto. Naruto almost jumped at the strong grip, before he heard the pain in Sasuke's voice. Why yeah Aniki? Naruto asked. Sasuke breathed heavily. Please, get Itachi, please. Sasuke thought as his body gave into the exhaustion. Sakura hugged Sasuke and looked up at Naruto. I thought Sasuke got Itachi? How was that guy still alive? She asked. Naruto shook his head. He doesn't want me to go get Itachi and kill him, he wants his brother here. Flash. Flash. Naruto landed heavily and looked around the clearing in shock. What in the name of log happened? Naruto asked himself as he looked over what was now a barren wasteland. Feeling a chakra to his right, Naruto turned quickly, seeing Orochimaru sprinting into the clearing, but coming to a stop as he spotted Naruto. The two felt another chakra pulse and looked out towards to left of the crater, seeing Toby appear from a swirl of chakra. The three ninjas looked at each other across the clearing. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself as he spotted Itachi's corpse just over 40 meters from him, and about 30 from Orochimaru. And although Naruto wasn't certain of it, he had a feeling this Toby character wanted to take the Sharingan for himself. The three stood in a stare-off until Orochimaru twitched, moving to grab Itachi. Within a second, Toby had started sprinting forward at high speed that reminded Naruto of Sakura's skating technique. Naruto flexed and his lightning armor sparked into existence. He charged forward, realizing that he would make it to Itachi about the same time as Orochimaru and moments before Toby. Orochimaru dove towards Itachi's corpse while holding a hand seal, looking as if he intended to use a shunshine to get some space. So, Naruto leapt forward as well, using his lightning armor for another burst of speed as he whipped out Seimata Bocho. Orochimaru saw Naruto was moving to attack him, so stopped his hand seals and quickly drew Kusanagi from his mouth. Naruto's eyes snapped to his left as Toby charged, kunai in hand as he looked to be moving to stab at Itachi. So Naruto did something simply shocking. He span as if starting up at Tsuuga while his sword glowed, twirling above Itachi's corpse as Orochimaru and Toby attacked. Clang clang. Naruto smirked at the shocked look on Orochimaru's face, and by Toby's hesitation, he guessed that the masked man felt the same. Naruto stood in a wide crouch over Itachi, using the original Seimata to block Toby and the original Kubikiri Bocho to block Orochimaru. Naruto flexed and his lightning armor surged, shocking the two S-class shinobi and blowing them back a few meters, which was all Naruto needed. He let go of Kubikiri and Seimata came to life and bit the other blade, forming a link between Naruto and both the swords even without touch. He used his now free hand to grip Itachi's bloody shirt. Naruto looked up as he focused his chakra, smirking as Orochimaru's shadow snakes shot at him and Toby's chakra made a swirl. Flash. Flash. Naruto fell to his side, breathing heavily as Itachi's corpse landed next to him. Naruto? Tsunade gasped in shock as the blonde appeared in her office. Naruto looked up at Tsunade and blinked before smiling. "Hey Ba-chan, mission accomplished," Naruto said before flopping down flat on his back and sighing. Tsunade blinked in confusion before running around her desk and performing a medical jutsu to scan Naruto. "Ba-chan, I'm fine. Just in a little bit of, well, shock I guess," Naruto said, trying to wave her off. Tsunade frowned at him before looking over to Itachi, whose corpse was still as blood seeped from it into her carpet. She sighed and sat back, looking between the two. Naruto sat up. "So, you want me to give the report while I'm here?" Naruto asked. A pink and red blur entered through the window. "Ba-chan. We're back in Sasuke, Naruto?" Sakura exclaimed in shock. Naruto turned to Sakura. "How's Sasuke?" "I got him a little gift," Naruto said with a grin as he gestured to Itachi. "Where are we?" Kakuzu asked as the small group landed in the desert. Jiraiya led the group up one more dune, and Kakuzu's eyes widened. "Suna? You expect me to believe one of the hidden villages will willingly harbor a fugitive like me?" Kakuzu asked skeptically. Jiraiya smirked. "Actually, all the village knows is that a certain someone with a lot of pull in the village has a new assistant. You will be staying there," Jiraiya said, pointing to a large building just behind the village. Kakuzu frowned as he did not know what exactly the place was. Jiraiya turned to the group. "Gaara, Sai, wait here. I'll be back soon," Jiraiya said as he led Kakuzu off towards the odd structure. Gaara folded his arms and turned to Sai, who was sitting under his bird for some shade. "I do not believe we have met," Gaara said. Sai looked to Gaara and smiled. "You are correct. My name is Sai," he said, offering a handshake. Gaara's eyes flashed in recognition. "This is the ninja Naruto wanted me to befriend? I wonder why." Gaara thought as he stepped close and shook Sai's hand. "I am Gaara." Sai smiled oddly and his bird lifted its wings. "Would you like some shade, Gaara-san? I hope you don't mind, but may I ask you some questions?" Sai asked. Gaara blinked and sat down, so Sai took that as his way of saying go ahead. "Naruto-san has asked me to talk to you about emotions. But I do not know where to start," Sai said with an odd smile. Gaara smirked slightly. "Did he tell you about my origin?" Sai shook his head. He did not, but everyone knows the story of Gaara of the Sand. The two talked and shared their Naruto-related epiphanies. And Sai began to understand how a person can take control of their own emotions, through the trust of their friends and their village. 2 days later. And then Sasuke-kun asked Naruto to get Itachi's body for him. So he did. Then the next thing I know, I rushed here so I could ask you to help heal Sasuke and ran into you too. You both came and helped him, then we rested up. So yeah, mission accomplished, Sakura said with a happy smile. Tsunade nodded to her. "Very good, Sakura-chan. You three can have the next few days off. Now go home and rest you here?" "No training today," Tsunade said sternly. Sakura nodded. "See ya, Ba-chan. Uro-sensei. Uncle Kakashi," she said before disappearing in a blur, the door shutting softly behind her. Tsunade turned to the two others and nodded to Jiraiya. "Mission accomplished, Hidan is killed, Kakuzu is no longer a threat and your little sound spy is captured," Jiraiya said with a grin, standing alongside Kakashi. Tsunade nodded. "I hear Shikamaru managed to defeat an S-rank immortal? By himself?" she asked in disbelief. Kakashi nodded. "He admitted to me he may have gotten a bit distracted by his rage and went overboard, but apparently with his dark style techniques, that anger actually gives him more power. But yes, he managed to defeat Hidan by himself," Kakashi said, barely looking up from his book to do so. Tsunade nodded. "Well, I can't believe this all went so well, I'm kinda in shock," she said before laughing lightheartedly. Knock knock. The three glanced at the door. "Enter." The door opened and in rolled Hiruzen. The three ninjas frowned in concern as they noticed he had gotten thinner and was back to using his wheelchair. "Tsunade-chan, I just wanted to remind you about the meeting this afternoon. The Jonin exams?" he asked. Tsunade blinked before looking at the clock. "Oh crap. Jiraiya, Kakashi, you're both dismissed. I gotta finish this work," Tsunade said with a frown as she grabbed another sheet of paper. The two nodded and walked out, bowing to Hiruzen in respect before closing the door. The third rolled up to Tsunade's desk and placed a piece of paper in front of her. Tsunade blinked in confusion before looking up. "What's this, sensei?" she asked as she went to open it. Hiruzen grabbed her hand. Please don't. Can you promise me something, Tsunade-chan? Hiruzen asked. Tsunade nodded slowly, not feeling too good about the old man's weak grip. That is my will. I already have it witnessed and made official. But when I do pass, I would like you to read it out loud at the next council meeting, Hiruzen said. Tsunade stood. What are you talking about, old man? Since when are you gonna die? She said angrily. Sarutobi smiled. Tsunade, scan me, was all he said as he rolled back from the desk. Tsunade shakily got to her feet and walked around the desk as she began a scanning medical jutsu. From outside the Hokage's office, a nearby Onbu placed a sound seal on the door to cover up the Hokage's sobs of sadness. Naruto stood over the Sasuke's bed, pulling his hands away with a smile as the green glow fell. So Aniki, how do you feel? He asked. Did you bury Itachi like I asked you to? Naruto rolled his eyes. For the last time, yes. I did. And we will look into what happened that night and any possibilities on how Madara Uchiha could still be alive, Naruto said. Sasuke rolled into a sitting position and placed his feet on the ground. He smirked at Naruto, even though his eyes were wrapped in bandages. In that case, I'd have to say that I feel like I can finally see. Chapter end, kinda. Flash. No, Orochimaru yelled in anger as Naruto left with Itachi's corpse. Toby chuckled darkly. A complete different voice came from his mouth when he spoke. Orochimaru, it seems there is only one way to fulfill your goal of getting the Sharingan now, Toby said. Orochimaru turned to Toby and practically growled, I would have had the eyes by now if you damned Akatsuki didn't interfere, Orochimaru yelled before slashing at Toby with Kusanagi. Toby stood calmly as the slash sailed through his body harmlessly, causing Orochimaru to falter as he jumped back a few meters. Orochimaru was about to attack again, but Toby spoke up. Nagato is not the true leader of Akatsuki. I am, Toby said seriously. Orochimaru hesitated. He knows leader's name. It took me forever to find out who he was. Orochimaru thought with a frown, but seeing as Toby was not going to fight, Orochimaru stood tall. Why are you telling me this? Orochimaru asked. Toby chuckled. You see, Nagato would have done anything to keep Itachi in the group, which is why you were chased away when you tried to attack him for his Sharingan eyes. But with Itachi gone, there would be no problem with you rejoining, after a few modifications to management, Toby said with another chuckle. Orochimaru scowled. Why in the name of Log would I want to rejoin with you? He asked. Toby chuckled. I can get you the Sharingan. Orochimaru smirked. Sure you can. How exactly do you propose that happening, he said. Toby reached up and pushed his mask higher on his face. Let's just say I can see a solution to both of our problems, he said as his own eye was shown to Orochimaru. Orochimaru stared in confusion before his face split into a grin and he began to laugh manically. HMHM ha 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 ha. Chapter 11. Memories of the Dead, Thoughts of the Future. I'm sorry, I whispered as I hacked my auntie in half in a single swipe. Turning, I lifted my sword and cut the throat of my uncle before he could make any noise. I continued my spin, looking in through the doorway over my now dead uncle. Fire style, blaze bullets. I spat out 3 small balls of fire that entered the eyes of the 3 people that stood in front of me, burning through their brains in an instant. But I was already out of the store and back in the street. I looked over my shoulder and I felt my heart shake as I watched my masked accomplice somehow summon 6 giant shuriken from thin air and hack through a group of my second cousins. It had been 20 minutes, 131 deaths. The first scream had finally sounded. My Sharingan span as I took in everything. I saw as every able-bodied Uchiha stepped out into the street to find out what the scream was about. I saw as every child, mother, and father stepped into our view. I saw Madara Uchiha form hand seals while his weapons tore through the air. I knew what he wanted. So I acted. I yelled, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. At the same time Madara Uchiha finished his hand seals, wind style, wind plume. My Sharingan recorded every detail. The 6 shuriken became 30 and the wind chakra sped them up to ridiculous levels. 21 minutes, 418 deaths. No more screams sounded. Madara Uchiha glanced at me and I spoke, that is everyone in the outer district. Only the royal remains, I said quietly, my voice feeling dead. Madara nodded, then I will set up the barrier. No one out and no one in. Go finish your business, Itachi, he said before disappearing in a swirl of chakra. My eyes turned forward and I blinked, feeling everything become clearer and my chakra level drop. I kicked open the gate of the royal district and the 2 guards turned to me. hesitating as they saw the blood covering my form. Amaterasu. There you are. Naruto turned and smiled as he caught Tenten in a hug, spinning her around before setting her on her feet. Hey Ten-chan, how was your mission? He asked as he got a peek of the Anbu uniform concealed under her normal clothes. Tenten returned the smile and redid her top button up. It went great. I even got a recommendation from the captain, she said cheerily before looping her left arm around his right. So, where are we off to? She asked as the two walked alongside through the village. Naruto smirked. Actually, I am on my way to meet Taiyo-chan for a date. I didn't think you'd be back for another couple of days, he said sheepishly. Tenten pouted. Would she mind if I came as well? I mean, I know we're all together and stuff, but is it intruding? She asked. Naruto chuckled. Ten-chan, she loves you too. Of course you'd be welcomed, he said before turning left and smiling as he saw Tuya mid-yawn as she walked out of a store. Taiyo-chan, Tenten yelled, causing the redhead to turn to the two of them and grin widely. Tuya jogged over and tackled the two in a hug, causing people to stare in shock as Tuya kissed Naruto then Tenten, both right on the lips. Hey! I can't believe you two, she yelled as she pulled them to their feet and simultaneously thwacked them over the head. Tenten pouted as she rubbed her head while Naruto complained, Ow, what was that for Taiyo-chan? He asked before reaching over and resting his green glowing hand on Tenten's head bump. Tuya smiled as she spoke, You both just up and went on 2 deadly missions and I didn't even get a note or anything. I only found out when Hina-chan and Kin-chan were talking about Sasuke's revenge, Tuya yelled, causing everyone in the street to stare at them. Feeling the tension, Naruto reached out with his hands and held both Tuya's arm and Tenten's. Flash. Sasuke sat blushing, his bandaged eyes being the only covered things on his body. Are you okay, Sasuke-kun? Kin asked as she scrubbed his back. I think he's fine, just a bit tired, Ayame said as she was carefully wetting his hair, making sure not to get his face wet. Karen chuckled. You two are too much, she said before the 3 girls burst into laughter. Sasuke took a deep breath through his nose and couldn't help but smirk as he tried to remain calm. It's only 3 beautiful women washing me in the Uchiha hot springs, all of us naked, together. He thought before swallowing deeply. He felt a washcloth wipe under his nose and heard Karen's voice. Someone seems to be a little excited, she said as she wiped the blood dripping from his nose. Sasuke's face twitched and he was about to reply when he heard a perverted chuckle. Now Sasuke knew he did not have the best hearing as his eyes were obviously the strongest sense he had. That was Kin's specialty, so he knew something big was about to happen. And happen it did. Uzumaki wind style, violent updraft. He heard Karen yell. Seconds later, Sasuke felt a strong breeze blow by and he heard his perverted hermit sensei scream. Wham! Sasuke cringed as he heard something large and metallic slam into what he assumed to be Jiraiya's face. Sound style, sonic boom. Sasuke quickly covered his ears for a second, barely hearing a loud clap before a man's scream slowly moved into the distance. Sasuke smirked, I guess that'll teach Uro-sensei not to take advantage of my girls when I can't be the one to blast him away. Sasuke thought with a light chuckle. A few moments later, Sasuke felt his body beginning to be scrubbed again. He took a deep breath and sighed in relaxation as he tried to ignore the feel of the 3 women's bodies in the water. He heard Karen speak. Hey Ayame-chan, where did you get that frying pan from? She asked. Sasuke smiled as he heard Ayame's answer. I always have a weapon handy, never know what's gonna happen with you ninjas around. The 3 girls laughed once more before continuing to pamper their Uchiha, helping him heal and relax as he recovered from his traumatizing dreams. Boom! Ha ha ha, Kisame yelled as another of his water shark bombs took out another ship. I merely blinked as my Sharingan trained the waters for our target. Leader asked us to fetch the ransom on this man as Kakuzu is currently on his way to meet his new partner. Of course, I agreed. My gaze turned left as I saw the ninja running across the water, heading back towards land. Kisame. The shark man nodded. Yeah, I know, you go get him and I finish off the stragglers. Got it, Kisame said with a shark-like grin. I blinked as my chakra fluxed, my eyes opened and I stood face to face with the target. He was already pulling out a kunai. He was too slow. My shuriken lodged into the back of his hand and he dropped the kunai in pain. I kicked his knees, both of them snapping so that he could not run from me. He screamed as he began forming seals. This man's specialty is lightning techniques. On water this could kill everyone in the area. I couldn't let that happen. Ninja art, crucifixion. I watched the man freeze as he thought he found himself nailed to a cross. I stepped up to him as I pulled out a kunai. I apologize. Tsukiyomi. Alright everyone. Let's move out, Fu said with a smile as she unfolded her insect wings and took to the air over Konaha. Hi Fu-sama. Fu glided over the gap between the outer wall of Konaha and the giant tree wall in standard Onbu which rested under her chakra armor. She smiled over her shoulder at the specialist squad she had been assigned to organize and run. They followed behind her in an open triangle formation. Fu was point and directly to her right was Shuichi Shinto, a fire user with huge reserves who was the only one in her squad who had been able to modify his chakra armor. His had wings on his forearms and calves to ensure he had lots of maneuverability while he flew and on ground. To Shuichi's right was Katara Yokudo, one of the new ninjas who had transferred from Sunagakure to Konaha during the remodeling. She was kneeling on a large three-mooned fan and used her wind chakra to regulate an updraft that kept her aloft. Fu looked to her left and smiled to Sai, who was flying on one of his paper birds with a relaxed look on his usually emotionless face. And to the furthest left of the formation was Akito Morino. He was a ranked seal user that had been recently given copies of Sasuke's training methods and some seals. Akito stood on a silver surfing longboard that had been tricked out with an anti-gravity seal and 2 wind propulsion seals. Underneath the board was a miniature version of the kunai firing cannons commandeered from Snow Country, and with his seals, Akito was able to shoot kunai with multiple effects at a rapid pace as the automated storage seals on the inside of the barrel held up to 100,000 kunai each. Fu turned forward as her aerial assault and surveillance team took their first flight around the village, earning themselves cheers from the small crowd of people who had gathered at the main gate to see their maiden voyage. Fu smiled as she saw the 40 or so people cheering for her squad. She held her fist up above her head before throwing it forward, and off shot her team, leaving a blur behind them as their speed increased and they flew around back to the Hokage monument to report to the captain of the new aerial squadron of Onbu, Gara Sabaku. Really? I never would have thought you'd fall for Choji of all people, Sakura said from her change room. Hey, once you took Sasuke off the market, it's like my eyes opened, Ino said from the booth next to her. He's always been there for me and I want to be there for him for the rest of our lives. Is that so hard to believe? She asked. Sakura stepped out of the change room at the same time Ino did. Well, in all honesty, a little bit, yeah, she said with a grin. Ino pouted. You know, you are the worst maid of honor ever, she said as she looked at her clothes. Do you think he'll like this? Ino asked as she spun to show her belly shirt and short shorts. Sakura smiled. I think he'll love it, Ino-chan. It's only for the train trip to the land of waves, isn't it? You don't have to look that stunning, Sakura said. Ino looked at herself in the mirror and flattened out the material of her shirt. I guess, I just want to look good for him, you know? She said before getting a glimpse of the ring on her finger and smiling. Sakura stepped up behind Ino and looked at the blonde's reflection. Ino-chan, you look stunning, Sakura said with a smile. Ino laughed. Thanks, forehead. You want to get going? She asked as she gestured across the road. Sakura nodded. Oh my god, I can't believe we're about to get your wedding dress, Sakura said excitedly. Ino got caught in the mood and cheered as well as the two of them held hands. I know. The two screamed together in excitement. Slam slam. The two girls looked at each other's mouths in shock at the silver tape that was keeping them quiet. They looked off to the side to see Kakashi standing calmly. Sakura knew she would be unable to pull off the tap, so she cut it off with the claw she summoned onto her pointer finger. What the hell are you doing here, sensei? She yelled. Kakashi merely looked up from his book and blinked, just as Anko stepped out from a nearby change room in a revealing teddy. This good Kashi-kun? The snake mistress asked. Kakashi, I smiled. Sorry Anko, I couldn't hear you over the sound of your sex appeal. Ino and Sakura chose this moment to leave for the bridal store, leaving the disturbingly happy couple alone. Okay, you can do this, Naruto said to himself in the mirror. Just be cool, they'll say yes, Naruto whispered to himself nervously before leaving the washroom. He had been talking and relaxing with the two girls all day up until they joined up with Fu as she landed from her first flight. He nodded to the waiter as he walked through the restaurant. It was the new restaurant built into the nature wall outside the village called the Autumn Light. Naruto smirked as he looked out over the village, seeing the sunset light glowing over it. A fitting name, I guess. He thought as he stepped up to the private section. He smiled softly as he saw Tuya, Tenten and Fu sitting at the booth facing the Hokage moment. He had just watched as Tuya said something which Fu and Tenten began laughing at as he approached the table. He fell into his seat next to Tenten and wrapped his arm around her shoulders before kissing her on the head as she continued laughing alongside the girls. After a few moments Tuya spoke through her laughs. "Hey Naru-kun, when's Hina-chan getting here?" she asked as before sipping her wine. Naruto smiled. "She said she'll be here after a clan meeting she had at 4. He answered. Fu's eyes lit up and she smiled. "There she is," Fu said softly. Everyone turned to the entryway to see Hinata looking around for them. She was in her hyuga robes and her hair was let out. Naruto smiled and stood, letting her see him and smile as she walked over to them. "Hey Hina-chan," he said simply before the two shared a quick kiss. Hinata blushed lightly at the comfort she found in his grasp before they sat down. He sat between her and Tenten and they all welcomed Hinata. After a few minutes, Fu asked what was the meeting about? Hinata sighed at the question. "Let me ask you guys something. When I ask you who the strongest hyuga is in my generation, who would that be?" she asked. Naruto and Tenten responded immediately, "Neji." Fu nodded. "Neji-san is one of the Anbu captains, right? Eagle?" Tuya rose a brow. "Really? Your brother is an Anbu captain?" Tuya asked. Hinata smiled. "Neji-ni-san is actually my cousin, but yes, he's been Anbu captain for a month now," she said proudly. Naruto blinked. How in the name of log did I miss something this important? He thought before tuning back into the conversation. "So was the meeting about Neji or something?" Tenten asked. Hinata nodded. "Well, there have been discussions concerning the strength of the branch family and the senior elders don't like it," she said with a sigh. Feeling Hinata's dislike of the subject, Naruto quickly tried to change it. "I heard Neji wanted to try for a Genin squad at some point, is that true?" Naruto asked. Hinata smiled and nodded. "Yes, he met a young girl from the orphanage and she wanted to become a ninja, but she doesn't feel very trustworthy of adults, so he is doing his best to get to the level suitable of a Jonin sensei position teaching her." She trailed off as she shook her head. "I've never seen such determination when he talks about that little girl," she said with a shrug and a smile. The girls were interested in hearing about the process of becoming a Jonin sensei, and soon Tenten was telling about her training to become a sensei, starting with her training in the Anbu. Naruto sat quietly as he watched the girls talk to each other. They four simply talked happily for nearly 40 minutes until Hinata's stomach rumbled. The girls chuckled as Hinata blushed. Naruto smirked. "So do you guys want to start on dinner now? I got some special drinks lined up to start us off," Naruto said. Tuya perked up. "Drinks? I'm keen," she said with a wide grin. As the girls laughed at Tuya's words, Naruto subtly glanced at the waiter who stood near the kitchen doorway. The waiter smiled to him and Naruto nodded. The waiter stepped out of view for a moment before coming back while pushing a tray out to them, making the girls pause in their conversation as the waiter passed out 5 glasses of champagne. He placed them in front of the girls who smiled in thanks, then passed the last one to Naruto, who stood to toast. "Excuse me girls, I just want to say a few words if you'll let me," Naruto asked with a grin. The girls nodded at his words, so he continued. "Hinata, I've known you the longest out of anyone here. You know literally everything about me, even so much that you probably know what I have planned for tonight," he said with a chuckle. Hinata merely tilted her head to the side and grinned delightfully, but she stayed quiet as he continued talking. "You are the reason my heart opened up after, well me," he said, smiling despite him almost stumbling onto a darker topic. Naruto kissed Hinata on the lips before turning to his left, facing Tenten. "Tenten, I've known you for a very long time. Our first real conversation was in the middle of the Chunin exams and since then I've always thought of you as someone precious to me," he said staring into her eyes. Tenten smiled and blushed as Naruto continued talking. "You are one of the reasons I was so proud to be a swordsman. You are simply amazing and I'm so just happy that you're here with us," Naruto said proudly. Tenten looked down sheepishly and Naruto took the chance to kiss the top of her head before looking across the table. "Tuya, I think you'll agree with me when I say it was completely random you and I," Naruto said with a chuckle. Tuya laughed and nodded along. "And before I left I think we had about a total of 20 conversations?" he asked. Tuya shrugged. 25, give or take, she said. Naruto chuckled. "My point is, I know we have this chemistry or something. I can't live without you ever since I met you," he said. We went to continue but Tuya cut him off. "I get it, you love me, I'm perfect, your life would be meaningless as I wasn't around yada yada," Tuya said with a cheery grin, trying to cover her happy tear-filled eyes with her humor. Naruto laughed a little along with the other girls. Fu reached for her glass but Naruto grabbed her hand across the table before she could. "Fu, you and I met by complete chance," he started with. causing the girls to quiet their laughing. I was sent on a mission to ask you to come to Konaha for protection and you ended up joining me just because we have a connection. Literally, he said with a smirk, causing her to blush, you are the only person to know what it is really like to be treated as we are, as the beings inside us, Naruto said. Basically, even though Hinata knows me best, I know that you feel like me the best, he said before rubbing the back of his head and laughing. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. He muttered. Fu nodded, her face flushed red. That's okay, I know how you feel, she said with a smile. Naruto chuckled lightly before clearing his throat. So, you all know how important you are to me. I love you all more than I love anything really, he said with a smile as he lifted his glass and gestured towards the window. I know it sounds a bit corny, but this village is the reason we found each other. So before my final news, I would like to propose a toast to the village, he said as he raised his champagne to the window, the afternoon glow shining across the village and the orange light coming into the window. The girls smiled as they lifted their glasses to the light as well. It was Tuya who first noticed the oddity. She did a double take as she looked at the light bounce off of the jewel on the ring inside her champagne glass, and her odd look made Tenten glance as well before gasping. Naruto smiled as the four girls gasped and stared at the rings sitting at the bottom of their champagne glasses. He took a swig from his glass before sitting down. And as thanks to the village, I want to show my happiness with you four for the rest of my life in this village, he said as the girls all stared at him. After a few moments of silence, Fu spoke. Is this AAPP proposal? She whispered. Naruto twitched, feeling slightly nervous at the silence. Oh crap, I messed up, what did I do wrong? He thought worriedly. Yes? He squeaked out, totally ruining his tough and confident facade. Hinata smiled and hugged his arm, resting a hand on his as she held the ring from her glass out. Yes, 1,000 times yes, she whispered with a teary smile. Naruto grinned happily as he took the ring from her and slid it onto her ring finger. They kissed softly, but he was soon grabbed across the table by Tuya. Me next, she yelled happily as she practically laid down across the table to get to him. Naruto laughed as Fu climbed on Tuya's back. No me. I want to be an Uzumaki, she said happily. Naruto grinned and took Tuya's and Fu's rings, placing them on the girl's fingers before turning to Tenten. Naruto's falter shook as he noticed Tenten was looking at the ring, sitting in her palm as her hands shook. Ten-chan? He asked. Tenten looked up at him and he noticed her tears falling. I haven't had a family since, Mom and Dad, Tenten whispered. Naruto knew Tenten was feeling something deep, so he hugged her. She turned and buried her face in his chest. Yes, Naruto-kun, forever. The wood clone in the corner disappeared, sending its memories to the clone that was sitting with Sasuke and his girls. The clone opened its eyes. They said yes, it yelled in victory. The Uchiha district went up in cheers. Naruto blinked as the memories of his wood clone assimilated into his mind. And I'll get the seafood pizza, thanks, Naruto said to the waiter as the table finished their orders. The waiter nodded. Coming right up, sir. The waiter said before walking off. Naruto turned back to the table. They had to reorganize where they were sitting, so now Naruto was sitting at the head of the table with Hinata and Tenten on the left side and Tuya and Fu on the right. Naruto smiled as he watched the girls. Tuya and Tenten were talking excitedly across the table about a honeymoon plan. But I've already got a plan, I know. Their ideas can be on a holiday as a family. He thought with a smirk before glancing at Fu. Fu had her eyes closed, so Naruto knew she was talking with the Seven Tails. But his smile grew as he noticed she was holding her ring finger to her chest happily. Naruto looked to Hinata who was watching him. The two smiled at each other before Hinata grabbed his hand. They're beautiful, Naruto-kun, thank you so much, she said happily as she squeezed his hand with hers, her ring shining in the light. Naruto grinned. I'm glad you like it, Hina-chan, he said before tilting his head. Hey, I have a small question, how long do we have until you are sworn in to marry in the clan? Naruto asked. Hinata frowned. Not long now, the sooner we got married the better honestly, Hinata said. Naruto nodded. And our marriage has to be all Hyuga official stuff, doesn't it? He said. Hinata shook her head. Not necessarily, I mean, you have your own clans. So if you don't know their traditions you basically can just make up whatever and get it officially stamped. She explained. Naruto blinked before grinning. Sweet. Hey girls, he said to the whole table. The other three girls turned to him as he continued talking. Do you mind if we have a single ceremony together? Or do you all want a ceremony each? Naruto asked. Tuya frowned. I'm not really one for big events, I like the idea of sharing, she said. Fu nodded in agreement. Me too, she said. Tenten shrugged. I guess we can have it all together, but will we be together for the honeymoon? Or are you taking us all separately? She asked. Being a male, Naruto wasn't sure if he understood what Tenten meant by taking them all separately. What exactly do you mean by that, Ten-chan? He asked. Fu had heard what Tenten said in the same way Naruto did, so she was blushing bright red when Tenten spoke. Well, I know we're all together as a family, so are we like together as a couple? Are we consummating it together? She asked with a normal smile. Naruto's brain practically shut down at the thought of being with the 4 girls at once in that way. Oh, Naruto muttered, trying to come up with something coherent to say. Hinata chose this moment to speak up. Firstly, I'd love to have a ceremony with all of us there. Secondly, Ten-chan, I know you and Taiyo-chan are close enough to do that with Naruto-kun together, but I don't think I will be ready for something like that just yet, Hinata said with an apologetic smile to Tenten. Naruto twitched. Yet? He thought in happy shock. Fu nodded. Same as Hinata Ch-chan, Fu said softly. Tuya shrugged. So, Ten-chan, you want to bag the big guy together? Thunk. The girls looked over to see Naruto had fainted. A small pool of blood began forming from his nosebleed, causing Tuya and Tenten to laugh as Hinata and Fu quickly tried to wake him up and clean up the mess together. A few minutes later, Naruto was conscious, his face as red as Fu's, which was even darker than Hinata's. Let's just focus on the wedding, yeah? He said shyly before their food arrived. Once the waiters left, the group began eating happily together as Naruto began to calm down and Tuya stopped her innuendos. After a while, Fu asked Naruto about the mission against Itachi and the girls went quiet as Naruto dove into his retelling. Susanoo. I felt my eye begin to bleed as my chakra warrior came into this plane of existence. I was shielded from the lightning bolt before I swung my blade, Totsuka blade. I slashed through the men and women, 14 more deaths to add to my name as we fought off the ninjas. I felt an enormous chakra build up behind me, so I quickly shunshined to the side of the battlefield and slashed over the group. Water style, super water shark bomb jutsu. I watched as many of the battalion of Anbu threw forward techniques to try and stop Shark Kisame's attack. But his jutsu ate the chakra and continued onwards, beginning to devour, drown and crush the front half of the battalion. The ninjas at the back began to escape using shunshine or substitution. Some of them just leapt up over the shark, not realizing my blade was waiting for them until it was too late. Lightning style, black hunting. I felt my Susanoo be cracked from behind. They didn't know that I felt the pain as if my own body had been struck. This is the user of the black lightning. He would be able to kill Kisame in a single shot. I will not let my last comrade die to this weakling. I deactivated Susanoo and ducked, letting Shark Kisame's explosive water shockwave cover the arena and knock back all the lightning Anbu. We got her. I looked over with my one good eye as Hidan ran into the clearing, holding his own cut-off arm in his grasp along with his scythe as Kakuzu ran alongside him, an unconscious girl in his grip. Come on, Itachi. We got the 2 tails, Kisame yelled as he began to reform into his normal self. In an instant I was by his side, knocking him aside as I took a slash from the black lightning user's sword. Until my genjutsu took effect. To him, it looked as though I bursted into a flock of crows and flew up over him. The crows gathered together to begin forming my body, which made the illusion of another hand seal, causing more crows to take the appearance of windmill shuriken as they fell down. Realistically, I just jumped into the air and began throwing kunai at him. He slashed at the blades of the windmill shuriken, letting me get close behind him as I stabbed a kunai into his arm. He yelled out in pain and I kicked his chest, knocking him into an oncoming ninja before Kisame landed next to me once more. Water style, hydro pump. I watched as Kisame's super-powered water plume blew everyone far back, giving us the opportunity to turn and run. Lariat. Shit, Kisame yelled as he pulled up his sword, barely absorbing the chakra in the Raikage's punch. It was merely a half second, but I managed to use it to make eye contact with the 4th, Tsukiyomi. 72 hours, 1 second. And off we ran. Bam bam bam. I call this full council meeting to a close. Will the civilians please exit so us ninjas can go through the updates? Tsunade ordered as she placed down her hammer. The majority of the civilians stood and left through their door as Tsunade spoke again. Will the guests please come in, she said in a drawl which seemed to show she was bored doing this. The door opened and in walked 3 ninjas. Tsunade raised a brow at Naruto, who walked in first. When Naruto stepped up to the desk, Tsunade spoke, "Okay Naruto, what business do you have with the council?" Naruto smiled, "As you know, Iruka-sensei is unable to be my stand-in anymore. But that won't matter soon cause I found a suitable replacement for the seat until Tuya takes over for the Uzumaki chair," he said. Tsunade nodded, "Alright, it's completely up to you, so who is it?" she asked. Naruto smiled and turned to the civilian council exit door. Many of the ninjas were shocked when Danzo walked in. "I have approached Danzo because I was curious about why he wanted to be the stand-in for the Uchiha clan so badly but didn't do his duty. We got to talking and since the opening in my clan opened up I think I could use his expertise as a war veteran and ninja," Naruto said shortly as Danzo approached his chair and took a seat. Tsunade stared wide-eyed at Naruto. "How the hell? When did this happen?" she thought. Naruto smiled, "And if you don't mind Hokage-sama I would like to let Danzo take it from here," Naruto said before bowing. Tsunade nodded, "Yeah, okay, Danzo you have the floor," she said, obviously unhappy. Danzo stood, putting everyone around him on guard. "My first order of business is to announce the wedding of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan. Naruto has had the necessary 4 wives accept his proposal, so I would like to request the Hokage to notify us on an open date in which she can wed the happy people," he said with the kind smile reminiscent of Hiruzen. Basically, the council's reaction was awkward. They all expected Danzo to go back to his demands about getting more power or bringing back Root, but the aged man that was smiling just sat down and nodded for Tsunade to take the spotlight again. Tsunade nodded in, "Thanks, that's great news, congratulations Naruto," she said. "Is that everything, Danzo?" she asked, just waiting for more. Danzo nodded, "Hi Hokage-sama," he said. Tsunade nodded, "Well, alright, Naruto, could you please wait outside with the other members of Team 7? Next motion of business," she said before looking at the second guest Neji. Neji bowed, "Good day Hokage-sama, I would like to request an earlier test for my Jonin sensei application," he said respectfully. Hiashi raised a brow, "He wants to be a Jonin sensei?" he thought. Tsunade rested her head on her palm, "And why is that Neji? What logical reason would there be for putting your life at risk for a simple test?" she asked. Neji's eyes hardened, and Naruto heard only the start of Neji's reply as he left the council chambers, "I will do all I can to help out Sen Kubasaki." Naruto tilted his head, "Have I heard that name? Kubasaki?" he thought as he approached Team 7. He went to talk but Kakashi shook his head, signaling for them to be quiet while waiting to be summoned. About 5 minutes later, the door partially opened. "Wait Neji, could you stay for a few moments? I have an idea for this test of yours," Naruto and the others heard Tsunade say before the door closed again. Sakura began clicking her tongue in boredom until Kakashi put tape over her mouth again, causing Sasuke and Naruto to smirk as they went back to waiting in silence while Sakura glared at Kakashi. About 10 minutes later, the third ninja, some Chunin no one knew, walked out and left looking very happy with himself. Then the door opened again and Neji stuck his head out. "Team 7, he said with a smile. Team 7 walked in and walked up to the table as Hani spoke. "After your team's display of power a while back, we have agreed that you will be one of the 2 teams sent to this year's Jonin exams," Tsunade said with a smile. "What do you say?" Kakashi smiled, "I think they are more than ready Hokage-sama, they have not needed me for a long time and I think they'll do fine as Jonin," he said. Sume scoffed. "Jonin? They'll be fine as Onbu at their strength levels," she said. The ninjas in the room chuckled at her words and Naruto naturally looked to Hiruzen for a reaction, but he frowned when he noticed the old man wasn't there. "Do you think you're ready?" Shikaku's voice drawled lazily. The group was quiet, so Sakura spoke for them. "More than ready. At the rate we're going we'll finish the exam at the top of the list," she said confidently. Sasuke smirked, "Well I think that's a yes for the 3 of us," Sasuke said. Hiashi spoke, "I think they are more than ready, maybe not mentally, but that is what the exam is for." Tsunade nodded, "Well Kakashi, if you truly believe that they don't need you any more then you won't mind going on a mission for me," Tsunade said. Kakashi frowned but nodded, "Will I at least be able to see the finals?" he asked. Tsunade nodded, "Of course. As if I'd let you miss that," she said with a chuckle. Kakashi smiled, "Then I don't mind, but who will go as their sensei?" he asked. Tsunade smirked, "This will act as a little pre-trial for Neji. It will legally count as an Onbu mission but Neji will be the acting Jonin escort for them." Tsunade informed the group. Naruto grinned and looked over to the smirking Hyuga. We will be heading off in 5 days to the land of lightning. And by that point I will have some rules defined for you three, Neji said. Naruto's grin turned to a frown. Rules? He asked. Neji nodded. Sorry Naruto, but you three have reputations in the bingo books. I have to handle that. Part of my assignment, he said to the group. Sasuke nodded, eyes still wrapped in bandages. Sounds logical, he said. Tsunade frowned. Naruto, you did Sasuke's procedure. How long until Sasuke's eyes are usable? She asked. Naruto chuckled, tomorrow morning. So if I gotta go to these exams, when can I get hitched Ba-chan? Naruto asked with a grin. Tsunade rolled her eyes, when you get back from these exams. First thing, I promise, she said as she nodded and slammed her hammer, declaring it official. Naruto frowned and looked to Hiashi, who spoke before he could ask, I can hold off the ceremony for 1 more month. It should take about that much time to organize Hanabi's life to accommodate that of a clan head, Hiashi said with a nod. The team smiled in unison as Kakashi spoke, thank you for this Tsunade-sama. Is that all you need from us? Tsunade nodded, yes that is all. Neji, please report with Team 7 to my office Monday morning. Dismissed. No, I don't think I will accept your challenge Kisame, Itachi said. Kisame rolled his eyes, why not damn it? I want to know who is the strongest out of the two of us. Kisame complained. Itachi made eye contact with Kisame, causing the shark man to hesitate as he stared into the Sharingan. You are most definitely stronger than I am Kisame, Itachi said before turning and walking away. Kisame smirked and lowered his blade before feeling the pressure of a kunai on his jugular, but I am most definitely a better ninja. The Itachi clone said from behind as it dispelled itself. Kisame frowned until Itachi spoke, we have to capture the 7 tails. Let's save our strength, Itachi said. Kisame scoffed as he leapt to Itachi's side before walking with him, you're just worried about that lung cancer growing. We all die at some point anyway, I don't get why it's so important that your little brother be the one to do the deed, Kisame said, trying to draw out more information from Itachi. Itachi smirked, causing Kisame to almost gasp as it was the first time he had seen the Uchiha show emotion. Kisame, we all have a mission in life, Itachi said before his eyes snapped to their left and he jumped up into a tree, Kisame following behind him. What are we? Quiet. After a few moments, 2 people who had used the transformation jutsu to take their own appearance walked underneath them in the same direction as they were heading. The fake Itachi spoke, so, how long until the boss gets there and we can attack? He asked. The fake Kisame shrugged, I dunno, I don't think the plan would have changed that much. But what are the odds of anything going wrong? This situation was set up perfectly thanks to Sakura Ne-chan. And Sasuke Aniki wants us to do it ASAP so we can go home. The fake said as the two walked into the distance. Kisame looked at Itachi with a shark-like grin, Sakura Ne-chan and Sasuke Aniki? That's the Kyuubi brat and one of his friends disguised as us, Kisame said as he reached behind his and hefted his blade. Itachi shook his head, no. The mentality of a self-thinking clone is that their creator is the leader, or boss. I believe these are some of Naruto's wood clones using our identities to attack the hidden waterfall village, Itachi concluded before dropping down to the ground. Kisame landed next to him, hey I have an idea, if their plan is for the Kyuubi to get there and then they attack, let's have a little preemptive strike Take out the clones and start attacking early. That way we can beat down this girl Jinchuriki and then set up a trap for the 9 tails Kisame said. Itachi nodded, a sound plan. But I based my shadow clones off of a wood clone. They are able to give their memories back to the jutsu's user upon dispulsion. Itachi explained. Kisame frowned, so, what do we do? He asked. Itachi thought for a moment before nodding, your water prison technique, is there any way to use it from a distance to catch them off guard? Itachi asked. Kisame chuckled, I'll tell you if you tell me the answer to that question, he said as he placed his sword on his back once more. Itachi looked at Kisame and Itachi felt an odd foreboding for the near future. As a ninja, our purpose is to do anything to protect the village. Itachi started. Kisame paused as for the first time, Itachi actually began to answer Kisame's question of why Itachi betrayed the leaf. To most, that would mean laying down their lives for the village or even killing people close to them to keep their promise. To others, it would mean killing everything you hold dear and taking the blame and pressure for that crime, just so their village is not consumed in a civil war that may actually be the trigger for the next Shinobi World War. Itachi finished before jumping up into the trees. Kisame was silent as he followed along. Itachi, did you eradicate your clan to protect your village? Is this whole thing, your whole life, a sacrifice? Hash. Bang. Sasuke sat up with a jolt, accidentally knocking his board from the base of his bed onto the floor. Itachi, these dreams of mine are real, aren't they? Sasuke thought as he rubbed his bandaged eyes. Beep 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 beep. Sasuke reached over for a few seconds before turning off his morning alarm. He threw his feet off the side of the bed before standing. Today's the day I find out if those scrolls were real. Sasuke thought as he blindly wandered over to his drawers, finding that Sakura had laid out his clothes for him once more. A minute or so later and Sasuke turned, hearing a knock on his door. Yes, Karen-chan? Sasuke asked. He heard Karen open the door and enter. Hey Sasuke-kun. You ready to get those bandages removed? She asked as she took his hand. Sasuke nodded. Let's get going. Hash. Half an hour later. Hash. Knock knock. Tsunade smiled to Naruto as the two of them turned towards the door. Come on in. Hani opened the door from the inside and smiled softly as the two guests entered. She walked from the room, closing the door behind her. Tsunade gestured forward. Take a seat and let's see if your operation works, Sasuke, she said with a smile. Karen led Sasuke to his seat before sitting in the one next to him as she spoke. Sorry, but what exactly was the operation? Sasuke-kun said you would explain, Tsunade-sama, she said curiously. Naruto stepped forward and bent down to unwrap Sasuke's bandages as Tsunade crouched so that she could have a closer look while explaining. Well, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has 4 levels, although I have no idea what the 4th level is. Apparently these two know since Sasuke found it in the clan secrets a while back. Anyway, the first is the Sharingan, which you know only comes to life under large amounts of stress or loss or an emotion of the like. She began. The next is the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was forbidden from obtaining since the only known way to unlock it was through killing someone close to you, or close to your heart. The most common of which was a sibling or best friend. The intense emotion of loss from such an event causes the eyes to evolve, giving the owner of the eyes enhanced vision and access to the 2 Mangekyo techniques, Amaterasu and Susanoo, along with a third that is different depending on the user, she said as the bandages fell from Sasuke's eyes. The third is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is pretty much the same as the Mangekyo except that it does not damage the eyes with each use and the chakra cost is halved along with gaining the specific technique of the person you swapped with. The process is to trade your own eyes with a sibling. The thing is, it is not specified that the original person needs the Mangekyo Sharingan to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo, but either way we hope it works, Tsunade said before glancing at Karen. That's pretty much the icing, she said with a wink. Karen nodded slowly. Wow, she said quietly. Tsunade turned back to Sasuke, who had his eyes closed as Naruto kneeled next to his grandmother. You can open your eyes now, Sasuke, Tsunade said. Sasuke lifted his head and slowly opened his onyx eyes. I can see fine, Sasuke said with a smirk. Naruto and Tsunade nodded. Great. Activate your chakra when you're ready, Tsunade said. Sasuke smirked and blinked on his Sharingan. Even the Sharingan is clearer, and it took nearly no chakra to activate. Sasuke informed them before taking a deep breath and sending extra chakra to his eyes. Naruto grinned as Tsunade spoke. That's it. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade claimed as she lay her sight on Sasuke's evolved eyes. Naruto shook his head. No, it's not. That's different from Itachi's, that's the Eternal, Naruto said with a cheer. Sasuke smirked. This Sharingan recorded those memories of yours, Itachi. Eventually I'll be able to think through them all and then I'll know your full story. He thought as he stood. Naruto stood in front of Sasuke. Okay, let's see if you can use Itachi's Mangekyo technique. Do we need to step outside? Naruto asked. Sasuke smirked and pulsed his EMS, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukiyomi. A few seconds later, Naruto fell back against Tsunade's desk, shaking his head. What was that? He asked. Sasuke closed his eyes and smirked. My brother's ultimate genjutsu. The one I told you about that could only be broken with sage chakra and maybe with demonic chakra. Sasuke explained as he opened his eyes and turned to Karen. His eyes danced as he took in her eyes down to the finest detail. He was slightly mesmerized as the light bounced off her glasses, until Tsunade poked his forehead. Snap out of it, lover boy. I want you to take a break to let the eyes get used to being active again, but remember your training with Neji will begin at midday. Got it? she said to Sasuke. Sasuke nodded, then grasped Karen's hand. Should we get going? It seems I have some news for everyone at home, he said with a smirk. Karen smiled and nodded with a smile. Yeah. Let's go. And with that the two faded in Sasuke's mirage sunshine, leaving Naruto to turn to Tsunade and smirk. So, does that make me an official field medic? Naruto asked. Tsunade returned the smirk before walking around her desk. Yeah, smart guy. You've passed the test with flying colors, she said as she took a small badge from her drawer and chucked it to him. Naruto caught the badge and grinned. So when is my elemental test? He asked. Tsunade sighed. You haven't given me your top 3 elements yet, so I can't set it up. This test is much harder than just the Chunin or Jonin exams. And I'm not sure if you've given real thought to what you're going to do with the genjutsu portion, she said with a smirk. Naruto just smiled as he listened, pulling out a small case that had the symbol of the Leaf Village on it before putting the medic badge in next to the safety badge, which he obtained when he proved he could successfully save someone from a dangerous situation while remaining fight capable. Naruto smirked. I think I can handle it, he said before leaning over the table and giving Tsunade a kiss on the forehead just like she used to do to him. Later Ba-chan, he said. Flash. Bam. Naruto flashed from the room just in time as a stapler flew from Tsunade's hand and through the door, destroying a large portion of it before embedding into the opposite wall. A frowning yet smirking Tsunade sat back down and huffed. Damn brat, messing with me just cause he's taller now, she said with a slight chuckle. The door opened and in walked Hani, who placed a pile of papers on the desk then gave 2 to Tsunade. This is the application for someone to go get you a new stapler, and this is the application for a new door, Hani said with a smile before stepping into the genjutsu covering the back of the office. Tsunade looked at the door, then at the papers. Ah damn it, she yelled before Hani's arm stuck out of the area genjutsu, holding her ruler at the ready. Whack. Ow. Hash. Wind style, full suction. Naruto flew high into the air, pulling the black flames of the Amaterasu up with him. I couldn't put them out with water, I couldn't put them out by pulling out the oxygen, so let's see if they still burn if there is nothing to burn on. Naruto thought. He appeared above the treetops, pulling all of the Amaterasu flames above him before letting go and flashing back to the ground, landing next to a kunai he had thrown earlier in their test spar. Hey Itoto, Sasuke said before grinning confidently, causing Naruto to frown. Look up, he said with a chuckle as he looked up at the accumulation of black fire. Inferno style, flame control. Naruto gulped as the black flames formed a large spike and plunged down at him. Shit, he yelled as he lifted his kunai from the ground and held it up. Hirashin, portal. A portal about the size of Naruto's body opened up in front of him and the Amaterasu flame spear was swallowed up inside before the portal closed. Naruto dropped the kunai and fell onto his ass. Damn man, that was intense, Naruto said before chuckling in disbelief. Sasuke smirked. I feel like I could do that 50 more times before my chakra is done, he said as he walked over to Naruto. Naruto grinned as he stood, putting his kunai away. But what about your Susanoo? It's not a full one like Itachi's. Sasuke frowned as he nodded, his eyes flashed as a purple rib cage of chakra appeared around him. That may be so, but it still managed to stop most of your attacks, Sasuke said before the Susanoo faded. Man, I feel like I'm being left behind again, Sakura said from her place in a nearby tree. Naruto looked over to her and smiled. I wouldn't say left behind, but yeah, he said with a grin. Slam. Naruto coughed as he fell to his knees holding his stomach. Sakura stood tall and huffed, cracking her knuckle which had previously been slammed into Naruto's gut. Sasuke chuckled at the harmless banter before glancing to his right as Neji stepped out from the tree line. You 3 are definitely strong enough to be Jonin. Neji started, but these exams are going to test you all in many more ways than strength. I barely managed to pass with my life. He finished as he came to a stop in front of the trio. Sakura raised a brow. Is it like the Chunin exams? She asked. Neji shook his head. In a way I guess so. There is a survival test and there will be a tournament test. But there are also 5 other tests involved that vary each year other than the base point of the test. He informed. Team 7 nodded in unison before Neji waved for them to sit down. Naruto did so right away but the other 2 frowned before Sasuke spoke. Aren't we a bit old for a class lesson? He asked. Neji raised a brow. Are you saying you don't need my help? That you already know all you need to? Neji asked. Sasuke frowned as Sakura plopped down. The Uchiha sighed before sitting down as well. Neji smirked. Good, you almost failed the intelligence test. In the actual exams they give you only one chance. I gave you two. Only Naruto passed 100%. Neji informed them, causing Naruto to grin. Sakura rolled her eyes. Okay then Neji-senpai, where do we begin? She asked. Neji smirked. For now, I'm going to explain the test to you. All I know for certain is that the first 5 tests can be any of 8 possibilities, the 6th test is survival and the final test will be a randomized 3-at-a-time tournament, Neji said as he kneeled down and rolled out a small sealing scroll. Naruto frowned. A what? Neji chuckled. Poof. This, Neji said as he gestured to the white board he had unsealed, is how the tournament works. Every ninja will be able to continue from each test up until the very end unless they or the Jonin who escorted them says otherwise. Neji began. Every team will select which one of them are numbers 1, 2 and 3. Then in the same large arena, there will be a tournament of all the 1s, 2s and 3s going at the same time. Neji explained. Sasuke frowned. So basically, I will be fighting one person while there are 2 other fights going on around me? Am I allowed to interfere with other fights and vice versa? He asked. Neji nodded, precisely and yes. He confirmed before turning back to his board. Each and every one of these fights are until one person forfeits or they are unable to battle. But as a Jonin, you cannot hesitate to kill someone if you have the chance. None of the 3 tournaments will be announced as over until there are only 3 fighters left. The 3 at the top will be declared Jonin no matter what, then village's own Kijis will be able to choose who from their ninjas get to become Jonin, Neji said as he pointed to his drawings and explanations on the board. Any questions? Sakura stuck up her hand as she began speaking. With the Chunin exams, most teams were from the Leaf since that is where it was held. Can the same be said for the Jonin exams? Neji nodded, definitely. Since you guys will be heading to the Land of Lightning, a place in which the Land of Fire is nowhere near, we'll only be sending 2 of the 30 teams that are allowed to apply. Naruto interrupted. Why only 30? He asked. Neji shrugged. That's just the way it is. The village hosting gets 10 spots promised and the other villages get a guarantee of 1 spot. If they want more they have to be there in time to sign up for it. Naruto nodded as Sasuke asked, is that all for the tournament? Neji glanced across his white board. Yeah, it pretty much is. Now since I've explained the only part I really can, we will spend the afternoon sparring with the limitations I have set for you so that you aren't recognized as your bingo book alias, Neji said as he flipped the board around. He pointed to the first name, Naruto. You are not allowed to be seen using any bloodline techniques, no bones, no wood, no ice, no morphic nature chakra thing. Also, no Hiroshin at all, Neji said. Naruto was frowning but nodding, up until Neji said no Hiroshin. What? That's ridiculous. So what the hell can I do? He asked. Neji smirked, not my problem, you lucky that it's common knowledge that a blonde leaf ninja has obtained Seimata. You can keep the blade with you and use it to its maximum efficiency. Neji said. Naruto huffed as he grinded his teeth together. I have no say in this? He asked. Neji shook his head. Up until the tournament these are the rules, you can use anything you need there. Except for the Hiroshin. He informed. Naruto blinked. Oh, well I guess that's not so bad, he mumbled. Neji moved on. Sakura, no phoenixes or phoenix jutsus at all. You can't be seen using wheels unlimited and no flight. Got it? He asked. Sakura frowned. So, I can use radical good speeds upgrades individually, except no wings, right? Up until the tournament? She asked. Neji nodded and Sakura pouted. Well, I guess I can handle it till then. She grumbled. Neji smirked as he moved on, and finally Sasuke, no hood, no seals, no scythe, club or fans, he said. Sasuke practically glared. I am not allowed to use any of my seals? At all? He asked angrily. Neji nodded. Well, you cannot be seen using seals since that was the main thing everyone knew about the Reaper, he got all his amazing abilities from seals. Neji explained. Sasuke's mind raced. What about my board? He asked. Neji smirked. Yes, you can use your board, but if ever asked, you paid to get the seals put on or the things you do with it are jutsus. Same goes with your umbrella. He explained. Sasuke nodded. And my Sharingan? He asked. Neji nodded. You are known as the last Uchiha. It would be stupid to not show the Uchiha's power. Sasuke smirked. All right, I can live with this. He answered. Neji grinned as he kicked the whiteboard, causing it to roll away on its wheels until it stopped against a tree. We will spend the rest of the afternoon sparring with these restrictions. It will be hard for you three, but it is necessary, Neji said as he unbuttoned the top of his white long-sleeve shirt, showing the chakra armor hidden underneath before standing in the gentle fist style. Sasuke against Sakura first, Naruto come at me. Chapter 12, Kumagakure, Speed and Strength. See you at the finals, Naruto-kun, Tenten said as she stepped away from Naruto's embrace. Naruto grinned and went to respond when Fu tackled his chest in a hug. I'll miss you, she said quietly into his shirt. Naruto smiled and winked at Tenten before hugging Fu back. You know I'll miss you too. It'll only be a few weeks, then I'll be back and then, well you know, he said with a chuckle. Fu blushed as she smiled up at Naruto. We'll become a real family, she said excitedly before jumping up and kissing Naruto's lips, throwing her arms around his neck in the process. Naruto caught her around the waist until she was pulled off of him. Naruto chuckled as Tuya threw Fu over her shoulder and kissed Naruto's cheek. Be safe, Naru-kun. Leave an explosive impression for the Lightning Village, yeah? She said with a laugh at her own joke. Naruto nodded. Sure thing, Taiyu-chan, and yes, I promise I'll get you each a souvenir, Naruto said, finishing a little louder as he saw Tenten about to ask him. She blushed in embarrassment as she was caught out. He looked to his side and smiled as Hinata approached him. Hey Hinata-chan, he said as he subtly pulled her slightly away from the group of people and dropped his voice. I just want you to know, I'm about to try to start a key part in my plan while on this trip, he said, a happy smile on his face while his eyes showed Hinata the seriousness in his heart. Hinata smiled and nodded. I'm glad for you, Naruto-kun. Be safe, okay? She asked as she hugged his chest. Naruto grinned. I swear I will be. Wait for me? He asked as they shared a kiss. They separated and she smiled happily. Always and forever, she said before stepping away back towards the girls. Naruto, hurry up. All this waiting is troublesome, Shikamaru said before yawning. Naruto turned towards the group of waiting ninjas and began walking over to them. Tsunade selected 2 teams to be sent to the Jonin exams this year. Those teams being the original Team 7 and the second generation Ino Shikacho unit. Team 10 had begun to really push themselves after Asuma's passing, becoming near perfectionists in their specialty fields. Choji had the same amount of fat on him, but he had nearly twice the amount of muscle thanks to the huge club he now wielded, sealed into the brace on his left forearm. Ino had near mastered every mind technique of her clan and taken a liking to genjutsu as well since she knew the most effective way to affect the target's mind with them. Shikamaru, well, his dark style and shadow techniques made him the most unpredictable lazy genius in the world that wielded darkness, though it wasn't like he had much competition in that category. Naruto came to a stop next to Kimimaro, who was the Jonin escort for Team 10 and overall second in command under Neji. Naruto looked over his shoulder one more time and waved before Neji yelled. I will lead. Team 7 to my left and Team 10 to my right. Kimimaro take rear. I want to make it by dinner time to our first pit stop. Got it, Neji yelled with a smirk. Hi senpai. The group said in agreement, except for Shikamaru who just sighed. Neji nodded and turned forward. Move out. And in a second, the 8 ninjas began sprinting down the footpath and under the natural defense wall before leaping behind Neji up into the massive trees. Making good time as they began sprinting towards the junction of the Land of Fire, Land of Water and Land of Lightning. Otherwise known as the Hidden Hot Water Village. Senpai, this isn't the Hot Water Village, Ino said as the 8 ninjas walked calmly into a tourist town. Neji looked over his shoulder. I know that, Ino. Tonight, we are relaxing as tourists in this spa village. This is your last chance to do whatever you want before we leave tomorrow. We will be leaving the hotel at 7 in the morning and getting on a boat that will take us to the Land of Lightning by just after lunch. Then we will travel the rest of the distance by foot, making it to the village at approximately 9 at night Sunday. This will give us all night to rest up before heading to the first exam on Monday. Clear? Neji explained. Hell yeah. Choji and Naruto cheered before running off. Sasuke sighed and stepped up to Neji. Senpai, where will we be staying? He asked. Neji gestured behind him to a moderate-sized hotel/bathhouse. Here, I'll get 4 rooms. You guys decide where you're sleeping, but I want the girls separate from the guys. No distractions before these exams, Neji said sternly. Ino and Sakura stepped out of formation and linked arms. That's cool, Ino said. Let's go get spoiled, Sakura said before the two walked towards a nearby massage parlor. Shikamaru looked at the guys around him. so our place is baths, right? I'm just gonna go rest there, he said. Kimimaro nodded. I will join you, he said as he followed. Sasuke hummed, I could use a snack before hitting the baths. You hungry, senpai? Sasuke asked. Neji nodded. Sure, let's find the two gluttons and grab some food for us all to enjoy at the baths, he said. Sasuke smirked. Sounds like a plan, he said as the two wandered calmly around the small town as the sun began its dive. So just how good is your water manipulation? Choji asked Naruto as the two chowed down some barbecue pork about half an hour after their dismissal. Naruto shrugged. No better than my wind or wood manipulation, Naruto said with a grin. Choji chuckled. So pretty much perfect then? He said with a grin. Naruto nodded. Pretty much. He bragged, before the two broke out into laughter. Smelling something familiar, Naruto looked out the window. Oh. Sasuke, Neji, Naruto said as he waved. The Byakugan and Sharingan users looked over and nodded in acknowledgement before walking to the entrance of the establishment as Choji spoke. I get the feeling they were looking for us, he said cynically. Naruto hummed in agreement before gasping. You don't think they want us to leave, do you? We can't let this food go to waste, Naruto said with a gesture to the large slabs of meat they had on the grill. Choji gulped. There's only one thing we can do, he said seriously as his hands enlarged slightly and he snapped on his Akamiki grill-safe food gloves. Naruto nodded as his eyes became slits and he picked up another pair of chopsticks in his left hand. Thanks Mizuki, still can't get over how much easier life is being ambidextrous. He thought before making eye contact with Choji as they heard the bell on the door of the establishment ring. Go! The two of them yelled before tearing into their food. From their place at the door, Sasuke sighed as he saw sauce and the fat of meats flinging around. Oh damn it, he said with a huff as everyone stared at Choji and Naruto's table in confusion and slight disgust or awe. Neji raised a brow. Are they fighting or something? He asked as they approached, watching the storm of flying food slow down. Sasuke chuckled. No, Naruto knows I'm gonna take his food away. He's just eating, Sasuke said, totally used to his little brother's weird moments. Neji blinked. That's eating? He thought before moving slightly to the left, dodging a stray piece of food. Just before the two stopped at the table, the food stopped flying. Sasuke sighed. You too good? He asked. Naruto and Choji sat back and grinned in unison. Nothing but bones and sauce left on the table. Yep, Choji said before letting out a burp that made his chair fall back. Naruto laughed at Choji only to be slapped by one of Choji's thrown gloves, knocking him to the floor as well. The two burst out into laughter once more, causing everyone in the establishment to stare in confusion. Again. Sasuke sighed. Come on you two. Go pay and we'll get going. He asked. Naruto and Choji got to their feet shakily, using each other as support for their bloated bodies. Yes sir, Naruto said as he and Choji began to walk to the pay station. Sasuke folded his arms as Neji glanced at him. Is this normal for you? Neji asked skeptically. Sasuke shrugged. I guess so. We're lucky Tuya and Karen aren't here to contest with Naruto, otherwise we might have actually had to pay for damages or something, Sasuke said as he walked up to the door. Yes sir. This is far too much. The waitress said as Naruto put 5 rolls of money on the bench. Naruto waved her off. No way. I paid what I feel this place deserves for such a great time. Thanks for the awesome service, Naruto said with a grin as he began walking away. The waitress stared in shock until Choji spoke. Hey, if you don't want it I'll have some of the change, he said, eyeballing the large sum of money. Come on Cho, Naruto said before grabbing Choji's arm and dragging him out after Neji and Sasuke. The girl was quiet for a moment before counting out the cash. Dad, she yelled as she ran to the service window. Dad, we can do the remodeling, she yelled as she disappeared from view. Choji turned from looking behind him back towards Naruto. Hey, did you know they wanted to do up the place? 'Cause from the way she counted it you seemed to know pretty much exactly what they needed. Choji asked, showing he did have some brains. Naruto raised a brow and stopped before pointing to a sign out the front that Choji read out loud. Help us save up for remodeling by taking part in our raffle. We're almost halfway there. Cool, Choji said with a grin. Naruto laughed along with Choji, enjoying the relaxation time as they followed after Sasuke. Naruto suddenly stopped. Hold up, where'd Neji go? He asked. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder and raised a brow. He's leaving a message at the front of the massage parlor that Sakura and Ino went to. Then he's picking up a couple of snack platters that we can enjoy while in the hot spring baths. Sasuke explained. Naruto grinned. Hot springs? He asked excitedly. Yeah, Choji yelled before running forward around the corner on their way back to the hotel, Sasuke and Naruto running to catch up. Just when I thought this would be relaxing. Shikamaru muttered as he stretched out in the spa. Kimimaro lifted a wet towel from his closed eyes. Agreed, he said before taking something from behind him and passing half of it to Shikamaru. The shadow user raised a brow as he watched Kimimaro place earbuds in his ears, cutting off the sounds of Naruto's self-amusing skills. Blah blue bull, blah 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 bull. Naruto's voice said from underwater before tiny water sharks began swimming around Choji, who was looking a little nervous at the mini-explosive sharks. Sasuke's right eye flashed open and all the little sharks began burning into nothingness from the black flames, until a little shark jumped out of the water and bit Sasuke's nose before exploding in a small shower of water, making Sasuke close his eyes to keep out the water. Neji sighed as Sasuke reopened his eyes and distinguished the flames. Can you please stop it? We're supposed to be relaxing, Neji said. Naruto popped up from underwater and let the sharks burst into water around Choji. That explain how good my control is? Naruto said before floating on his back. Choji nodded and ate the last food morsel. Sure does. But my fire is probably better than yours, Choji said. Naruto smirked. Yeah, I could really use a stronger fire chakra. The Akamiki clan has always had strong fire chakra, he murmured quietly before chuckling slightly to himself. Sasuke raised a brow at his brother's tone, while Choji shrugged. Yeah, that's what happens when a clan lives in their elemental nation long enough. Hey guys, we're back. Sakura's voice rang from the closed doorway. Neji spoke up. Okay, we're on our way out, Neji said as he stood and prepared to leave the baths, followed by most of the other guys. After 20 minutes, Kimimaro felt someone poking his shoulder. He opened his eyes to see it was a shadow. Kimimaro turned to Shikamaru while pulling out his earplugs. Yes, Shikamaru? He asked. Shikamaru opened an eye. Not like I care or anything, but how close are you and Kuriyami-chan? Shikamaru asked. For some reason, Kimimaro suddenly felt nervous. I am only her village escort. My job is to make her happy and comfortable. I will stop at nothing to do my duty, Kimimaro said with a perfectly blank face before shifting back to his earlier position. If that's your only duty, then how come I have noticed you leaving her room in my complex at all hours of the morning, Shikamaru asked calmly. Kimimaro jolted straight. Wah what? Kura-chan said the other shadows were all asleep. How did you? Kimimaro suddenly cut himself off as he saw Shikamaru smirking and chuckling. Checkmate Teiko. Shikamaru muttered before closing his eyes and putting his earplugs back in. Kimimaro sighed as he centered his emotions again. He looked up at the near black sky and smiled as he imagined Kuriyami's face among the stars. Kimimaro went to close his eyes once more until he realized that Naruto and Choji were finally quiet. He looked around to see that they were gone along with Neji and Sasuke. Kimimaro smirked. Earplugs, you have never failed me, may you never do so. He thought before sighing again and getting up and leaving Shikamaru. Not telling about the curfew Neji had set for them as payback. Shikamaru slept in the hot springs for a few more hours before being rudely awoken by a janitor. So, this is Kumagakure, Shikamaru said as they team reached the top of the mountain. Neji smirked as the group exited the cloud cover, looking out at the main portion of the village. Everyone, this village's entry sequence is very different from the Leaf. Take a knee. Neji ordered. The group looked confused, but nonetheless they kneeled behind Neji. The Byakugan user stood with his arms above his head and pulsed his chakra. Literally only 2 seconds later, a lightning village Anbu landed in front of Neji. Konaha ninja, state your names and business. He ordered. Neji bowed. I am Jonin escort Neji Hyuga. I have escorted a team from Konaha to take place in the Jonin exams, he said. The Anbu nodded, then glanced at Kimimaro as the bone user stood. I am Jonin escort Kimimaro Kaguya. I have also escorted a team from Konaha for the same reason. The Anbu nodded. You will all follow me to the guest quarters. One of my men will find you in the morning and take you to the meeting hall. The Anbu said before turning and walking forward. The Leaf Ninjas followed after the Anbu and the group got a good tour through the market district on the third mountain. Hey, can we grab some food? Choji asked as the group was about to leave the district. The Anbu hesitated. It is not my job to get you food. The Anbu said before walking faster. After a few more minutes, the Anbu came to a stop in front of a building in the edge of a mountain. You will be staying here, these are for you to present at the welcome desk. The Anbu said, handing the group 2 envelopes. Neji took them and nodded. Thank you sir, Neji said with a smile. The Anbu nodded and disappeared in a sunshine, sparking electricity as he disappeared. Naruto whistled, wow, is that their lightning sunshine? Cool, Naruto said as he snatched one of the envelopes from Neji and walked into the building. Neji's step faltered. Hey. Naruto, he said as he ran after him. Hey, I'll be back later alright? Naruto said as he walked away from the restaurant which contained his friends and teammates. Kimimaro frowned. Where are you going Naruto? Naruto looked over his shoulder with a grin. I'm just gonna take a look around, meet you all back at the Hotel K? Naruto said as he walked around the corner. Kimimaro sighed, till he felt a hand on his shoulder. I'll follow him, no worries, Neji said as he walked off after Naruto. As the Byakugan user caught up, Naruto sniffed the air. You feel that Kurama? Naruto thought. Yes, it is definitely a Jinchuriki. Naruto rose a brow, really? Here I thought it was just the rakeage, I wanted to meet the guy. Naruto thought. Naruto heard Kurama sigh, damn it moron. Haven't you realized it yet? Kurama asked. Naruto shrugged, realized what? He said out loud. Pardon? Naruto glanced to his side as Neji walked next to him. I was just thinking. Why is it that Orochimaru attacked during the exams? Naruto frowned. Why is it that Orochimaru attacked during the exams? Naruto asked. Neji frowned, because he is the kind of criminal that would use the only truce between everyone to kill the third Hokage, Neji said. Naruto raised a brow, and which truce is that? Naruto asked. Neji sighed, during the exams in any village, foreign ninjas may not be searched or attacked outside of the exams unless they have committed a crime. So even if Orochimaru walked in under the guise of another person, no one would be allowed to question him unless they had solid proof. Neji explained. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he finally understood what Kurama was saying. So, if there was a Jinchuriki here during these exams, hypothetically, this very well could be the best time for Akatsuki members to just walk in, Naruto said. Correct.
I guess so, Neji said with a scowl.
So I guess we should consider me a target this whole time, Naruto said. Neji barely faltered in his stride as he took in this information. Naruto, I'm not sure if you've told other people about being a Jinchuriki, but I certainly did not know, Neji said. Naruto stopped, causing Neji to slow his steps and turn to him. You mean the knowledge of me being a Jinchuriki isn't common knowledge yet? Naruto asked. Neji swallowed. So, you really are a Jinchuriki? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yep, I kinda thought at least every Jonin would know. Well, this is awkward, Naruto said with a chuckle. Neji nodded. Indeed, so, the 9 tails I assume? Yep. Neji nodded and blew out a harsh breath. Well, alright then, Neji said. The next few minutes of their walk were silent as the sun began to set. They had finally left what seemed to be the market district. Naruto stepped up to a family in the street. The father was obviously a ninja, Chunin or Jonin by the look of him. Excuse me, could you please tell me where the shinobi library is? Naruto asked. The man took one look up and down at Naruto and Neji before stepping forward, putting himself between the two and his family. I'm guessing, Jonin exams? He asked. Naruto nodded and grinned. Yep. This here is my escort, Naruto said with a gesture to Neji. The man looked up and down the two of them once more. Alright, the library is just down this road to the right. It'll be hard to miss. Do not forget to register. The man said pointedly. Naruto grinned. Thanks a bunch, don't worry, my aim isn't to break any laws or nothing, Naruto said as walked off, Neji following after him. As the two left the family's earshot, Neji spoke. So what is your aim exactly? He asked Naruto. Naruto grinned as the two of them turned right. If I get a look at this village's basic jutsu, not only do I have the stepping stones to learn more advanced techniques, but I also get a decent understanding on what to expect during these exams. Naruto explained. Neji smirked and nodded. That's smart, Naruto, I would not expect it from you, he said with a chuckle. Naruto frowned. What do you mean you wouldn't expect it from me? I'm plenty smart, Naruto said. Neji shrugged. Sure you are, he said before looking forward and raising a brow. I think we have found the right place. Naruto looked up and saw a large sign, the Lightning Library. Yeah, I'd say that's right, Naruto said as he walked up the steps and opened the door, Neji following in after him. Alright then, I see your point, Sasuke said with a nod as he closed the door. Sasuke and Naruto were sharing a room opposite Sakura and Ino. Next door was Shikamaru and Choji, while in the room opposite them was Neji and Kimimaro. Naruto grinned. So, where do you want to start? Naruto said with a gesture to all the scrolls he was allowed to borrow, which had nothing stronger than a C rank but nonetheless were useful in some way. Sasuke shrugged as he pulled out one of his fission seals. Left to right, Sasuke said as he fell back onto his bed, a fission clone standing in his place. Naruto nodded and made a wood clone. These two should be done by morning with them all, yeah? He asked. The standing Sasuke shrugged. There may be a couple we won't know, but we'll have all the important ones at a usable level, he said before disappearing in his mirage sunshine, taking the 18 scrolls with him. The wood clone grinned before becoming encased in lightning armor and blurring out the window after Sasuke too. The original Naruto jumped onto his own bed. Reckon we'll end up using many of these? He asked. The original Sasuke shrugged. I'm not sure, the majority of those techniques were lightning, so we will probably use some of them. The water techniques I will have to graft into my weapon, so that will take some time. Honestly, I have no idea, Sasuke said before yawning. Naruto nodded before rolling onto his stomach, facing Sasuke. Hey Aniki, how do you feel now that your main goal in life has been achieved? Naruto asked. Sasuke smirked. I feel like I've woken up. He answered simply. Naruto frowned in thought. Were you sleeping before then? He asked. Sasuke sighed. Not exactly, but before every decision I made ended with something like because it will help me defeat Itachi. Now though, my thoughts just go wherever, usually back to Konaha, Sasuke said before rolling to his side. Naruto knew a dismissal when he heard one. Yeah, I hope my plan goes as swimmingly. Naruto muttered. Sasuke grunted, as do I, though I do wish you would tell us what the plan is exactly, Sasuke said in reply. Naruto rolled onto his back as he hummed, night Aniki. Good night Itoto. The next morning, 9 o'clock at the main hall of the village. Welcome to Kumu. A really large muscled man yelled as he held up his huge arms in welcome. Naruto looked around at all the people in the room, obviously Chunin or Tokubetsu Jonin, hoping to earn the full promotion to Jonin. Now, who wants to hear a really long speech? The guy asked loudly. Naruto raised a brow. What is he talking about? He thought. Since there was no reply for about 5 seconds, the speaker spoke. Great. No one wants to hear the speech, so I don't have to do it. Registration is there, he said pointing to a desk to his left, where a red-brown skinned lady sat. Get to it. The first test will begin at 12. Kumo is done, so Konaha ninja's next, he said before turning and walking out. Naruto frowned at the guy's attitude. Probably some guy from the council that thinks he's top shit. The rakeage would probably destroy him. Naruto thought. Go, hurry, Neji said as he pushed forward Naruto, who led the 6 Chunin over to the desk. Everyone was staring as Konaha seemed to have the least amount of ninjas in the exams. Neji placed down the necessary forms. Konaha Chunin Squad 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, Neji said. The girl, Mabui according to her name tag, took the papers and nodded, confirmed. Follow these instructions, Mabui said as she handed Neji a scroll. Neji bowed and stepped away, Team 7 following after him as Kimimaro stepped up, Konaha Chunin Squad 10. Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamiki, Kimimaro said. Mabui smirked. Ino Shika Cho, she muttered, confirmed. Follow your comrades, she said. And with that, the Konaha ninjas left the hall, on their way to prepare for the exams. Hello everyone, my name is C. A blonde Jonin said down to the crowd in front of him. The instructions had been to come to this specific mountain and be ready for what was promised to be the fastest test in the exams. Okay, the first exam will be all about speed, he said as he gestured to his right, which was a drop straight to the bottom of a nearby valley. In this division, only 70 of you can pass. And that is the fastest 70 of you to get to the opposite mountain peak where my associate is, C said as he pointed across the huge valley. There was mumbling throughout the crowd until Sasuke asked the obvious, what are the rules? C smiled, If anyone is found using any form of instant travel technique such as the Shunshine or something of the like, they are instantly disqualified. At the center of the valley there are 30 slips of red cardboard. To be classified as one of the 70 ninjas who will pass, you must cross the finish line with the cardboard in hand. These are the only rules, C said. I will give you each 5 minutes on this before I call to begin, C said before jumping over to the starting line and calling out different teams. Sakura grinned. Sweet for us, lots of speed demons, she said. Naruto shrugged. He just said we can't use any techniques or anything. I think this'll be harder than it seems. Naruto responded. It would be, Sasuke began, but he said no instant travel techniques. In other words, Sasuke let his sentence ring out as Sakura and Naruto grinned with him. There was a few moments of quiet confidence until Naruto tilted his head. You know, he just said that we need to have a slip of red cardboard from the valley. He didn't really say we had to pick it up, we could take someone else's, Naruto said. Sasuke smirked. So, basically there may end up being a huge fight for the last group of cardboard pieces, he said. Sakura shrugged. No offense to these guys, but I'm pretty sure we'll be the fastest people here, or at least within the top 5, Sakura said. Konaha's 2 teams. The trio jogged over to see just as the Ino-Shikacho group arrived. You will be starting here, team 7 to my right and 10 to my left, C said before moving on to the next spot. Shikamaru spoke. So, you guys got any plans or strategies? Shikamaru asked. Sasuke shrugged. Go really, really fast. He replied. Sakura whispered. Yo Ino, have you? Yes. Yes, I have. Now shush. Ino interrupted with a smile. Ready? The 6 ninjas quickly got in line with the other 90 ninjas. Set. Sakura's legs began to glow rainbow. Sasuke was covered in smoke. Naruto moved into a sprinting position. Choji blew up into his human boulder form. Ino lifted slightly off the ground in the same way Sakura did when she activated her skating ability while pulling out a rose, and Shikamaru's stealth fully tied himself to Sakura's shadow. Go. Phoom. From the get-go, people launched attacks at the other competitors to slow them down while doing their best to push forward. Sakura blurred ahead of everyone, causing her to become the main target. So as she sprinted downhill, she had to dodge behind boulders or focus on avoiding the attacks. Sasuke exploded from his cloud of smoke, standing on his board as he dove down the mountain, blasting a wind-style, great breakthrough from the umbrella he held under his arm straight back, giving him a defense from attacks while propelling himself into second place. Naruto had used his adamantine strength to jump. By the time Sakura was halfway down the mountain, he was perfectly over the top of the valley, which is when he implemented his plan. Naruto flipped upside down and from his foot funnel shot 2 tornadoes of wind, propelling him downwards as he struggled against the air pressure to bring his hands together above his head. Wind style, motion sickness, Naruto yelled as he became little more than a line leading a falling tornado. Sakura grabbed her piece of cardboard as she leapt over the river running through the valley, pulling it from a bamboo shaft stuck into the river's base as her shadow mimicked the same movement, but unknown to her actually grabbed 3 more pieces before becoming 2-dimensional once more. She landed and blurred into the lead as Naruto approached the ground. Naruto smirked as he flipped around to hit the ground feet first just as Sasuke approached the edge of the river. Bada boom. Boom. The impact from Naruto's kick exploded the entire river outwards along with shooting all the pieces of cardboard far down the valley. There was a slight hesitation from everyone outside the cloud of dust and smoke, until Naruto and Sasuke shot out the other side, trailing after Sakura with a piece of cardboard each. Naruto was slowly outrunning Sasuke as the two flew up the mountain. Hey Aniki! Why are you holding back? Naruto yelled over the winds. Sasuke frowned. I'm not. Something is weighing me down, he yelled. Hurry up. The two boys looked backwards to see Ino was skitching a ride, using her rose whip that was wrapped around Sasuke's umbrella while she used Sakura's skating technique, skating along in what the boys knew as 4th place. The two stared in shock, which was all Ino needed as she yanked her whip, using the burst of speed to pull herself up to Sasuke before kicking off his back, launching her into the spot behind Sakura just in time. Va Roum. The 2 men of Team 7 looked up as Choji's bullet tank form shot out from the cloud of the explosion and over their heads, becoming the normal Choji as he flipped in the air, catching Ino in a hug before he became a large ball once more. Spiky human bullet tank, Choji yelled as he began rolling up the hill at high speed. We won't lose. Naruto and Sasuke thought as their eyes flashed. His slitted eyes burned and the wind from his feet became white-hot fire, flame streams. His eyes burned with the Sharingan as he focused Curse Chakra into his propulsion seals, Curse Speed. The two boys shot off, gaining speed on Choji in a matter of seconds just as Sakura reached the final few steps. Sakura smirked, "I win," she thought. "Thanks for the lift." Sakura gasped in shock as Shikamaru popped up from her shadow, his legs folded against Sakura's chest. He pushed off, pushing Sakura backwards as he soared over the finish line, throwing out two pieces of cardboard over Sakura's head. Sakura fell backwards, her eyes wide as she saw Choji uncurl in midair, letting Ino free as the two of them caught each piece of cardboard in midair. Sakura lifted her arms as Naruto caught her left, Sasuke her right. They arrived together at the finish line in 2 minutes 18 seconds. Right behind the smirking Team 10. I can't believe it. This is bullshit, Naruto yelled angrily as he kicked a loose rock, accidentally kicking it into a nearby restaurant window and smashing something inside rather loudly. Maybe you need to calm down. They knew they wouldn't be able to outrun us except for maybe Choji, it was their only option, Sakura said with a shrug. Besides, we passed anyway, so who cares? Sasuke sighed, let's just go find Neji. He said to meet up at the same place we went for dinner last night, though I honestly doubt he knew we'd finish so early, Sasuke said as he walked ahead of his teammates. Sasuke led the way for the three of them, sighing in annoyance as Naruto took the chance to complain about Team 10 using a very good strategy to beat everyone else in the competition, and it working against Team 7. The group turned the next corner only for Sasuke to stop, making the others stop behind him. Sakura glanced over Sasuke's shoulder. Neji? What's he doing? She asked in confusion. Naruto looked over Sasuke's other shoulder and raised a brow. Neji stood, hiding behind a stack of crates and blushing bright red as he looked at something he obviously found interesting. Sasuke followed Neji's line of sight, that is Kumo's Squad 1. They're going for the Jonin exams as well. He thought before the trio walked up behind their captain. Naruto spoke up, Yo Neji, he said as he slapped a hand on Neji's shoulder. Neji jumped in shock, spinning while whipping out the handle of his weapon. Oh, it's just you three, Neji said before glancing over at the team of Kumo Nin once more. Sakura tilted her head. Wow, talk about deja vu. I swear this is exactly how Hinata was acting when Ino and I busted her stalking Naruto back at the academy. She thought with a small chuckle before seeing Neji's blush. Wait a second. She thought as she looked over at the lightning squad and who appeared to be their sensei. The blonde turned, a cold look on her face as she flicked her pale blonde hair to the side. Neji seemed mesmerized by the simple movement. It was definitely a good thing that everyone was focused on Neji, who was focused on the blonde woman. Because Naruto had just found the other Jinchuriki. Naruto swallowed as he stared at the dark shades of the person staring at him. You are definitely who I've been looking for, Naruto thought as he pushed his way forward. Neji reached out in fear, and no Naruto. She'll see us, Neji whispered. The Jonin walked forward to meet Naruto as his own team trailed behind him, a moment later found Naruto standing face to face with the large black man. The Jonin nodded, Yo number 9, this here village is mine. What you here for yo? He rapped. Naruto raised a brow, you sensory skills are very good. I'm here for the exams. Could we please talk privately? Naruto said with a respectful bow. The guy grinned, yo, for show. The name's Killer B, what's yours QB? He rapped. The dark-skinned male Chunin gasped, QB? This guy's a Jinchuriki? Oh my god, this is bad. What if he tries to attack us? What if he? Shut up Amoe. The dark-skinned female yelled as she punched the guy's head. Killer B turned to his team, Yo Kairo, quiet down. Let's take this team out on the town, 5? B said as he held his arm to the sky. The blonde girl just sighed, sure, let's go to Higushi's okay? She said before walking away, expecting the others to follow after her. Naruto smirked slightly, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. And this is my Jonin captain Neji Hyuga, Naruto said. Killer B nodded, good to know. Samui here is promised to one of you yo, he said with a gesture to his blonde student. She spun on her heel, shut up B-sensei, as if we're gonna be entering an agreement with the Leaf anytime soon. I'm promised to no one, she said before storming off, her teammates following her to Higushi's. B grinned, this'll be cool yo, man you should meet my bro. B rapped. Naruto nodded, sure thing Killer B, how about first you get to know me? He rapped in reply. B's grin grew, yo. Little man's got some beat to his soul, he said with a laugh. Naruto matched his grin, for show. Ha 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 ha. Hash. Later, we'll join you guys to eat, just get us something with meat. B rapped as he and Naruto walked out into the back balcony of the restaurant, everyone else there bowed respectfully to B before leaving. B spun to face Naruto, so Naruto, why you holding back everything about ya? He asked, for once not rapping. Naruto raised a brow, two things, I don't know what you mean by holding back. And honestly, why should I trust you about anything? You are still an enemy ninja B, Naruto said sternly. B laughed, hey. I'm no one's enemy unless they get on the bad side of me. And bro, I can feel you chakra, the 9 ain't the only thing you got in there, B said. Naruto frowned, how much does he know? How is he this good? Naruto thought before shrugging with a sigh. Fuck it, Jinchuriki's honor? Naruto said while holding out his hand, offering a handshake. B grinned, for show, he said as he grabbed Naruto's wrist and made him pound fists. B grinned as he made the connection, you can hear my thoughts yo. I can't hide nothing from you like this. B thought to Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened, how? Can you hear me too? Naruto thought to B. B nodded, yeah man, this is something only us JNKs can do. Sync our minds so that you can talk to me. Naruto gasped as he heard an unfamiliar demonic voice, is that your demon B? Who is it? Naruto thought. I can think for myself you know, I am the 8 Tails, the Octo Bull. Naruto blinked as his brows creased, Octo Bull? What the hell is that? He thought. B grinned, does it really matter? You'll prob see him in action someday soon. Trust me now? B said out loud as he pulled his hand back. Naruto nodded slowly, yeah Octo B, I get it. I trust ya, he said. Killer B smirked, yeah boy. Now tell me about yo chakras, he said loudly. Naruto shrugged and leaned against the rails, well, there is mine and the fox's, I haven't learned to use it properly yet so I don't try to otherwise Kurama gets pissed at me. He explained with a chuckle, hearing the fox growl at him in his mind. And I'm not allowed to give the details, but because of a jutsu I know I have been able to learn heaps of techniques and get close to mastering 4 of the 5 elements. I just gotta master fire now, Naruto said. B chuckled, the kid with the fire demon from the land of fire. Can't use fire, B said. Naruto nodded with a chuckle, hey, I never thought of it like that, he said with a chuckle. B nodded, question from here yo. You knows the fox's name already, so why hasn't it taught you to wield its chakra? He asked. Naruto sighed, basically, I haven't proved myself enough for him to let me use it properly. Naruto said with quotation marks. B shrugged, well you got some wicked strong chakra, why not just take it from him? B asked. Naruto raised a brow, I can take it? How? He asked. B grinned, nah man. I can't just tell you. It's a technique known only to Jinchuriki and the Lightning Village, I didn't know that you didn't know, otherwise I'd have never said it yo, he said with a laugh. Naruto frowned, damn it. This would make my plan so much easier if I could just take the chakra. Naruto thought with a sigh. Hey B-sensei, the food is here, Karuo said from the balcony entrance. Killer B nodded, aight, let's go chow down Naruto, keep up your energy for tomorrow. He rapped before walking in ahead of Naruto. Naruto sighed again while nodding, until his head snapped up, wait, what about tomorrow? Hash. Oh yeah, I'm gonna like this one, Naruto said with a grin as the group of gathered ninjas listened to the explanation of what C referred to as the power test, C said as he stepped up to the huge slab of cement that sat in the center of the arena. Every person who had passed the first exam were standing around him waiting for the demonstration. C cleared his throat, in this test, you each will be given a large slab of cement much like this one, he said as he swept his arm in the direction of the large cylinder. Your objective is to do as much damage as you can to the cylinder of cement in a single strike. There are no rules other than the single strike, he said before taking a deep breath and turning to the cement. He pulled his hand back as it sparked with lightning, he calmly pressed his hand to the cement cylinder as his hand glowed so bright that everyone had to look away. Slam. People looked back as the light faded to see that C had somehow made a concentration of something. It had cut through the cylinder on an angle so that there was a noticeable hack, causing the cylinder to fall. When I did my exam, this was enough for me to pass. But that was because there weren't that many power hitters in my year. I was lucky. We have 3 judges, they will compare you to the people who went before you. These judges are under a genjutsu that makes every person out to look like a black blob. Their sense of hearing is also blocked so that there is absolutely no biased judgment. They will give you a score each from 0 to 10. You must have a total of at least 20 to pass this round. Any questions? C asked. A sand ninja lifted her hand. Yeah. What if our repertoire is focused on assassinations? I have no superpower moves. She complained. C smirked. As an assassin, you may be ordered to break into a stronghold. How are you going to penetrate a fully defended fortress if you can't break through a simple wall? He asked. A rock ninja yelled, "Go underground," he said logically. There was a slight silence until C stepped aside. Go ahead then, penetrate this fortress with such a simple move, he said with a gesture to a new slab that just lifted out of the ground. The rock ninja scoffed and formed hand seals, Earth style, subterranean voyage. The ninja said as he dove underground. Naruto looked over his shoulder. Did you get it? Sasuke nodded as his Sharingan followed the ninja's underground movement. When his eyes spotted a basic seal underground, that's gonna hurt. He thought as he quickly jumped to the front of the Konaha group. Sasuke's cheeks filled as the ninja hit the underground explosive notes. Uchiha fire style, wall of fire. Buoum. The earth ninja was blown up from the ground as was ever ninja in the vicinity other than those Sasuke had protected and C, who had leapt up to stand on top of the wall. The dust cloud disappeared and everyone slowly regrouped. No one was severely harmed other than the rock ninja who had a large gash down his arm. C just nodded to Sasuke as the Uchiha's large shield of fire dissipated. C smiled politely. Any person who is worth an assassination mission from a Jonin would have some kind of underground defense and most people cannot see underground. Therefore, shut up and do the test how I say to got that? He said as his eyes hardened. Instantly, the slab remaining was joined by 5 others. Since the Konaha ninjas acted first, I'm going to let them decide if they want to go first. Sasuke Uchiha I believe? C said as he waved the 6 ninjas forward. Sasuke nodded. No thank you C-san, may we please be the second group? Sasuke asked. C shrugged. Sure thing, in that case, the remaining Suna ninjas please step forward, he said with a wide gesture. C nodded as the group of 4 lined up. Okay, let's start. For each test we'll be going village by village, left to right. You will get your scores right as you finish. I will count your number and you will strike. Ready? C asked, receiving a nod from everyone in return. C blew his whistle. 1. The first ninja sprinted forward, wind style, absolute slash. He screamed as he swung a wide axe on a collision course with the slab. His axe cut through the slab almost entirely, cut the wind blade kept going, hacking the rest of the way through. Slam. The slab fell to the ground as the ninja turned to the judges who sat up in the stands. 7. 7. 8. C smirked. 22. Pass. 2 go. A ninja scowled as he ran forward, running vertically up the cement with his hand stabbed into it, fire style, solar palm. The attack was hot enough to turn a majority of the cement into sludge. It fell to the ground in a wet slop but the cylinder did not fall. 4. 7. 6. C shook his head. 19. Fail. 3 go. The female ninja who had asked the earlier question bit her lip as she opened her 2-hand fans all the way open to their 2 moons. Wind style, dual death slash, she yelled. Her attack cut a huge cross into the slab, which unfortunately did not cause enough damage to make any pieces of the pillar drop off or break, if only barely. Instantly, there was an uproar. Hey! I thought you said only a single strike. That was clearly 2. Some guy yelled out. C sighed. It was a single jutsu. Therefore it counts, he yelled back, shutting everyone up as he glanced at the judges. 6. 7. 6. 19. Fail. 4 go. The next ninja shrugged with a frown before pulling out his puppet. I want to pass, this is a real shame. He muttered as the puppet flew forward and extended its arms, hugging the cylinder. Puppet style, sacrificial acid grip. The puppet's joints leaked a highly corrosive liquid that as its hug tightened, it was able to eat through the cylinder in less than a minute, but also destroyed itself. He looked to the judges hopefully as he pulled back the head, the only remaining part. 8. 6. 8. 22. Pass. Suna ninjas are free to leave. Would those who pass please remember to return to the meeting hall tomorrow morning at 9, C said as the Suna ninjas left, offering to take their failed comrades out for a drink. C turned back to the remaining ninjas as new slabs grew from the remnants of the old, Konaha ninjas. Your go, C said with a nod to Sasuke. Sasuke smirked as he walked to the slab furthest to the right, Sakura, Naruto, Ino, Choji and Shikamaru following behind, spreading out to his left. C nodded, same as before. Left to right, go by your numbers. 1. Shikamaru walked forward and placed his hand on the ground, touching the shadow of the cylinder. Dark style, black pit. Everyone stared in shock as the cement fell into nothingness, making the spot absolutely spotless as Shikamaru turned to the judges. 10. 4. 10. C raised a brow. Why did he only give a 4? He muttered. Shikamaru yawned as he walked past C, probably because I technically didn't destroy the slab. The other two don't seem to care though, I got it out of the way, that's what matters, Shikamaru said before turning back to his previous spot and waving his shadow over the area. In a few moments, the cement shadow reformed and from it came the slab, good as new. C nodded, well then, 24. Pass. 2 go. Choji smirked, ninja art, super expansion jutsu, he yelled as he grew. And kept growing, and some more. Choji was now taller than the arena, he lifted up the slab with his 2 hands before cracking it into his thigh, destroying the whole thing into average-sized chunks about the size of a normal man's chest. Choji began shrinking as his scores were revealed. 9. 8. 9. 26. Pass. 3 go. Ino took a deep breath, focus. She muttered as she focused a jutsu she had learned from the secret Sanin sensei she had since Team 7 left on their training trip. Ino ran up the cylinder before leaping into the air, heaven kick of pain, she yelled as she flipped downwards through the air. Blam! Her heel cracked into the cylinder, she kicked all the way through, right till she was flat foot on the ground again. The cylinder creaked before falling into 2 halves, everyone stared as the girl seemingly hacked a giant slab of cement with a single kick. Ino panted as she rubbed her sore foot, still haven't mastered Tsunade-sama's chakra strength in the feet. Ow! She thought before standing on up and looking to the judges. 8. 8. 8. 24. Pass. 4 go, C said with a gesture to Naruto. Naruto decided to show off a bit, so he casually flew into the air above the pillar, making many gasp at the power of flight. Naruto pulled out Seimata Bocho and grasped the handle between his 2 hands as the blade began to glow. Even the members of Team 7 gasped as the one blade became its 2 components in less than a second. Naruto began to dive. Wind style, Suiga. Naruto span in a green tornado, his swords making it sharper, wider and over 10 times more powerful. Naruto didn't even make contact with the pillar as his chakra was so sharp, the cement just was destroyed into millions of pieces about the size of a knuckle. Boo-oom. Naruto impacted the ground and his jutsu dissipated, the released air causing a small tornado that pushed almost everyone back a few feet at the minimum while lifted the stone fragments and taking them away. The breeze died down and Naruto resheathed his once again single blade with a smirk as he looked at the wide-eyed judges. 10. 10. 10. C gulped, wow, oh. 30. Pass. 5 go, he said in shock as Naruto walked past him, giving in passing a high five to Sakura. Sakura smirked as she walked up to her pillar of cement, her right foot glowing in a rainbow hue. People watched in confusion until she stomped, 1 step before the pillar as her boot materialized. Sakura smirked as she kept her thoughts in her head to prevent anyone connecting the dots, shocking burst bullet. Boom bam. Sakura's kick shattered the pillar above and below her kick while sending the middle portion careening into the stadium wall with concussive force. Sakura smirked as she turned to the judges. 9. 9. 9. 27. Pass. 6 go, C said. Sasuke stood with his arms folded as his eyes flashed to become the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Inferno style, flame control. From the area in front of Sasuke, a small pin of black fire shot forward and penetrated the very center of the pillar. Nothing happened afterwards. Some people began laughing and then. Boom. The black flames from the inside burst upwards, rendering the entirety of the pillar above the impact point into nothing more than ash. Everyone went quiet as the flames disappeared and Sasuke glanced to the judges. 10. 9. 10. Sasuke frowned as he walked over to the other Konaha ninjas. Should have made it burn down as well. I didn't think that little remaining section would cost me. He thought as he arrived. C nodded to himself. Holy shit, what the hell does Konaha do for training? He thought on the inside as he raised his arm. 29. Pass. Konaha ninjas pass. Please feel free to vacate the area, but you are reminded that tomorrow morning you are to return to the main hall at 9 in the morning. Water village ninjas come forward along with waterfall, rain and grass, since there is only 2 water ninjas and 2 grass. C ordered as the new pillars rose up. The Konaha ninjas leapt into the stands so that they could leave when Sasuke acted. Naruto, Sakura, you two take these 3 outside to Kimimaro and Neji. I'll set up the watch, Sasuke said before fading into his chameleon genjutsu. Ino turned to Naruto and Sakura. What's going on? She asked. Naruto grinned. Aniki is going to record the rest of the competition with his Sharingan and give the information of those who passed to us tonight. He just likes being mysterious about it, Naruto said with a laugh before leading the way out to see their captains. Chapter 13, Exams continue, the mirror, the cross and the genie's diamond. So essentially, there is only 40 ninjas left out of the original 90 and there are only 6 full teams left including ours. Also, only 2 teams may be threats to us in my opinion, Sasuke said to the group of 7 in front of him. Shikamaru nodded. With all the information you've gotten us, I assume the main threat is this team that you guys met, Team Samui, he said with a shrug. Neji interrupted. Something was brought to my attention. There is a Jinchuriki or 2 in this village according to village information, he said, barely hesitating as he glanced at Naruto. I think this other team is actually a larger threat than you think, Neji said as he lay his hand on a folder. Sasuke frowned as he opened the folder. One of these 3 failed the strength test. It is not Akatsuki, he said surely, instantly catching up everyone to the possibility that Akatsuki may very well have penetrated the village. Choji spoke up. It's not the team with the masked guy, is it? Naruto's head snapped in their direction. Masked guy? Is his name Toby? Naruto asked as he walked over and looked at the folder. No, there is a team of 3 masked people from the Rain Village. They have odd names, Boom, Fang, and Vine. Their masks don't exactly match, but I'm pretty sure it's just a Rain Village thing, Sakura said, waving them off. Naruto frowned but nodded. I guess so, we did see that Rain Village team back in Adate's mission. They all wore those gas masks. He thought before deciding. No matter who the opponent is, we shouldn't hold back against anyone. Akatsuki or not, let's just do our best, alright? Naruto said. The group was quiet before they began nodding as Kimimaro spoke. This is good, I agree completely. But we should tell the Raikage about our theories. Naruto frowned but Sasuke spoke. Not now. Let's wait until we can narrow the suspects and then tell him, Sasuke said. Neji nodded, agreed. Now everyone, we will wake at 8 in the morning and make our way to your next exam. Dismissed. Neji ordered. Hash. Can I have a miso ramen, thanks, and get started on a pork as well, Naruto said with a grin. The waitress nodded. Yes sir, that will be ready in a few minutes, she said with a bow before turning away. Naruto looked to his right, admiring the rest of the little noodle hut. Reminds me of the old Ichirakus. He thought with a sigh. Naruto relaxed as he leant against the wall to his left. These Jonin exams are kind of simple, you think they'd be more complicated. Naruto thought as he watched the chef start on his noodles. Yo Naruto, what you thinking 'bout bro? Killer B said as he took the seat next to Naruto. Naruto smirked. Hey B, actually I was thinking that these exams are far too simple. Shouldn't there be more to it? He asked. B smirked. Man, the first 2 are always easy, but the rest are complex, he said normally. Naruto raised a brow. How do you know what the others are going to be already? B chuckled. Let's just say, I got connections, to the Raikage. He rapped as he smiled to the waitress who just nodded back. Naruto recognized his own exchange with Ayame. I'm guessing you're a regular here? Naruto asked. B nodded. Faux show. Me and Ayane here go way back, he said as he grinned at the waitress again. Naruto blinked. Her name is Ayane? Really? He asked. B nodded. Yeah, why you ask? Naruto shook his head. No reason Octopops, Naruto said with a grin. Killer Bee chuckled, you settled on a nickname for me yet? Why not, Daddy 8? Or Raptopus? Or? Never. Naruto turned to the new voice and raised a brow. Wow, this guy is built like an ox. Naruto thought in awe at the huge black man in front of him. Here's your bowl, sir, and yours, B-san, Ayane said as she placed the two bowls down before looking up and seeing the newcomer. Ah. Asama. How may we serve you today? She exclaimed with a smile. The guy smirked. I'm good for today, Ayane-san, thank you, he said with a rough voice. Naruto raised a brow, prompting B to explain. Yo Naruto, this is my bro, B said with a gesture to A. Naruto nodded. It's good to meet you, A-san. Are you a ninja? Naruto asked since A wore no headband or anything similar. A smirked. Am I a ninja? Of course I am. The large man said with a laugh before hesitating. You don't know who I am, do you? A asked with a grin. Naruto shook his head. I do not. Excuse me for a second, Naruto said before turning to his bowl. A raised a brow at B, but the swordsman just turned to his own bowl. A frowned up until he witnessed Naruto down his first bowl in a single gulp. Ayane gasped as she almost dropped Naruto's second, but Naruto caught it and downed the whole bowl again. A shook his head in shock as Naruto turned to him. Sorry, should I know who you are? Naruto asked as he wiped noodles from his chin. Killer Bee grinned. Yo fool, A is my brother, but more than that, he's the raw HCK, B said as his bowl was pushed into his face courtesy of A's hand. A grinned. So Naruto, you're the one B has told me about, he said as he pounded his stomach with his free hand. Naruto knew the gesture was to indicate him being a Jinchuriki, so he scowled, and here I thought someone with a Jinchuriki as a sibling wouldn't act like such a dick about it, Naruto said as he stood. Killer Bee had placed his bowl down again and had just placed down enough cash to pay for both himself and Naruto. Naruto, you don't get it. Here in the cloud it is an honor to be a Jinchuriki, big bro don't mean nothin' by it, B said. Naruto's anger dropped. What? It's honorable here? Naruto asked in shock. Forget about it. I came to get B. There are a few things I need for you and a few others to do for the Jonin exams tomorrow. You're coming with me now, he ordered as he grabbed B's arm. Naruto interrupted. Hold up, why is it honorable here? B, just who is this joker? Naruto asked, not at all liking the way A was treating his younger brother, someone who in Naruto's eyes was supposed to be respected. A's eyes snapped towards Naruto. A joker am I? He asked as lightning crackled around his fist. B waved his hands. Yo Naruto, don't diss my big bro. He can't take a joke and his anger will be taken out on you. B rapped, sort of. Naruto frowned. Alright, fine, Naruto said, even though he clearly did not like the larger man. A grinned. That's what I thought, he said before forcefully grabbing B's shoulder and dragging him away. B didn't seem concerned at all, as if he was used to being dragged around. See ya later Naruto, you some serious challenges tomorrow. Fool ya fool. He rapped as he was dragged around the corner. Naruto chuckled. A serious challenge? About time I get one of those. He thought with a chuckle before turning to order a third bowl that he could take his time with. Poof. Naruto-san. Naruto groaned. Really? Here too? He complained as he turned to the cloud Anbu. The Anbu didn't acknowledge Naruto's complaint. You have received a letter from your village. As it was from those who are technically classified as an enemy, we had to confirm it was not suspicious. After discovering it was merely a letter from your clan head substitute, we wish to apologize for this intrusion into your privacy. The Anbu said with a bow as he held out a scroll. Naruto's expression became serious. Thank you Anbu-san, Naruto said as he took the scroll before turning and walking away from the ramen bar. A few minutes later, Naruto was standing quietly in an alleyway with a single street light. After checking that he was alone, he opened the scroll. Naruto. I got the information you need. You were right about the pale-faced one. He is not alone anymore. On a much lighter note, I would like to thank you for helping my ninjas get into the new Anbu divisions here in the Leaf. Sai has shown much tactical improvement since joining Fusan's squad. As for your weddings, what will become of me once you're officially the clan head? You told me to be ready, but what for? Signed, Uzumaki Head, Substitute, Danzo Shimura. Naruto smirked as his eyes slitted. So, Orochimaru did rejoin the Akatsuki. That will make things much harder if what Uro-sensei suspected becomes true, though it's really unlikely. He thought as he ran his tongue over his blade teeth. Feeling a stirring on his back, Naruto reached back and pulled out Seimata Bocho, who was vibrating. Jive 5, Gigi, she said happily, before becoming solid again. Naruto frowned and sealed the scroll and the storage seal on his sheath before lifting the sword onto his shoulder in a way reminiscent of Zabuza as he jumped up in a seamless backflip, landing on the roof of the building behind him, staring down the mist ninja in front of him. The ninja span lifting their sword, expecting to be attacked. Hold it. The ninja yelled nervously. Naruto looked over him once. Why are you spying on me? Naruto asked. The ninja's arms started to shake in an effort to keep the massive sword up in a defense, which is when Naruto realized exactly what the sword was. Hiramkare, Naruto gasped softly as he stood tall, relaxing his combat stance. The ninja's arms shook in effort to hold up the sword. Seimata, he said as he slowly put his blade to his side. There was a moment of quiet before Naruto held out his arm in greeting. My name is Naruto, the wielder of Seimata and Kubikiri Bocho. And you are? Naruto asked politely. The ninja's eyes widened. You have 2 of the 7 swords? He asked. Naruto nodded, still not dropping his friendly stance. The ninja frowned. I am Chojuro of the Mist and I must request that you give those swords to me, Chojuro said semi-confidently. Naruto scoffed. No way, they are my spoils after I killed Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hoshigaki. They are mine and Konaha's now, Naruto said with a hard look. Chojuro frowned. But we need those to bring honor back to the village, Chojuro said as he brought the sword back up into an offensive stance. In an instant, Naruto had swung his sword around, hit the broadside of Chojuro's sword, knocking the Jonin back as Naruto stepped forward. Stop. Naruto hesitated as Chojuro kicked out at him. Chojuro gasped as his foot was blocked by Sasuke's Susanoo ribcage. Sasuke was ignoring him and frowning at Naruto. What are you doing, Itoto? We don't want to start something dangerous, Sasuke said before his Susanoo faded. He turned to the mist ninja, his Sharingan spinning. I'm sorry Mr. Chojuro, we are just here for the exams, we mean no harm, Sasuke said, trying to convey thoughts of friendliness through his Sharingan. It seemed to work as Chojuro calmly reached back and rested Hiramkare on his back once more. Apology accepted Uchiha, Chojuro said before leaping across the alleyway, landing on the opposite roof. Sasuke bowed to Chojuro before turning to Naruto and smirking. So, that's another of the 7, isn't it? Sasuke asked as he and Naruto dropped down into the alley. Naruto grinned and nodded. Yup, he said as he sheathed his blade. Sasuke chuckled. I think he's one of the sensais from one of the mist teams, so how can we get that from him? Sasuke asked as the 2 boys exited the alley and began walking back the hotel. Naruto frowned in thought before seeing a blonde-haired man wearing a lower face mask walk past, glancing at Naruto hesitantly before continuing on. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr handle. It's okay, I know, he said before turning to Sasuke. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity. Naruto grinned as his eyes turned red, matching Sasuke's. The two smirked confidently before they leapt up and towards their hotel, getting ready for a good night's rest for tomorrow's exams. My name is M and I am one of the captains of the Cloud Village's intelligence units. I have been given permission to design this next text, which will be a retrieval mission inside the village. Each individual will be given a single clue about what they need to get, and by sunset you must have your result here. There will be Anbu teams along the way to each of the goals, and they are the only ninjas who are allowed to interfere. Each item has 8 Anbu as a defense, and no more will interfere if you manage to evade or fight off the original 8. But they will not try to kill you and you will not try to kill them. Am I understood? M asked. The remaining group of 40 ninjas nodded in confirmation, causing the anorexic-looking ninja to smile softly. All right then, are there any questions? M asked. The one Sasuke had pointed out as Vine, an average but very pale guy, rose an arm. When you say our result, do you mean an object? Or is it information we're meant to find? He asked. M smirked. Good, someone picked up on that. Every single one of you will be given different clues, but each one of you will be sent to find the same something as one other person. That something may be information, an object, a ninja. It also means that by the end of this there will only be 20 ninjas left. So not only do you have to be fast at finding your clues and eventually the final thing, you have to be accurate. If you bring me the wrong object you will fail. Any more questions? M asked once more as he walked over to a covered booth. Seeing no one asked anything more, M walked into the booth and called out, "I will call your names one by one. Once you get your clue you may read it, but you aren't allowed to leave this hall until I open those doors," M yelled. There was a few seconds of silence until the names started getting called. Naruto raised a brow as some people came out with scrolls, others with a single piece of paper and others with pictures. Sakura Haruno of Konaha. Sakura smiled as she walked ahead. She entered the booth only to come out a minute later with a confused look on her face as she read from a piece of paper. Sasuke Uchiha of Konaha. Sasuke strode forward confidently, gaining many interested and curious looks as the whole of the elemental nation knew of the last Uchiha. After a few moments, Sasuke walked out holding two pictures. Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. Naruto jogged forward with a childish grin, causing people to look at him as if he was some weirdo that was overexcited. Entering the booth, Naruto raised a brow at the three boxes sitting in front of M. "Hello Naruto-san, choose a box," M said. Naruto shrugged, too, he mumbled. M breathed in through his teeth. "Ooh, that's a shame, you've chosen the last in the box," M said before taking out a piece of paper. Naruto raised a brow as he was given the paper. "What does that mean?" he asked. M smiled. "It means you have the hardest clue of any other one in the box. And since you chose two, it is a physical item you have to find. With that in mind, you may leave," M said. Naruto nodded and left as he looked down at the paper. DDR Track 7. Over 95%. Only children would find me on the slip. I'm worth more than any lucky dip. Naruto blinked and reread the single line over again as he came to a stop in front of Sasuke and Sakura. He looked up at them. "The fuck is this?" he asked. Sasuke shrugged. "I have no idea either," he said with a frown as he looked down at his photos. The first was a picture of Lightning Country with a single line under it, and the other picture was on clear plastic, holding a large X and the word of under the X. Sakura bit her lip. "I think I have an idea about my one already," she mumbled as she looked at her piece of paper. "Abt is weak. S is where I'm going to be. Don't turn away or you'll be gone." Naruto frowned as Sakura read hers to him quietly. "How the hell do you have an idea already?" Naruto asked. Sakura smirked and held up a finger, signaling for Naruto wait. Wondering why, Naruto followed her eyesight, seeing M exiting the booth. "Alright everyone, you have just under 10 hours to complete your tasks. I don't care how you do it, I just need the result," he said before swinging open the large doors. "Begin." In a second, the hall was empty and the waiting Jonin sensei and the teammates that failed sat on the roof, waiting for what was hopefully going to be a success. Guys wait. Sasuke and Naruto stopped running as Sakura appeared in front of them. "What is it, Ne-chan?" Naruto asked. Sakura pulled out her clue. "I think we should work together for this. I mean, I know it's a race individually, but I think we may need to help each other," Sakura said seriously. Sasuke raised a brow. "Why? I thought you said you already had a good idea of what yours was?" he asked. Sakura nodded. "I do, but I don't have any techniques that will help me get to it. I'll need Sasuke to get it for me," she said. Sasuke nodded. "Alright, I'll need help to figure out my clue." "I have no idea at all," he said. Naruto shrugged. "I might have an idea on how to get the information I need. Sakura, why don't you fill in Sasuke on your item and then you and I can try to figure out mine and Sasuke's while he gets your thing for you," he suggested. Sasuke nodded. "Agreed," Sasuke said. Sakura nodded as well as the three walked to a public bench and Sakura sat down between Naruto and Sasuke to explain her theory. Sakura read out loud. "Abt is weak. S is where I'm going to be. Obviously this part is about jutsus. So I think the ninja library. The only problem is that as outsider ninjas we aren't allowed in the library," Sakura explained. Sasuke nodded. "And the don't look away or you'll be gone part?" he asked. Sakura frowned. "I haven't exactly figured that part out yet," she said. Sasuke nodded and sneakily reached into his pouch, passing Sakura the corresponding seal to the one he stuck in his left sleeve. "You know what to do. I'll describe the room once I'm in the S-rank section of the library and you figure it out," Sasuke said before standing. "Try to figure out mine or Naruto's. If you get an idea for either of them, go for that one first," Sasuke said before holding a half-hair seal and melting out of existence into his fully mastered chameleon genjutsu. Sakura smiled at his departure before turning to Naruto, who was holding Sasuke's picture one on top of the other. Naruto grinned. This one is easy, I get it, Naruto said before holding them up at Sakura. Sakura's eyes widened as Naruto held the clear picture over the normal picture. So together, it's a picture of lightning country that's been crossed out. What do you get from that? She asked. Naruto's grin grew as he pointed to the line at the bottom of the map. Look where the of lines up, Naruto said. Looking closer, Sakura saw that the of was right on the line that was below the map. Okay, so what? She asked. Naruto sighed before something in his head clicked together. Maybe this one is only easy because I know of the item's existence thanks to the third rakeage? He thought. Naruto held his hand out to Sakura. Pen? He asked. Sakura blinked in confusion before grabbing a pen from her seal pockets and passing it to Naruto. The blonde ninja wrote something on the map before lining up the two photos once more so Sakura could read. X of lightning? She asked. Naruto smiled. The X is a cross. Therefore, the thing Sasuke has to find is a cross of lightning. Naruto explained with a grin of self-accomplishment. Sakura frowned. Naruto, how can a cross made of lightning even exist? She asked. Naruto raised a brow before sighing. Ne-chan, it's the main relic that powers the hidden cloud village. That's why they made the village here, they have an infinite source of power, Naruto said as he stood and began walking, forcing Sakura to get up and follow him. Sakura frowned. Well, how was I supposed to know that? Only someone from this village would know something of such. She trailed off as she looked at Naruto who was grinning knowingly. The third? Sakura asked. Naruto nodded. I guess they expected Sasuke to interrogate a local ninja to find it, Naruto said as the two of them approached the Raikage's mansion. Naruto calmly walked up to the desk. Excuse me miss, he said, causing the receptionist to look up. We seek audience with the Raikage as part of the Jonin exams. Also, please deliver this message to him, Naruto said as he wrote on the back of the map and handed it to her. The lady nodded. If it's for something like the Jonin exams I'm sure he'll spare a few moments. Hold on a moment please, she said before turning around and opening a slot in the wall. She wrote down something then clipped Naruto's message to it before placing them on a small shelf in the slot. Sakura gasped as with a simple push of a button the small elevator began carrying the letters up to the Raikage. How did she do that? She didn't use any chakra or seals or anything? Sakura whispered harshly to Naruto. Naruto chuckled. Their technology for home living and entertainment is much farther along than ours. I'd compare it to how advanced Snow Country's war technology was in comparison. Naruto explained. Sakura nodded slowly. Wow. She muttered. Boom. Naruto smirked as Sakura and the reception lady jumped in shock as the Raikage himself appeared in front of Naruto covered in lightning armor, mid-punch. Everyone in the foyer stared in shock as Naruto caught the punch, encased in his own lightning armor. Naruto's brows shot up. Eh? You're the Raikage? Naruto asked casually. Snorted, ya damn brat. How the hell do you know this? He said as he pushed the piece of paper Naruto had written on into Naruto's face. Sakura managed to get a glimpse of the paper and only saw some of the words. Is that the location of this power source Naruto spoke of? She thought. Naruto grinned. Let me come upstairs and I'll explain Sama, Naruto said as his eyes flickered to being slitted before becoming normal again. The Raikage glared at Naruto before turning and storming away at a normal but angered pace, Naruto and Sakura following behind him. After a minute, the three of them walked into the Raikage's office and the room door was closed behind Sakura and Naruto by Daru before he made a few seals. Ninja art, electron filter, Daru yelled as suddenly the walls, doors and windows were covered in a thin shell of lightning. Sat down and glared at Naruto. How do you know of the source? Only Anbu-level cloud ninjas know. He ordered. Sakura felt uncomfortable. She was surrounded by an active lightning jutsu, a high-level Jonin at their backs and the Raikage himself in front of them. I'm not sure we'd win this one. She thought as she stood defensively. Naruto chuckled, causing everyone in the room to look at him in confusion. Not a chance. You answer some questions for me first then I'll consider telling you about my master, he said. Sakura was confused. What master? She thought before putting her trust in Naruto. The Raikage glared for a few moments before scowling. Fine. What do you want to know? Asked. Naruto calmly walked forward and placed the clear photo on the Raikage's table, making the Raikage chuckle as he looked at the other photo he held in his hand. So, you got it as the goal for your intelligence gathering test? I guess you're gonna fail. The Raikage said. Sakura frowned. Actually it was for our teammate, and it doesn't specify that he has to take it. She trailed off as the Raikage glared at her. A scoffed as Sakura looked away. What number did your teammate pick then? Asked. Naruto had no idea, but luckily Sakura knew. He chose number 1, she said. Naruto rolled his eyes. Typical Sasuke, won't settle for anything less than number 1. He thought with a chuckle. The Raikage scowled. Okay, you're lucky. You just have to find decent information of how to get to the end location. I'll escort you myself once you answer my. I'm in Sakura. The Raikage glared at Sakura. What is this? He yelled as she slammed his fists on the table. Before the Raikage could do anything rash, Naruto yelled, it's our teammate. He's searching for Sakura Ne-chan's item while we're doing research on this on, Naruto yelled out. The Raikage glared at Naruto for a moment. Did I come in at the wrong time? Sasuke's voice rang out over the seal sarcastically. Sakura cleared her throat. Can I be excused? I have the feeling I'm not really needed here anyways. Sakura asked. Daru spoke for the first time since he cast his jutsu. You can't leave, this field of electricity is impenetrable even by sound, he said. Naruto raised an arm and pointed a single finger to the ceiling. Suddenly, as if Naruto's finger was a lightning rod, all the lightning hit his arm and discharged through the floor. Daru blinked in shock until Sakura walked out of the room. I'll just be out here then, she said before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Naruto grinned at the Raikage. Let me give you the short version, he said as he raised his arm and ripped the top portion of his sleeve, revealing the tattoo he had obtained when he absorbed the third Raikage. I am the true successor of the third Raikage, Naruto declared as he flared his black lightning armor into form. The Raikage and Daru stared in awe and slight fear, never experiencing the black lightning armor technique up close before. After a few moments, Naruto let the armor discharge back into chakra. Now I need you to write down the directions and details of how to get to the Cross of Lightning so that my teammate can pass this exam. Then I gotta find out what the hell DDR is, Naruto demanded. Are you there, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked through the seal. Sasuke lifted his own seal to his mouth and whispered, yes, I just walked in under a genjutsu. No one but a single Anbu noticed. I used that Tsukiyomi on him. Now what was the second part of that clue? He asked quietly as he crouched on the ceiling of the small room. In hidden section at the back of the library held all of the S-ranked jutsus of the Lightning Village. Sasuke highly suspected that they didn't think anyone would be able to get past the multiple guards out the front. Sasuke had lied to Sakura to make sure she didn't worry. He actually had to get past 2 Anbu squads, one at the entrance to the room and another surveying the door from afar. Sasuke had secretly used a few seals to knock out the Anbu surveying the area within a few seconds before using a fission clone to start up a ruckus at the bottom of the stairs at the entrance. As the Anbu turned their focus down towards the second Sasuke, the first Sasuke crawled along the ceiling under the cover of his chameleon jutsu. This is how he currently waited as the second Sasuke kept up the act of trying to get in without starting any violence. Okay, it's don't turn away or you'll be gone. Is there anything that's giving you any ideas? Sakura asked. Sasuke dropped to the table in the center of the room and looked around. Now that I'm visible, those supposedly hidden cameras will be trailed on me to see if I steal their village secrets. Better not anyway. Atoto probably knows half of them. Sasuke thought as he turned in a circle, looking at everything in the room. His eyes snapped back as he saw himself disappear. He smirked. It's a mirror, Sakura-chan. When I turn away I can't see myself anymore. Therefore, I'm gone, Sasuke said through the seal. Great. That must be it. Check behind the mirror. Sakura's voice rang excitedly. Sasuke smirked and nodded before leaping over to the wall, being careful not to leave any evidence of him stepping on the floor. He lifted the mirror from the wall with one hand and smirked as he found a small hand mirror with a handle in the shape of ans. Got it, Sakura. What's your location? He asked as he put the mirror back. Beep 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 beep. The Raikage Tower. Hurry. Straight away Sasuke used his Mirage Sunshine, appearing on the roof of the library just as his fission clone appeared in front of him. In an instant the two were merged, just as one of the Anbu came over the ledge of the building. The Anbu pulled out a sword just as the second Anbu landed. Sasuke was mid-swing with his Kusarigama. The second Anbu barely rolled under the attack as the first Anbu jumped up into the air, slashing down at Sasuke in the next movement as Sasuke's weapon clocked the third Anbu in the head with the weight of his weapon, knocking him out. Sasuke lifted up the blade of his weapon, blocking the strike of the first Anbu before sending chakra to form one of the few jutsu he had actually bothered to learn instead of right into a seal. Chidori Current. The first Anbu was highly electrocuted, paralyzing his nerves for a few moments as Sasuke jumped high to avoid the attack of the second Anbu. Feeling a presence behind him, Sasuke backflipped in midair while pulling hard on his weapon. The chain of his kusarigama wrapped around the fourth and final Anbu who was mid-seals and the blade stabbed one of his hands, forcing the Anbu to stop his seals. Continuing his flip, Sasuke disappeared in a cloud of smoke only to appear from the cloud on his board, knocking his captured ninja into the second Anbu, giving Sasuke the chance to run. And with a burst of curse energy, Sasuke shot off towards the Raikage Tower, dropping down to just above building height as he hoped to get to Sakura in time as his burst of chakra dispelled his genjutsu on the other four surveillance Anbu. Naruto stepped out of the Raikage's office with what Sakura could tell was a forced smile, got the directions Sakura-chan, and information on the number and location of guards that would be there if anyone tried to break in, Naruto said as he approached Sakura. Sakura grinned, "That's great. But why did the Raikage so readily give you that information?" she asked. Naruto smirked, "What's the easiest way to find out about something that you know someone knows?" Naruto asked. Sakura blinked in confusion, I don't know." "What?" she asked. Naruto chuckled as the two of them began to descend the stairs. "Duh, just ask them. For the purpose of this exam he's willing to give away the information," Naruto said before thinking, "Well, at least that's what he'd say if you threatened to tell every single village about the reason the Lightning Village is so self-sustaining throughout any wars." He thought with a slightly cocky smirk. The moment the two reached the bottom of the stairs, Sasuke appeared in front of them, sliding across the foyer on his knees as he held up the mirror to Sakura. "Go back to the hall and show them you got it." "Now," Sasuke yelled before two Anbu appeared in the doorway, Sasuke having taken out the other two of this squad. Sakura grabbed the mirror and held it in one hand as she span, running up the stairwell with her skating technique, one Anbu chasing her as the other stopped in front of Sasuke. "You are under arrest for being caught stealing from the Great Breakthrough." Whoosh. Sasuke looked up confused as the Anbu was blown out the way he had come, thanks to a strong burst of wind. He glanced to his right to see a smirking Naruto offering out a scroll. Sasuke blinked in confusion once more as Naruto explained, "Your goal, Sasuke, and in less than 2 hours." "Not bad," Naruto said with a grin. Sasuke smirked and took the scroll, sealing it in his own seal before the two walked out the door. Yahoo! Oh! The two guys looked up to see Sakura had at some point taken a sheet from somewhere in the tower and leapt high into the air over the Raikage Tower. She was using the sheet as a parachute to escape from the Anbu, who began shooting of jutsu in a hopeless effort to stop her. Sasuke smirked as he watched Sakura float through the air on a collision course with the exam hall. "That's one down," he said before turning to Naruto. "Now yours is the last one to do," he said. Naruto nodded and pulled his paper out. DDR Track 7. Over 95%. Only children would find me on the slip. I'm worth more than any lucky dip. What does any of this DDR things mean? Naruto wondered out loud. Sasuke hummed, "Since we have no idea, let's work backwards. Only children would find me on the slip. I'm worth more than any lucky dip. Let's find a place where we would only find children that has to do with slipping or something." Sasuke suggested. Naruto's eyes lit up. "A playground slide?" he asked. Sasuke smirked as his eyes met Naruto's. "A slippery dip," he reiterated. The two smirked at each other before Sasuke and Naruto got into a familiar formation, Naruto lifting Sasuke up into the air via Kusarigama so that Sasuke could survey the area with his Sharingan, just as they had located Tsunade back in Tanzaku town. After a minute of looking around, Naruto. "I see many weak chakra systems in that direction. Not a single one is developed yet," Sasuke yelled up to Naruto. Naruto turned and activated the seal over his eye, seeing the edge of a sandbox behind a group of shrubbery and small shop stalls. "I see it. Let's go," Naruto said as he began flying forward. Sasuke flipped around and took out his board, falling to just above building height to keep the illusion that his board could merely hover instead of fly. The two arrived at the playground in less than a minute. Sasuke landed and the kids ran up to him excitedly. "Wow! Can I have a ride, mister?" one little boy asked. Suddenly, Sasuke was bombarded with requests to ride his board. It would have been an understatement to say he was caught off guard. Within a few moments most of the children's parents had gotten their kids back under control once more, but the few that were still around were getting whiny about Sasuke's silence. Sasuke looked over at Naruto with a frown while the blonde teen landed at the back of the group. "Hey guys," Naruto said loudly. The remaining 5 children stopped pestering Sasuke and turned to Naruto, only to cheer in surprise as they realized Naruto was floating about half a meter above the ground. Instantly the 4 kids were surrounding him, cheering loudly as Naruto landed. "Can you fly?" the only girl in the group asked. Naruto nodded. "Yes I can, do you want to turn?" Naruto asked with a small smile, hiding his fangs as to ensure he didn't scare the group. The kids cheered happily and Naruto held up a hand, causing the kids to pause in confusion. "You better go ask your parents if you can, I'd understand if they said no," he said. Instantly, the kids ran off to find their parents, giving Sasuke and Naruto a chance to talk. "Now, how would these kids connect to this DDR thing?" Naruto asked. Sasuke shrugged. "You're so good with them, why don't you ask them?" he asked in return. Naruto blinked and grinned as 2 of the kids came running back to them along with 2 mothers and a father who was obviously once upon a time a ninja. Naruto smiled politely and bowed. "Hi, my name's Naruto and this is Sasuke." Naruto introduced. The mother by herself tilted her head as she saw Naruto's headband. "Hello Naruto, Sasuke. Excuse me for asking, but why are 2 leaf ninjas in our children's playground?" she asked. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly as Sasuke took over, taking a completely blank expression. "We need to know what the term DDR Track 7 means and the only clue we have is children. So we thought we'd come here." Sasuke explained. "Mister, can we fly now?" the little girl asked as she pulled on Naruto's pants leg. Naruto knelt down and the other little boy came over to him as well. Naruto looked up at the parents who nodded to him with kind smiles. Naruto smirked and stood tall as he lifted a child onto each of his shoulders and began lifting off as the husband continued talking to Sasuke. The man looked guarded. "Why do you need to know this? What does the Leaf Village gain?" he asked. Sasuke mentally nodded. "Yep, definitely a ninja," he thought as Naruto circled the playground from about 10 meters into the air. "You see sir, we are part of the Jonin exams. We have to find something and this is where our clue is taking us. It seemed to be a good idea to ask the locals about something only locals would know," Sasuke explained. The man studied Sasuke before nodding. "In all honesty, I'm not sure what this DDR thing is," he said with a shrug. The man's wife spoke. "I remember Itachi-kun liked something called DDR, it was at the arcade I think," she said. Sasuke twitched, hearing that the little boy's name was Itachi. Then, the single mother spoke. "Yes, now that you mention it, Kyari-chan has talked about it as well." Sasuke smirked in victory. "Thank you very much," he said before turning to Naruto, who was just landing. "Excuse me Itachi-kun, would you please tell me what DDR is?" Sasuke asked as Naruto put the cheering boy on the ground. Itachi turned to Sasuke. "Yay! DDR. I want to play mom," he said before running past Sasuke and grabbing his mother's leg. Sasuke sighed in defeat as he was promptly blown off by a child. Naruto walked by him with Kyari still on his left shoulder. "You good bro?" Naruto asked with a chuckle. "Oh, the arcade?" the husband said in reply to something his child said. The little boy started cheering, so the husband looked up at Naruto. "Well Naruto, Sasuke. We were about to head to the arcade anyway, would you like to accompany us?" he asked. The single mom lifted her child from Naruto's shoulder. "How about it Kyari? Wanna go see daddy at work?" she asked. The 2 children cheered as Sasuke smirked and Naruto grinned. "That'd be great," Naruto said. A few moments later and Naruto was flying above the 3 adults and Sasuke with the kids on either of his shoulders as they were led to this arcade in hopes of finding out what DDR is. Dance Revolution? Naruto and Sasuke asked at the same time, just as the 2 kids got on. The 2 kids were standing on a small platform with light-up floor panels in front of a screen that they were too small to see. Naruto tilted his head in confusion as he watched the music videos playing across the screen. "Track 7 isn't it boys?" the guy in a clown outfit, Kyari's father, said. Naruto nodded in confusion as the clown put in 2 tokens before scrolling through and clicking the track. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes narrowed as he read the song name that the clown chose. He read it in disbelief as the music video came on and the music started. Naruto was distracted by the simple awesomeness of the entertainment machine that was Dance Dance Revolution and didn't really pay attention to anything other than the kids having fun and the flashing of the lights. Naruto didn't like to admit it, but he was disappointed when it was over. He saw numbers flash on the screen. 14%. Naruto grinned. Aniki. This is it. We have to get over 95% to get the last clue, Naruto said as he looked to his brother. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with his still active Sharingan eyes. Naruto, this is a two-player game, he said darkly. Naruto nodded, yeah. We just gotta dance like the girls on the screen and we're sweet. Naruto cheered as he stepped onto the right side. Sasuke glared at Naruto. No, he said sternly. Naruto turned to Sasuke in shock. What? Why not? He yelled. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a bitch as you crazy look on his face. I am not dancing that girly dance. Especially not in front of all these people, Sasuke roared. Naruto blinked in shock, as did pretty much every patron in the arcade as Sasuke had truly yelled the last statement. Naruto glanced around and noticed the way everyone was looking at Sasuke judgingly. Naruto even spotted a few ninjas looking on in confusion. He grinned as his mind came up with a quick plan. People's eyes snapped to Naruto as he fell into a depressed crouch on the machine platform. That's okay, Aniki, I get it. You don't want to help me like I did for you. I mean, I stood up to the Raikage himself to get the information you needed to pass, but if you can't even do one little dance for me, I guess that's okay. I'll just stay a Chunin and never achieve my dream of being Hokage, he said with a large sigh as large fake tears rolled down his face. Sasuke blinked in shock at Naruto, unsure of what he was trying to achieve. What a terrible brother. A mother whispered to her husband. Within moments, people were talking about how a real brother would support his younger sibling in any way. Then came the brutally honest children who didn't know how to filter their thoughts. Feeling a tug on his trousers, Sasuke looked down to see a confused-looking Kyari. Sasuke. Naruto needs your help, she said accusingly as she pointed up at Naruto with a frown. Yeah. Go help, Itachi yelled. Sasuke's brow twitched as everyone in the immediate vicinity began cheering for him to go up on the platform with Naruto. He looked at Naruto with his Sharingan glaring as Naruto grinned at Sasuke, holding out a hand hopefully. Will you help me? Aniki? Naruto asked, adding a teary sniff for dramatic effect. Help him, someone yelled from the crowd. Yeah. That's what's family's for. Sasuke. Itachi cheered. Hearing Sasuke's name, the crowd began cheering, Sasuke. 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 The crowd continued chanting Sasuke's name and the Uchiha grinded his teeth together before reaching up and taking Naruto's hand. Naruto pulled Sasuke up onto the platform in a single pull. Thanks Aniki. Yay. The crowd cheered as one. Kyari's dad, seeing all the people gathered, decided to make a spectacle of the event in hopes of raising his customer base. Let's hear it again, folks. For Naruto and Sasuke of Konaha. He cheered as he passed some tokens to Naruto. Yeah. Hash. Neji blinked and looked to his left. Sasuke? Naruto? He asked out loud before walking into the arcade and leaping up onto the roof to get a better view of what was going on. Dance Dance Revolution. The speakers blared. Neji's jaw dropped as he pulled out a video camera he had bought from the village to document his time here. I can't believe this, Neji whispered to himself. Hash. As he took a step onto the platform, Sasuke took a deep breath angrily. Girl's generation. He muttered. Naruto nodded with a grin. Genie Japanese version, he said excitedly. The lights came on and Sasuke's Sharingan span as he danced the song perfectly while singing to himself. Ioba Dazuka. Nei Kakeda Sos wa Majida. Naruto stepped forward as his half of the platform lit up and sung as well just for the fun of it. Ora masa ni koko de sunao janakya. Nani ka nagao nara kimi takoi ni ochita jini yo. Sasuke and Naruto stepped together as they moved in unison. Kire gatat yori mo jikochu no ho ga mashi ni. Madzu wa iwanakya wakanai desho. Kotoba wa igai ni mo maryoku wo himitaru no. Shojiki na kimi no yumi wa. The two teenage men twirled as they got into the starting positions of the chorus. Su yoko no hoshi wa omoiduri. Futari nara nozo miduri. Murai se mo amitoshi. Kani Dageru. Sasuke began to take the lead as Naruto did the echo. Koko ni iru wa, I'm genie for you boy kimi mo kurua, I'm genie for your wish suki ni naru wa, I'm genie for your dream motto naiba, I'm genie for your world. This time, Naruto stepped forward as Sasuke turned back, setting their feet on the lit up panels as Naruto began singing along once more. Kakugo dekita? Taikutsu nan desho onaji hibi wa. Mei ni susumu nara mushiro hade na. Tsuyoki no go san kimi wa superstar shining star superstar. They stepped in unison once more as the crowd started clapping along. Sujitsuma awasu yu ni un mei ni tobanan. Ki no muku ho hidoraibu desho. Seikai ha igai ni mo tanjin ni dikitru no. Naisho dio I'm just your biggest fan. Naruto took the lead as Sasuke mirrored him from a step behind before starting the echo. Su yoko no hoshi wa omoiduri. Futari nara nozo miduri. Mirai se moa mitoshi. Kani dageru. Koko ni iru wa, I'm genie for you boy kimi mo kurua, I'm genie for your wish suki ni naru wa, I'm genie for your dream motto naiba, I'm genie for your world cues ni naru wa. Naruto stepped back as Sasuke broke down into a handstand and span, hitting all the lit up panels and the bonus panels as the song took a musical break between lines. Tell me what you need, tell me what you hope. The stage went black and everyone went quiet. A single spotlight hit Naruto as he spanned to face the crowd. DJ. Put it back on. The crowd cheered as the music and lights blasted along with the two boys dancing and singing. Maru de chikyu yugi wo mawasu unique hiseki se tejindori. Romanchiku ga hoshiai nara kani tiguru guto kuru wa. Sasuke stepped forward and began to really sing as he hit the solo dance paneling. He sung over Naruto who once more repeated the tune of the chorus. Kono myun wo kogasu music hajimari ha automatic tata kimi ga nagai se sariba. Sujiyu ni naratai tata hitori kimi wa magic kanit hoshiai, tata kimi ga nagai se sariba. Mo haner takunai yo. The two stepped together to finish the song. Koko ni iru wa, I'm genie for you boy kimi mo kurua, I'm genie for your wish suki ni naru wa, I'm genie for your dream motto naiba, I'm genie for your world. Kito naru wa, I'm genie for you boy suki ni naiba, I'm genie for your wish cues ni naru wa. Yeah. The crowd cheered as Naruto and Sasuke finished back to back in a saluting stance, the lights flashing. 98%. Naruto cheered at the new high score, while Sasuke's Sharingan recorded everything that was happening on the screen, hoping to find the clue that Naruto needed. Congratulations. You have achieved a diamond score. A voice from the machine said as it flashed the shape of a diamond on the screen for a few seconds before returning to the home screen. Sasuke blinked, that's it? Diamond score? Sasuke muttered angrily as he ground his teeth together. Naruto turned to Sasuke. What was that, Aniki? Naruto asked, barely looking away from the crowd. Sasuke blew out a harsh breath before turning and storming out. Naruto hesitated a moment before running after him. Kyari's father grabbed the megaphone. Can you beat their score? Whoever can do will earn themselves a free major prize, he yelled, causing the crowd to line up as they cheered, practically throwing their money to get more tokens. Naruto had just caught up to Sasuke outside the arcade and laughed, ha ha ha. That was fun, Aniki. We should do it again, Naruto said happily. Sasuke stopped abruptly, causing Naruto to stop just ahead of him. He looked back and raised a questioning brow. Aniki? He asked. Sasuke blinked off his Sharingan. You got the 95%, your clue was diamond score. Do what you want with it, I'm leaving now, Sasuke said sternly before storming off towards the exam hall. Naruto blinked in confusion as he watched Sasuke walk away. Wonder why he's so pissed? Naruto mumbled to himself. Probably because his little break dancing episode cost you guys the last 2%. The Kyuubi supplied sarcastically. Naruto nodded, not even picking up on the sarcasm. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, that was kind of frustrating, Naruto mumbled before taking out his clue again and reading over it. Okay, so if I substitute what I've learned. DDR track 7. Over 95%. Only children would find me on the slip. I'm worth more than any lucky dip. Girls' generation genie, diamond, slippery dip and worth a lot. Naruto muttered to himself as he flew back towards the playground. Naruto landed off to the side as he looked up. There's the slippery dip. He muttered as he looked over the playground, his eyes narrowed as he noticed a spring rocker at the bottom of the slide. Naruto jogged around the park and smirked. Well, genies live in lamps, Naruto said to himself as he looked at the enlarged lamp-shaped play equipment. Naruto frowned as he looked over the lamp. There. Naruto thought in victory as he looked down that spout of the lamp. Naruto tried reaching in to grab something in the lamp spout, finding that his arm couldn't fit, he scowled before looking around. The only people in the park at the moment were two families near the swings and the sandbox. Naruto gripped the lamp spout and focused his strength, snapping off the spout completely from the body of the lamp. Naruto smirked to himself as he shook the spout sideways, and a few moments later, a small diamond about the size of his eye fell into his hand. Naruto grinned. Hello there, little diamond, he said in victory at completing his mission. And to think, it was only midday. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.